1. The girl who shouldn't matter. I saw her before anyone said her name. It wasn't unusual for me to catch fragments ahead of time. That was what my mind did now, what it had done for so long that I barely remembered what it felt like to move through a moment only once. Most futures arrived like glass beads poured into my hands, bright, separate, easy enough to sort if I looked quickly. This one didn't. It came in a flicker while Esme was arranging flowers in the kitchen and Carlisle was reading in the next room. A blur of rain, the black and white shape of Charlie Swan's police cruiser, and a girl in the passenger seat with her face turned toward the window as if she already expected disappointment from whatever waited outside it. Then the image changed before I could settle into it. I stilled at the island, one hand resting against the cool stone while the vision slipped and reformed. The same girl, only laughing now. Not loudly. Not like Emmett. It was a smaller thing than that, startled and real, as though someone had caught a better version of her by accident. Then that vanished too, replaced by the impression of pale fingers closing around mine. Warmth. A sense of arrival so sharp it made my chest tighten. Then nothing at all. Jasper looked up immediately. He'd been halfway through saying something to Emmett, but his attention shifted the instant my body did. Alice? I turned toward him, irritated by the thin edge of uncertainty in my own expression. Someone's coming. Emmett leaned over the back of a chair with open curiosity. Company or lunch? Emmett, Esme said, though she was smiling. I barely heard either of them. My thoughts were still wrapped around the shape of the girl in the cruiser, around the way her future had moved when I touched it. Most human lives were soft around the edges from this distance. Predictable. School, weather, roads taken or not taken. This wasn't soft at all. It jittered under my attention like something alive and wary, impossible to pin without changing. Carlisle closed his book and regarded me over steepled fingers. Do you know who she is? No, I said, and that bothered me more than it should have. I knew the incoming weather 3 days ahead. I knew when Rosalie was going to decide she hated a dress before she'd even seen it. I knew the exact second Edward would walk through the door after hunting. But this girl was all motion and absence. Only that she's coming to Forks. Soon. Jasper crossed the room and stopped close enough that I could feel the calm he offered before he even meant to give it. And? I looked up at him, then past him, into the rain-dark window above the sink where my own reflection stared back bright and unreadable. And she should not matter, I said softly. So why'd I feel like everything shifts when she gets here? She arrived on a gray morning that smelled like wet asphalt and cedar, and the first thing that struck me was how wrong my visions had been by omission. They hadn't lied. They almost never did. But they had failed to account for the weight of her in person, the quiet way sadness could settle so thoroughly into someone that it changed the shape of her body without changing her face at all. Bella Swan wasn't dramatic in her unhappiness. She wasn't brittle or visibly broken. She simply moved like a girl who had spent too long learning how little space she was allowed to take up and had made an art of disappearing into it. I watched her cross the lot beside Charlie Swan, his broad body bent slightly toward her in that careful way fathers have when they know they are standing too close to a hurt they can't fix. He said something I couldn't hear over the rain and distant engines, and Bella tipped her head toward him with a small expression that might have become a smile for someone else. For him, it only softened. Then she turned toward the school, and even from that distance I could feel the strange instability around her future like static over skin. Jasper came up beside me under the covered walkway, his gaze following mine. That her? Yes, I said, and the word came out quieter than I meant it to. He studied Bella for a moment, then glanced at me. You look upset. I'm not upset. I kept my eyes on her as she adjusted the strap of her bag and hesitated in front of the main doors as though bracing herself for impact. I'm disappointed in the universe. That made the corner of his mouth shift. That sounds more like you. Before I could answer, Mike Newton was already intercepting her with all the eager brightness of a golden retriever who'd never been told no. Hey, you must be Bella, right? I'm Mike. He pointed toward the office. They'll get you sorted out. It's not as bad here as it looks. Bella gave him a polite, guarded look. That feels like a threat, but thanks. Jasper's amusement brushed warm against my skin, but it vanished the instant another familiar presence entered the corridor behind us. Edward had been relaxed a second before, half listening to Emmett complain about a postponed hunting trip. Then Bella opened the interior door and the scent of living, breathing human blood touched the air. Edward stopped so suddenly Emmett nearly walked into him. Every line of him locked at once. Not curiosity, not fascination, hunger, yes, but sharpened into something more jagged and appalled, as if instinct had recognized her before thought could catch up and hated itself for doing it. Emmett frowned. Edward? Edward didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on Bella with a stillness so absolute it felt violent, and for the first time since I'd seen Charlie's cruiser in my mind, I understood that whatever was coming to Forks hadn't come alone. I knew that look. Not perfectly, because none of us had ever seen Edward wear it quite like that, but well enough to feel cold understanding move through me all at once. If this had been fascination, there would have been movement in it. Curiosity had texture. Interest opened outward. Even hunger, in its purest form, was hot and immediate and easy to read. What locked his body now was something far worse than any of those. It was strain. It was the brittle, silent violence of instinct biting down so hard that thought had to brace itself just to stay standing. Bella, thankfully, didn't seem to notice. Mike was still talking, leading her toward the office with that buoyant confidence boys like him wore so naturally, and she was answering in short, dry replies that told me she was uncomfortable without ever making a spectacle of it. But Edward saw nothing except her, and the longer he looked, the more dangerous the stillness became. Edward, I said softly. He blinked once, like the sound of his name had traveled a very long distance to reach him, but he didn't turn. Emmett's voice dropped. What is wrong with you? Nothing, Edward sighed, and the word was controlled enough to alarm me more than if he'd snarled it. His jaw barely moved. Go to class. Rosalie had gone quiet too, her expression sharpening as she took him in. That's not nothing. Jasper stepped half a pace closer to me, not possessive, not dramatic, simply ready. I could feel him working already, easing the pressure in the corridor, taking the first dangerous edges off Emmett and Rosalie before either of them pushed where Edward couldn't bear to be pushed. Alice, he murmured, low enough that only I would hear, how bad? I kept my eyes on Edward. Bad enough. Bella disappeared into the office. The door swung shut behind her, and for one strange second the air felt wrong with her absence, as though the whole building had taken a breath and forgotten how to let it out. Edward moved then, but only to step back from the scent line she had left behind. It was a tiny motion. If I hadn't been watching him that closely, I might have missed it. Shame followed it immediately, bright and awful across his face before he buried it under composure. Carlyle's voice would have helped. Esme's too. But this was a school hallway, rain beating against the windows, human voices rising and falling all around us, and we were alone with a problem none of us could name aloud. Jasper looked at Edward, then at me. This isn't going away, is it? Before I could answer, the office door opened again, and Bella Swan stepped back into the corridor with her schedule in hand. Edward's entire body went taut. In that instant, before a single future had time to settle, I knew this was no passing complication. Whatever had seized him had gone deeper than preference, deeper than logic, and it had already started changing all of ours. Bella paused just outside the office door, looking down at the paper in her hands with the resigned concentration of someone already expecting inconvenience. A laminated map had been clipped to the front of her schedule, and Mike Newton was still hovering beside her, pointing too eagerly at hallways and classroom numbers while she tried to make sense of them without looking trapped. For 1 second, with Edward rigid a few yards away and the whole corridor balanced on a knife edge no human in it could possibly feel, the absurd normality of the scene almost made me laugh. Biology's down that way, Mike said, tapping the map with one finger. And if you get lost, it's pretty much impossible to avoid somebody who knows where things are. Bella glanced up at him. That sounds less reassuring the more you say it. Mike grinned like she'd rewarded him. You'll get used to Forks. No, I thought, watching her. She won't. Or maybe she will, but not in any of the ways you mean. Then she looked up. Her eyes found mine with no warning at all, and the moment they did the corridor vanished. I saw pale fingers sliding between mine so vividly I could feel the shape of her hand, smaller than mine, warmer, human. I saw sunlight on dark hair that should have been dull under the weather and wasn't. I saw the startled beginning of a smile that belonged to the laughing girl from my vision, the one hidden somewhere beneath all that practiced withdrawal. It hit me so fast and so completely that I actually took half a step forward. Then it was gone. Not faded. Gone. The future didn't split or blur or shift into alternatives. It simply disappeared, ripped clean out of my reach as if someone had snuffed a candle under glass. All I was left with was Bella Swan looking at me from across a crowded school hallway, weary and tired and too perceptive by half, while the place in my mind where her next moments should have been stood silent. Jasper's hand touched the inside of my wrist, light and steady. Alice. I didn't look away from Bella. I know. His voice dropped lower. What happened? Nothing. The word came out breathless, and I hated that. That's the problem. Bella's gaze flicked from me to Jasper, catching the contact of his fingers at my wrist before she looked back at my face. There was no fear in her expression, only confusion and the faint, guarded alertness of someone who had noticed too much already. Mike kept talking beside her, but she wasn't really listening anymore. Not to him. Edward moved at last. I'm leaving, he said, and his voice was so flat it changed the pressure in the corridor at once. Rosalie turned toward him sharply. You can't be serious. He didn't answer her. He was already gone, moving fast enough that only we would notice what that speed meant. Bella flinched at the rush of motion and looked after him, but I barely saw it. I was still staring at the space where her future had vanished, feeling something I almost never felt anymore. Uncertainty. 2. Biology. By the time I found my way to biology, I was already tired of being new. Forks High wasn't huge, but it had the usual school talent for making simple directions feel like a test of character. Mike had explained the route with cheerful determination and far too many landmarks, and I had still managed to take one wrong turn before I found the right door. When I stepped into the classroom, I got the standard first day effect I had been getting since Phoenix, which was everybody looking up just long enough to register that I existed and then pretending they hadn't done it. The room was warmer than the hallway, with that faint chemical smell science rooms always had, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead and gray daylight pressing at the windows. Students were already settled at black lab tables in loose clusters of conversation. I had just enough time to notice the single empty seat before the teacher glanced up from his desk. Bella Swan? He asked. I nodded. That's me. He checked the seating chart. Take the open seat beside Cullen. We're just getting started. I followed the direction of his hand and immediately understood why the room's female population had been acting like basic biology came with a bonus feature. The boy at the table was beautiful in the way some expensive objects were beautiful, too polished to feel entirely natural, every line of his face too precise to invite trust. Pale skin, bronze hair, dark clothes, impossible symmetry. He looked less like a person I was meant to talk to and more like something designed to be looked at from a distance and never touched. My first reaction wasn't attraction so much as annoyance at the unfairness of his face. Then he looked at me, and whatever expression had been there before changed so quickly it barely had time to become human. I stopped beside the table because there was nowhere else to go. He didn't smile. He didn't nod. He didn't even perform the bare minimum of classroom civility. His eyes fixed on me, and something in his face tightened with a kind of stark, immediate revulsion that made my skin go hot. It wasn't the usual high school rudeness. It wasn't boredom, or irritation, or the standard male disappointment at discovering the new girl was not, in fact, a Victoria's Secret model with a locker assignment. This was sharper than that, instinctive in a way that felt ugly on contact, as if my existence had hit him like a bad smell. Hi, I said, because apparently humiliation did not improve my creativity. He stared at me for half a second longer, then turned his head toward the window without answering. I sat down slowly and put my books on the table with as much quiet dignity as I could manage, which was not much. Fine. Whatever. Beautiful creep hated me on sight. That was a new variation, but not a completely original problem. At least open weirdness was easier to classify than fake friendliness. I pulled my notebook toward me and stared at the black countertop until the heat in my face eased enough that I could trust myself not to do anything dramatic, like stand up in the middle of class and ask him whether I had personally murdered his dog. Mr. Banner launched into the lesson in the upbeat tone of a man determined to convince a roomful of teenagers that cell anatomy was exciting. I uncapped my pen and tried to pay attention, but the person beside me had made himself impossible to ignore. He was sitting as far from me as the shared stool allowed without turning the situation into a public performance. One pale hand was curled lightly against his thigh. The other lay flat on the table with such unnatural stillness that it looked posed. Every line of him felt controlled past the point of comfort, like he was holding himself together by force. I told myself not to look at him again. Then I looked anyway, because apparently, I enjoyed making my own day worse. Up close, he was even less useful. The beauty didn't soften under scrutiny. It hardened. There was something too exact about him, too deliberate, and instead of making him more attractive, it made him feel stranger. If he'd had one ordinary feature, one thing I could privately mock to recover some balance, it would have helped. A bad haircut, a crooked nose, an unfortunate complexion. Instead he looked like every unfair genetic advantage in the world had been piled into one damp high school lab and then ruined by whatever his actual problem was. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Banner glanced up from his desk. Will you hand Bella the worksheet, please? For the first time, the boy moved fast enough to seem real. His hand shot toward the paper, stopped short, then nudged the worksheet across the table with 2 fingers, careful not to brush my hand. Here, he said. His voice surprised me. It was low and even and much too calm for someone behaving like I was a toxin leak. Thanks, I said. He had already turned away again. That was when embarrassment gave way to irritation. Embarrassment leaves room for doubt. It asks whether you imagined the slight, maybe you were too sensitive, maybe the whole thing was only awkward because you were making it awkward in your own head. There was no room for that here. Whatever was happening with Edward Cullen was happening hard enough to be obvious, and the effort it took not to react made me feel pinned inside my own body. I looked down at the worksheet and tried to focus on labels and diagrams and anything else that wasn't the fact that a boy I'd never spoken to was acting like sharing air with me required a noble act of endurance. The chair beside me scraped back slightly. I looked up before I could stop myself. He hadn't stood, but every muscle in his body seemed locked under strain. For one ridiculous second I wondered whether the rain had done something terrible to my hair, whether I'd stepped in something, whether there was some visible disaster attached to me that everyone else had the manners not to mention. Then he drew a slow breath through his nose and his expression tightened with something that looked almost like pain. That made it worse. Meanness I could have dismissed. Pain implied sincerity, and sincerity was a harder insult to shrug off. He stayed like that for several more minutes, every movement held under too much control, while Mr. Banner kept talking about membranes and transport and other things I would normally have been capable of learning if I hadn't been sitting beside a beautiful statue having a private crisis. My handwriting on the worksheet had gone cramped and ugly. The letters leaned into each other like they were trying to get off the page and out of the room. Then his chair scraped back all at once. Mr. Banner looked up. Mr. Cullen? Edward rose in one smooth motion, gathered his books, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Banner. I'm feeling ill. No one laughed, which told me even the people who knew him thought the sentence was absurd. Mr. Banner blinked. Do you need to go to the nurse? No. Edward didn't look at me. Not once. I think I just need to go home. There was a brief pause, the kind teachers used when they knew they were being lied to but had decided paperwork wasn't worth the fight. All right, Mr. Banner said. Take your things, then. Thank you. He left fast enough to be noticeable even to people who weren't watching for anything unusual. The door opened, shut, and for 1 second the room went very still. Then sound rushed back in all at once. Somebody muttered, weird, behind me. 2 girls by the windows immediately leaned toward each other. A boy at the next table let out a low whistle like he'd just been handed entertainment for the rest of lunch. I kept my eyes on the worksheet because looking up felt impossible. My face was hot again. Not because I wanted him to like me. That wasn't the point. The point was that there is something uniquely infuriating about becoming the center of a scene you didn't create and can't explain. Mr. Banner cleared his throat. Let's all return our attention to the assignment. That worked for almost 3 seconds. The girl to my left leaned just far enough over to speak without quite whispering. She had straight brown hair, a kind face, and the cautious expression of someone approaching a trapped animal with excellent intentions. "Don't take it personally," she said. "Edward Cullen is weird with everybody." It was so obviously meant to help that I almost felt guilty for not being helped. "That's reassuring," I said. She smiled anyway. "I'm Angela." "Bella." "I know." She glanced at the empty stool beside me. "Hard to miss your first day when one of the Cullens decides to make it memorable." That was close enough to funny that I nearly smiled back. Glad I could contribute to local culture. Angela's mouth twitched, but before she could answer, Mr. Banner looked up again. "Less conversation, more worksheet." "Sorry," she said at once, turning back to her paper. I tried to do the same, but the room had already shifted around me. Every now and then I could feel someone glance over, checking whether I was devastated, humiliated, secretly flattered, or whatever else people liked to project onto girls when boys acted bizarrely in public. I wasn't any of those things, not exactly. Mostly I was annoyed, also curious, also unreasonably angry that his behavior had managed to get under my skin at all. When I finally looked up, it wasn't at the empty seat beside me. It was across the room. The tiny dark-haired Cullen girl from the hallway was already watching me. She wasn't smiling. She wasn't pitying me either, which I appreciated more than I wanted to admit. Her face was composed, almost still, but her eyes weren't. There was something alert in them, intent and a little startled, as though this whole scene had unsettled her too. The blonde boy beside her noticed where she was looking and turned his head slightly. He didn't stare the way she did. He just followed her line of sight to me and then went still in a way that felt deliberate. That should have been unsettling. Instead, absurdly, it made the room feel a little less hostile. The rest of class passed in the slow, grinding way public discomfort always did. Mr. Banner kept teaching as though nothing unusual had happened, which was probably the right choice and still felt vaguely insulting. Around me, pens scratched, chairs shifted, and ordinary classroom life reassembled itself with impressive efficiency. Mine didn't. Every time I tried to focus on the worksheet, I ended up staring at the blank space beside me and thinking that if Edward Cullen had wanted to make me dislike him permanently, he had chosen an efficient method. "Are you okay?" Angela asked after a while, her voice quieter this time. I looked at her because she deserved the courtesy. "Do I look okay?" She made a helpless face. "You look like you want to set him on fire." That surprised a laugh out of me before I could stop it. "That's a little more reassuring." "Good." She hesitated. "He really is strange." "Yeah," I said, glancing once toward the door he'd used. "I've gathered." When the bell rang, the room exploded into motion. Angela gathered her books and gave me a quick sympathetic smile. "Lunch gets better," she said. "Usually." "That feels like an untested theory." She laughed and disappeared into the crowd. I stood more slowly, sliding the worksheet into my folder, and looked up in time to catch the dark-haired Cullen girl still watching me from across the room. This time I didn't look away first. She didn't either. The blonde boy beside her glanced between us once, calm and unreadable. For reasons I couldn't have explained to save my life, that mattered more than the boy who'd fled. Edward Cullen had made himself a problem. The other two felt like a question, and questions were harder to ignore. 3. The space around her. Edward didn't come to school the next day. That alone changed the atmosphere more than it should have. His absence removed the sharpest danger from the room, but it also left a shape behind, like furniture dragged out too quickly, the outline still visible in the carpet. People noticed, of course. They always noticed when the Cullens disrupted the pattern they expected from us. By first period I had already heard 3 different versions of why he wasn't there, one involving illness, one involving a family emergency, and one involving a fight no one had actually seen. None of them mattered. What mattered was that Bella Swan walked into school anyway, carrying her books against her chest, her shoulders set with that same quiet brace I'd seen the day before, and for the first time since she'd arrived, I could look at her without Edward's reaction warping the entire field around her. Jasper fell into step beside me as we crossed the parking lot. "He's still out," he said softly. "I know." He glanced at Bella ahead of us, then back at me. "And you're relieved?" That made me smile despite myself. "A little." "Alice." There was warmth in the way he said my name, but also warning. Jasper never pushed where I was fragile. He simply steadied the ground under whatever I was already feeling. I looked up at him and found his expression calm, attentive, more curious than concerned. I'm not going to do anything reckless before homeroom, I said. He raised one pale eyebrow. Before? I laughed under my breath, and the sound eased something in me. Ahead of us, Bella reached the main doors at the same moment as Jessica Stanley and Angela Weber. Jessica launched immediately into some quick bright comment, all speed and social ease, while Angela stayed quieter at Bella's side. Bella answered both of them politely, but the difference was obvious if you watched. She gave Jessica the version of herself built for survival. She gave Angela the version that might actually belong to her, drier and smaller, but real. Without Edward there, that became easier to see. Bella wasn't shy in the simple way people like to call shy girls shy. She was adaptive. Every movement she made contained calculation, so practiced it looked natural. She adjusted her tone to the person speaking. She made herself agreeable before anyone could ask it of her. She stepped around other people's energy as if collision were always her responsibility to prevent. Jasper followed my gaze. You see it? Yes, I said, watching Bella pause to shift her bag higher on her shoulder before opening the door for Angela instead of going through first. She folds herself around other people before they can decide whether they want her. His mouth flattened faintly. That usually means someone taught her to. Bella glanced up then, not at me at first but toward the building itself, like she was measuring the day before agreeing to live inside it. Then her eyes moved, found mine across the rain-dulled entrance, and held. Without Edward beside her, without yesterday's spectacle pressing against the moment, I could finally study her properly. She looked tired, wary, and far too ready for disappointment. She also looked like she was trying very hard not to let any of that show. Morning, I called, because standing there and staring would have been insane even by my standards. Bella blinked, clearly not expecting that, then answered with cautious politeness. Morning. It wasn't much. It shouldn't have felt like anything at all. But the air around her didn't close when I stepped into it this time, and that alone was enough to make me want to know everything. I kept seeing it once I knew to look. Before, Bella had been obscured by too many louder things. Edward's reaction, everyone else's curiosity, the ordinary spectacle of a new girl arriving in a small town with nothing to defend herself except politeness and a tolerance for attention she clearly hadn't asked for. Without that noise pressing in from every side, the quieter pattern underneath became impossible to miss. Bella moved through the morning like someone anticipating inconvenience before it arrived and trying to lessen it in advance. She adjusted herself to doorways, to groups in the hall, to the timing of other people's steps. When someone spoke to her, she turned fully toward them at once, attentive in a way that should have read as courtesy and instead felt like old training. By second period I was annoyed on her behalf. Jessica caught up to her near the lockers just as I was pulling books from mine. So are you surviving Forks yet? She asked with a bright, teasing smile that made the question sound friendlier than it was. Or are you planning your dramatic escape back to Phoenix already? Bella shifted her books against her chest and answered with that careful dry tone of hers. I think dramatic escape requires better shoes. Jessica laughed, delighted. Okay, that's fair. It should have ended there. Instead, a boy coming the other way clipped Bella's shoulder with his backpack hard enough to jolt her against the lockers. He didn't apologize. He barely noticed he'd done it. Bella murmured, sorry, automatically, even though she hadn't been the one who hit anyone. The apology landed in me like something sharp. Jasper appeared at my side a second later, as silent as thought. You made a face, he said under his breath. I know. I watched Bella bend to pick up the pen she'd dropped, doing it quickly, efficiently, as though the point of the whole exchange was to take up as little time and space as possible. She apologized to him. His expression shifted, not with surprise but recognition. Yes. Jessica was already talking again, filling the moment with harmless chatter, but Bella had gone fractionally smaller inside it, retreating without moving. Not dramatic, not obvious, just enough that I could see the instinct snap into place. She absorbed collision like it was her job. She made other people's carelessness easy for them. That caught at me harder than beauty ever could have. Plenty of girls were beautiful. Rosalie was beautiful enough to stop traffic if we were careless. Beauty was simple, predictable. It created reactions people understood. This was different. Bella's face wasn't what unsettled me. It was the practiced vanishing. The way she seemed to believe her best chance of getting through the day intact was to soften every edge of herself before anyone else could do it for her. Jasper followed my gaze, his voice very quiet. "You're feeling protective." I looked at him. "That's one word for it." His mouth curved faintly. "It's never just one word with you." Maybe not. Because when Bella straightened and tucked that rescued pen back into her folder, she glanced up and caught me watching again. For 1 second I expected her to look away, embarrassed or guarded or politely blank. Instead she held my eyes with a tired sort of steadiness, as if she was too worn out to perform for me just then. And absurdly, impossibly, I liked her more for that than anything else she'd done. Jasper let it go for almost half a class. That was one of the things people didn't understand about him. They saw the stillness first and mistook it for distance when really it was patience, a kind of disciplined courtesy that let other people arrive at their own truths before he touched them. He didn't call me on every passing feeling. He waited to see whether it passed. By lunch, apparently, he had decided this wasn't going to. We were outside under the covered walkway, the rain drumming steadily on the roof above us while students spilled around puddles and cafeteria gossip with equal urgency. Emmett had gone ahead to find food he couldn't eat and complain about it theatrically. Rosalie was pretending not to hear him. That left Jasper and me leaning against the brick wall near the entrance while Bella crossed the yard with Angela, her head tipped down against the weather, her dark hair dampening at the edges. "You've watched her between every class," Jasper said mildly. I didn't bother denying it. "Only because she's there." His mouth curved. "And the rest of the student body is invisible?" "The rest of the student body is boring." That earned me the low, familiar sound of his amusement, but it didn't quite dissolve the weight under my own words. Jasper heard that instantly. Of course he did. He turned his head and looked at me properly, the teasing easing out of his expression without disappearing entirely. "Alice." I kept my eyes on Bella. Angela said something that made her answer with one of those small dry replies that never rose above the level of invitation, but still managed to be funny. Bella wasn't laughing. She wasn't relaxed. But for a second she wasn't folded all the way inward either, and the difference felt enormous. "Don't," I said quietly. I wasn't going to say anything cruel. "I know." I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and watched Bella slow at the cafeteria doors to let 3 other students through before her, even though she'd reached them first. "That's the problem." He followed my gaze, and I felt the exact moment he understood I wasn't circling simple fascination. His attention sharpened, not suspicious, not wounded, just attentive in that deep and careful way that always made me love him more. "This isn't just because Edward reacted badly," he said. No. The answer came too fast to be anything but true. Jasper was silent for a beat, reading the room, me, the odd pull that had been threading itself through the last 2 days. "Then what is it?" I finally looked at him. "It's like seeing someone try to make herself smaller before the world asks," I said. "And hating that I can tell she's done it often enough to be good at it." Something changed in his face then. The lightness didn't vanish, but it gave way to understanding. He glanced back toward Bella, who was standing half-turned while Angela said something at the door, her whole posture readying itself to fit whatever shape the next moment required. "That's not curiosity," he said. "No," I answered. His eyes came back to mine, steady and unreadable to anyone but me. "No, it isn't." I might have left it there if my mind had been willing to. Jasper's understanding settled something in me, but it didn't reduce the pull. If anything, being seen made it sharper. The rest of the afternoon should have been ordinary. Rain against the windows. Teachers pretending weather didn't make every classroom feel dimmer. Human voices rising and falling in those familiar school rhythms that blurred when I stopped listening. Bella moved through all of it with the same careful economy, and every time I caught sight of her, that strange ache in me answered as if it had already decided she belonged to some future I hadn't earned yet. Then the vision hit. It came so cleanly it stole the room out from under me. 1 second I was standing outside Spanish with Jasper half turned toward me, and the next I was home. Not some abstract future space, not one of the soft-edged possibilities that dissolved when I reached for detail. Home. The living room flooded with late light. Esme at the piano bench, not playing, just turned toward the couch with that open warmth she reserved for the moments she loved most. Emmett sprawled badly, as always, all delighted movement and impossible sighs, saying something I didn't catch because Bella was laughing. Not politely. Not with that careful little curve she used at school when someone handed her a moment she could survive. She was laughing with her whole face, with surprise in it, with disbelief and ease and a kind of bright unguarded life that made her look suddenly, shockingly like the girl I'd glimpsed before she'd ever arrived. Her hair was loose. Her shoulders weren't braced. She'd forgotten herself so completely that for one perfect second there was nothing adaptive left in her at all. And she was in our house. The warmth of it landed so suddenly it almost hurt. Not because the vision was frightening. Because it wasn't. It felt right with a force that reached straight through thought and caught somewhere much deeper, somewhere dangerous. Bella on our couch. Bella laughing with Emmett. Bella looking at Esme like kindness might be something she was still learning how to trust. The image filled me so fast and so completely that by the time the hallway came back, I was already grieving its absence. Jasper's hand closed around my forearm before I swayed. Alice. I drew a breath I didn't need. I saw her. His gaze sharpened at once. Where? At home. My voice came out softer than I intended. With us. Something unreadable crossed his face, not fear, not resistance, only the steady alertness he wore when the ground under our lives shifted and he knew it before anyone else did. That clear? I nodded. Across the hall, Bella adjusted her books against her chest and turned a little, laughing faintly at something Angela said. It wasn't the same laugh. Not yet, but now that I'd seen the other one, I couldn't unknow it. I couldn't stop wanting the version of her who felt safe enough to sound like that in our house. 4. Return. Edward Cullen came back on Monday as if none of it had happened. That was the first thing I noticed when I walked into biology and found him already in his seat, pale and composed and apparently recovered from the episode in which he had acted like sitting beside me was a medically significant event. The second thing I noticed was worse. He wasn't avoiding me anymore. He was sitting at the same black lab table with one hand resting lightly near his books, his posture easy, his face arranged into that calm, remote expression of his that made it impossible to tell whether he felt nothing at all or far too much. Last week he'd looked at me like I'd poisoned the air. This week he looked prepared. I stopped beside the table and waited for some sign that he remembered we had unfinished weirdness between us. Instead he met my eyes directly and said, "Hello, Bella." For one stupid second, I just stood there. His voice was the same as before, low and even, but now it came with manners, and somehow that made him feel less normal, not more. A rude boy I could classify. A rude boy who returned after a weekend and decided to perform polished civility like a man in witness protection was harder to place. "Hi," I said at last. He shifted his books to make more room. "I didn't introduce myself properly last week. I'm Edward Cullen." I sat down slowly, keeping my expression neutral. I gathered. Something moved at the corner of his mouth, almost like he appreciated that. Fair enough. Mr. Banner hadn't started class yet, which meant the room was still full of low conversations and people pretending not to pay attention to each other. I could feel at least a few of them noticing that Edward Cullen, who had all but fled the room rather than share oxygen with me, was now speaking as though he'd spent the weekend at charm school. "So," I said, because silence felt like surrender, "are you feeling better?" He held my gaze for a fraction too long before answering. "Yes." That single word was careful enough to make me distrust it instantly. "Good," I said, though what I actually meant was, "Thank you for no longer acting like my existence makes you physically ill." What I almost said was, "What exactly is wrong with you?" He glanced toward the front of the room, then back at me. "I owe you an apology." That got my full attention. For what? For being rude. His face didn't change, but his tone had that measured quality people used when they were choosing each word before they let it out. That was inexcusable. The apology should have been satisfying. Instead it made my shoulders tighten. People don't usually come back that different unless they've either had a genuine revelation or built a strategy. Looking at Edward Cullen, I couldn't decide which possibility was more unsettling. Mr. Banner started class, which should have ended the conversation. It didn't end the feeling. Edward didn't retreat into silence or stiffen or act like he was fighting the urge to escape through the nearest wall. He just sat there beside me, perfectly controlled, as if the previous week had involved nothing more memorable than an awkward seating arrangement. It would have been easier if he'd seemed embarrassed. Easier if he'd stumbled. Instead, he was smooth in a way that felt rehearsed. I wrote the date at the top of my notebook and kept my voice low. You know, you really don't have to keep doing this if it's some kind of damage control. He turned his head slightly. Damage control? You left in the middle of class. I kept my eyes on the page because that made the exchange feel marginally less insane. Now you're back acting like you took a long weekend instead of a dramatic exit. That earned me a brief smile that made me immediately suspicious of his face all over again. I didn't realize I'd been dramatic. You were a little dramatic. Only a little? That is me being generous. Mr. Banner asked a question about osmosis. Edward answered it without missing a beat, half his attention still on me, then shifted his gaze to the front just in time to look respectful. Mr. Banner nodded, pleased, and kept going. I looked at Edward with renewed distrust. You do that on purpose, I said quietly. Do what? Everything. The smile faded, though not completely. That isn't very specific. No, I said, finally looking at him. But it still feels true. He held my gaze with a steadiness that would have felt confrontational from anyone else. From him it felt worse. Controlled, careful, like he was forever deciding how much to reveal and how much to let people think they'd chosen for themselves. I'm trying to be better company today. That implies you know you were terrible company before. I do know that. The certainty of the answer bothered me more than uncertainty would have. He wasn't awkward. He wasn't defensive. He wasn't even trying very hard to appear normal. He was simply better at this version of himself than I was comfortable with. I looked back down at my notebook. You recovered fast. I had time to think. About what? I almost asked, but before I could, he said, about how difficult your first week here must be. I turned to him again. I never said it was difficult. No, he said, and something in his expression shifted, very slightly, as if he were hearing more than I'd actually said. You didn't. That was the point where relief disappeared altogether. A rude person becoming polite was comprehensible. A boy deciding not to be awful anymore was plausible. But this felt less like correction and more like insertion, like he had stepped into a conversation 1 second before I consciously decided to have it and was already answering the part I'd left unspoken. He wasn't just watching me. He was listening too closely, anticipating too much, and somehow that made his apology feel less comforting than last week's open hostility. Hostility is obvious. This felt like being studied. Once I noticed that, I started noticing everything else. He didn't crowd me or ask intrusive questions or do anything dramatic enough that I could later defend my discomfort to another person without sounding paranoid. That was part of what made him so difficult to argue with even inside my own head. He was polite. He was careful. He handed me lab materials without touching my hand. He answered Mr. Banner's questions with perfect timing. He turned toward me whenever I spoke with the kind of concentration most people only used when they were trying to memorize something important. Last week had made me feel publicly humiliated. This week made me feel privately assessed. By the time class ended, my nerves had settled into a low, steady hum. Have you always lived in Forks? I asked while we packed up, mostly because if he was going to keep acting like this was a civilized reset, I wanted one normal exchange on the table for my own sanity. He slid a textbook into his bag with those precise, economical movements of his. No, we move around a lot. That sounds inconvenient. His eyes flicked to mine. Sometimes. There it was again, that sense that every answer of his belonged to a longer conversation he wasn't actually having out loud. I slung my bag over one shoulder and stood. You know, most people can do small talk without making it feel like a coded interview. A faint smile touched his mouth. I'll try harder. I believe that's what I'm afraid of. That got the closest thing to genuine amusement I'd seen from him, and for some reason that was the least reassuring thing yet. I expected relief once I escaped biology. Instead, the weirdness followed me into lunch. The cafeteria was loud and overheated, full of trays hitting tables and voices colliding from every direction, but I still felt it almost immediately. Not Edward this time. Something else. I looked toward the Cullen table before I could stop myself and found a tiny dark-haired girl already watching me. Alice, I remembered suddenly. Someone had said her name in passing. She wasn't looking at me the way curious people usually looked. Her gaze moved once from my face to Edward, then back to me with a quick, bright alertness that made it seem as though she were listening to something no one else could hear. The blonde boy beside her noticed. Jasper. His expression was calmer and harder to read, but that only made him stranger. He followed Alice's line of sight, looked once between Edward and me, then settled back in his seat with that same impossible stillness I'd noticed before. Jessica dropped into the chair across from me with enough force to jolt the table. Okay, she said, already smiling too widely. You have to tell me what is going on with you and Edward Cullen. I looked away from the Cullens at once. Nothing. Jessica gave me the kind of look usually reserved for liars and people with terrible taste. Bella, he basically never talks to anyone. Mike, from 2 seats down, leaned in with immediate enthusiasm. She's right. Edward Cullen isn't exactly known for his warm people skills. Maybe he had a temporary personality malfunction, I said. Maybe now he's better. Jessica snorted. That's not a thing. It should be. They laughed, but my attention kept sliding back across the room. Edward was speaking quietly to the rest of his family as if none of us existed, which would have been more convincing if Alice hadn't looked over at me twice in under a minute. The second time our eyes met, she didn't glance away in embarrassment the way most people would have. She just held the look for a beat, bright and unreadable, then turned slightly toward Jasper. That was when I noticed the other thing. Not a signal exactly. Nothing dramatic. Nothing I could have pointed to and defended under oath. Just a shift between them so subtle I might have missed it if I'd been less distracted. Alice didn't speak. Jasper didn't speak. But something passed anyway. His attention sharpened. Hers settled. They didn't need words to arrive at the same understanding, and for some reason that unsettled me more than anything Edward had done all day. Jessica followed my line of sight. They're all weirdly intense, she said. It's probably genetic. I almost smiled, but my attention stayed on Alice and Jasper. Jasper glanced once toward Edward, then toward me, then back to Alice with that same deep stillness. Alice barely moved. She just sat there small and bright and composed, her expression open enough to seem harmless if you weren't paying attention. I was paying attention now, and what I saw wasn't harmless at all. It was awareness. The kind that made me feel, absurdly, as though I had wandered into the edge of a conversation no one had invited me to but everyone somehow knew I belonged to. That feeling followed me through the rest of the day. Edward was careful. Too careful. Every word he aimed at me in the hall felt chosen in advance, polished smooth, and faintly invasive for reasons I couldn't quite explain without sounding ridiculous. Alice and Jasper, on the other hand, were quieter than before, but not distant. If anything, they seemed more tuned in. Their attention shifted when I came near, not in the blunt way Edward's did, but in some subtler shared adjustment that made me feel the angle of their awareness without ever catching them in anything obvious. By last period I was sure of only one thing. Whatever had changed over the weekend had not changed only Edward. There was some silent accord moving under the surface now, and every instinct I had told me it had less to do with him than with the other 2 Cullens who kept watching as if I mattered in ways none of us had named yet. 5. Lunchroom constellations. By lunch I had learned 2 things about Forks High with complete certainty. The first was that everybody watched everybody else with the efficient appetite of people who had run out of weather to discuss. The second was that the Cullens bent the entire cafeteria around them without seeming to do anything at all. I didn't mean to stare. New girls do enough accidental performance as it is. The last thing I needed was to become the kind of idiot who sat in public gaping at beautiful strangers like I'd been raised by wolves instead of a mother with strong opinions about manners. Still, it was hard not to notice them. They didn't fit the room. They made the fluorescent lights seem harsher, the cheap tables uglier, the noise around them thinner somehow. People kept glancing their way and then pretending not to, as if beauty on that scale created its own social gravity and everyone was embarrassed to be caught orbiting it. Edward should have been the obvious center. He was certainly arranged for it. Pale, bronze-haired, composed, speaking only when he chose, which apparently made the rest of the student body treat silence like a luxury brand. But the more I watched, the less he felt like the point. He felt like a warning sign someone had polished. Alice was the one my eyes kept finding first, quick and bright and impossible to read for long because she seemed to change expression before I'd fully named the first one. Jasper came second, quieter, almost easy to miss until you looked properly and realized that stillness like his was its own kind of magnet. Alice pulled attention because she seemed alive in every direction at once. Jasper pulled it because he seemed to waste none of his at all. "Bella?" Jessica asked, following my gaze with the speed of a bloodhound on a scent. "You are doing the thing." I dragged my eyes back to the table. "What thing?" "The pretending not to look while obviously looking thing." Mike grinned. "To be fair, everybody does that with the Cullens." "That's because everybody here is weird," I said. Jessica laughed. "No, it's because they look like that." I could have argued, but she wasn't wrong in any way that mattered. Across the room, Alice tipped her head toward Jasper and said something too quiet for me to hear. He didn't answer immediately. He just looked at her with that calm, unreadable attention of his, and whatever passed between them in the silence felt more intimate than the noise around them. It wasn't romantic in any obvious way. It was stranger than that. Familiar. Practiced. The kind of closeness that made speech feel optional. Then Alice glanced up and caught me looking. Heat climbed into my face so fast it was practically theatrical. I looked away at once, furious with myself, but not before I saw the quick spark in her expression, not mockery, not triumph, just alertness, as if she'd been waiting to see whether I'd look back. A second later, almost exactly that, Jasper lifted his gaze too. His eyes found me with no visible surprise, no embarrassment, only that same steady focus that made me feel observed without feeling exposed. Something jumped in my chest hard enough to irritate me. Not because I wanted that attention. I didn't. That would have been inconvenient and stupid and much too close to the kind of drama I was trying very hard not to manufacture for myself in a town already determined to misread every breath I took. But there was something about being noticed by Alice that felt bright and dangerous in a way I didn't understand yet, and something about being noticed by Jasper right after that made the whole moment deepen instead of break. I wanted distance from all of it. I also wanted, with humiliating clarity, to know what would happen if I didn't take that distance fast enough. I tried to focus on my food after that. It was the obvious, healthy, socially normal thing to do. Unfortunately, normalcy in forks seemed to have all the structural integrity of wet tissue paper. The moment I stopped looking at the Cullens directly, I became aware of them in every other stupid way instead. Alice's laugh carried farther than it should have, quick and bright and somehow sharper than the noise around it. Jasper didn't speak much, but when he did, the people nearest their table adjusted without seeming to realize they were doing it, as if his quietness changed the air pressure by a degree or two. Jessica noticed me noticing. Of course she did. "So," she said, stabbing a fry at me for emphasis, "which one were you actually looking at?" I frowned at her. "What kind of question is that?" "The extremely reasonable kind." She lowered her voice theatrically. "There are several of them, Bella. This is a cafeteria, not a monastery. Preferences exist." Mike leaned in with unearned confidence. "Most girls go for Edward first." "That feels like a public service announcement, not a fact," I said. Jessica laughed. "He's the obvious one." That was exactly the problem. Edward was obvious. Edward felt constructed for broad social agreement, the kind of boy an entire town could point at and collectively decide was the most beautiful thing in it. But obvious didn't mean compelling. Not to me. Not after biology. Not after that strange, too smooth apology and the way he watched me like he was editing me in real time. Whatever had unsettled me across the last few days, it wasn't him in the way Jessica meant. He registered now mostly as a problem in excellent packaging. "No," I said, before I could decide whether honesty here was a terrible idea. "Not him." Jessica's eyes widened at once. "Really?" Mike looked personally offended on behalf of symmetrical men everywhere. "Then who?" I should have lied. I knew that instantly. There were at least 6 safer answers available to me, including pretending I had suddenly developed a passionate interest in the cafeteria ceiling. Instead, my gaze slid back across the room on pure, self-destructive instinct. Alice was speaking with her hands, quick movements sketching something bright and invisible between her and Emmett. Jasper sat angled slightly toward her, not interrupting, not withdrawing, simply there in the kind of quiet position that made it look less like he was listening and more like he had learned the exact shape of her momentum and never got in its way. Alice drew the eye first. Jasper held it once it landed. Jessica made a tiny sound of victory. I knew it. You absolutely didn't know it, I said. She grinned. Alice is pretty. Pretty was not remotely the right word, but correcting that would have been a catastrophic choice. And Jasper, Mike added, glancing over his shoulder. He's kind of intense. That, irritatingly, was closer. Across the cafeteria, as if she'd felt the weight of her name crossing the room, Alice looked up again. Her eyes found mine almost instantly. Then, one heartbeat later, Jasper's did too. The timing of it hit me low and strange, like a chord struck under my ribs before I had any chance to defend myself, and I hated how quickly my whole body understood the difference between being looked at and being seen. I broke eye contact first, which was sensible and humiliating in equal measure. Jessica was still looking at me like she'd just uncovered a state secret. Mike looked delighted by the possibility of gossip broad enough to survive the entire week. Across the room, Alice had already turned back toward her family, but Jasper's attention lingered a fraction longer before he looked away too, calm and unreadable as ever. The whole thing left me feeling like my pulse had done something embarrassing in public. Well, Jessica said, dragging the word out with obnoxious satisfaction, that was revealing. I hate you, I told her. No, you don't. She leaned in over the table. You definitely don't like Edward. That's the most accurate thing you've said all day. Mike laughed. He grows on people. That sounds fungal, I said. Jessica snorted into her drink, but before she could keep going, a shadow fell across the edge of our table. I looked up and immediately regretted the timing. Edward Cullen stood there with the same careful stillness he seemed to bring everywhere now, one hand resting lightly against the back of an empty chair, expression composed enough to look harmless if you ignored the fact that nothing about him ever felt accidental. Jessica went silent so abruptly it was almost violent. Bella, he said, may I speak with you for a moment? No, absolutely not. But there were rules to this kind of social theater, and apparently one of them was that you couldn't say what you were actually thinking in front of half a cafeteria. Jessica's eyes widened with delighted horror. Mike sat up straighter like he had been personally rewarded by the universe. I set my fork down very carefully. You know, the phrase may I usually suggests that no is an available answer. Something flickered at the corner of Edward's mouth. Is it available? That depends. Are you about to be strange again? Mike made a choking sound that might have been laughter. Jessica pressed both lips together so hard I was amazed they didn't vanish. Edward didn't seem offended, which was not reassuring. I'm trying not to be. That, somehow, was worse than if he'd denied it. I pushed my tray back and stood because there are only so many ways to refuse a conversation before an entire school decides you are in love, at war, or both. Fine, I said. A moment. He stepped aside at once, not crowding me, not touching me, not doing anything I could have pointed to later as objectively wrong. That was part of the problem. He was too controlled now, too exact, every courtesy placed so neatly it felt less like kindness and more like containment. We stopped a few feet from the table, close enough for privacy only in theory. Edward glanced once toward the far side of the cafeteria, and I knew without looking that he was checking whether his family was watching. Then he turned back to me. I wanted to ask whether anyone has been bothering you. The question was so precise, so strangely timed, that every instinct I had tightened at once. People ask that when they care, or when they are trying to get ahead of something. Looking at Edward Cullen's face, I couldn't tell which possibility was more unwelcome. I folded my arms and looked at him steadily. That depends on your definition of bothering. Edward's expression didn't change, but his attention sharpened in that unnerving way of his, as though the answer I gave mattered less than the shape of how I gave it. I mean anyone making you uncomfortable. The almost was what got me. Almost concern. Almost normal. Almost the sort of question a decent person might ask without making my shoulders lock on instinct. But there was something too exact in it, too well timed, like he'd noticed a variable out of place and had come to correct it before anyone else could touch it. That's a broad category, I said. Forks is rich in opportunities. For 1 second I thought he might let that pass as a joke. Instead he said, quietly, I'm serious, Bella. I can tell. I kept my voice even, though irritation was climbing fast now. You do realize this would land better if you weren't the person who spent last week behaving like I carried some kind of infectious disease. Something flickered across his face then, brief and hard to name. Guilt, maybe. Or frustration that I was refusing the script he wanted. I know I handled things badly. That is one interpretation. His eyes held mine too closely. If someone has said anything to you because of me, I want to know. There it was. Not kindness. Management. He wasn't asking what I felt. He was asking what variables had escaped containment. The whole conversation suddenly felt cleaner and colder than before, and with that clarity came a wash of anger sharp enough to settle me. You don't get to audit my social experience, I said. He went very still. That isn't what I'm doing. It feels like it. I let that sit between us for a beat. And for the record, if someone bothers me, I am capable of noticing. Something in his face closed then, not dramatically, just enough to show that whatever answer he had expected, it had not been this one. Of course, he said. The politeness of it made me want to throw something. I stepped back before he could say anything else. Good talk. When I turned, I was already aware of the room again, the noise, the scrape of chairs, Jessica trying and failing to look uninvolved. But my eyes went past all of that automatically, straight to the Cullen table. Alice was watching me. Not with pity, not even with surprise. There was something bright and charged in her face, like she'd seen a spark catch where no one else had noticed the tinder. Then Jasper looked up too, one heartbeat behind her, and the two of them met me with such different kinds of attention that my whole chest tightened around the contrast. Alice felt like motion, invitation, danger. Jasper felt like still water over hidden depth. The jump under my ribs was immediate and infuriating. I wanted distance from all of them. That was the sane response. Edward made my skin crawl in ways I still couldn't fully explain, and Alice and Jasper made something in me lean before I'd given it permission. Standing there in the middle of a cafeteria full of fluorescent light and bad food and teenage noise, I realized with a kind of helpless irritation that wanting distance and wanting their attention were no longer opposite things. Somehow, against all common sense, I wanted both. 6. An old warning. By the time I got home, the cafeteria still hadn't let go of me. Edward's careful questions kept replaying in my head with the same polished wrongness they'd had in person, and every time I tried to think about anything else, my mind slid sideways to Alice's face across the room and Jasper looking up a heartbeat after her. It was irritating enough that I almost welcomed the sight of two unfamiliar trucks parked outside Charlie's house, because at least that was a different problem. Charlie's cruiser sat in the drive beside them, and for a second I just stood there in the rain looking at the red and black trucks trying to decide whether they were supposed to belong to someone I knew. The black one was shiny and new. It didn't feel like it belonged in Forks somehow, but the red one was different. It was ancient, shiny red once upon a time, but now the shine was mostly just a memory, with the broad stubborn shape of something that had survived several owners through sheer refusal to die. When I stepped inside, warmth and coffee hit me first. Charlie looked up from the kitchen table and grinned with a satisfaction that immediately made me suspicious. Billy Black sat beside him with a mug in one hand and the same weathered solidity the reservation seemed to produce in people who belonged to it completely. Next to him, taller than I remembered and somehow both awkward and easy in the way only teenage boys could manage, was Jacob Black. He unfolded from his chair the second I came in, smiling wide enough to turn the whole room friendlier. Bella, Charlie said, far too cheerfully, look who stopped by. Billy nodded at me. Haven't seen you in years. Jacob's grin widened. You probably don't remember me. I remember enough to know you got a lot taller, I said, setting my bag by the door. Which seems rude, considering I was away for 5 minutes. Jacob laughed outright, warm and immediate. Yeah, well, that happens. He had his father's coloring, but none of Billy's measured stillness. Everything about him felt open instead, as if all the guarded tension of Forks had somehow missed him. He glanced toward the window at the truck. So, what do you think? I followed his look. About the truck? Charlie leaned back in his chair with the unmistakable expression of a man waiting to be congratulated for something before he had actually explained it. Your truck, he said. I stared at him. Mine? Billy's mouth tipped at one corner. Jacob was already watching my face like he expected this to go well, and that confidence alone was almost enough to make me suspicious. Charlie spread his hands. Your truck. Happy welcome to Forks Day. I looked back through the window at the rust-red monster in the driveway, then back at Charlie. Does it run? It runs great, Jacob said at once, stepping in with the wounded pride of someone defending a family honor. I rebuilt half of it myself. Well, with Dad. Mostly. It's solid. It's older than I am, I said. That's why it's good, Jacob told me. The newer stuff breaks in ways you can't fix. This one you can keep alive forever if you're stubborn enough. Charlie looked absurdly pleased. See? I went to the window again, because it was easier than dealing with the fact that Charlie had apparently bought me a truck and expected gratitude before basic oxygen. In truth, the thing was so perfectly Forks that I couldn't even hate it. It looked like it belonged in the rain. It looked like it would start in weather that would kill lesser vehicles out of spite. You bought me a truck, I said slowly. Charlie came to stand beside me. Billy gave me a good deal. Billy snorted from the table. Charlie means he wouldn't stop asking. Jacob shoved his hands in his pockets and smiled at me with an ease I already liked. It used to belong to my dad's friend down at La Push. Then it was mine for a while. Then Dad decided Charlie was allowed to keep talking about you needing one until all of us got tired. I looked from Jacob to Billy to Charlie and felt some small, tight place inside me loosen despite the remains of the cafeteria still clinging to my nerves. It's perfect, I said, which startled Charlie enough that I knew he'd been braced for resistance. Terrifying, but perfect. Charlie's whole face softened with relief. Good. Jacob laughed. That's actually the ideal reaction. For a while the room stayed easy. Charlie poured me coffee even though it was late enough that he knew better. Jacob walked me outside to show me the truck properly, talking the entire time in that effortless, unguarded way that made conversation feel less like work and more like weather. He pointed out the replaced starter, the patched bench seat, the strange little quirks that came with age and history and whatever amount of love it took to keep something old moving. I ran my hand along the side panel, rough with chipped paint and time, and felt an unexpected rush of affection for the thing. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't trying to be anything but useful. You really fixed this up? I asked. Jacob shrugged, but there was pride under it. Yeah, it was a mess for a while. Still looks like one, obviously, but now it's a functional mess. That seems like a high standard. It's the best kind, he said. Want to hear the engine? I nodded, and when he turned the key the truck came awake with a grinding stubborn growl that sounded ancient and triumphant all at once. I laughed before I could stop myself. Jacob glanced at me, grinning. See? She's beautiful. She sounds like she eats smaller cars for sport. That's how you know she's healthy. When we went back inside, the air felt different. Not wrong exactly, but quieter in a way that made me notice Billy more sharply. Jacob was still talking as he dropped back into his chair, telling Charlie something about a brake line he wanted to check before I drove the truck alone, and Charlie answered in the tone of a man pretending not to be delighted by practical competence. But Billy wasn't really listening. His attention was on me now with a kind of deliberate calm that made me feel, suddenly and uncomfortably, like I had walked in halfway through a conversation no one had intended me to hear. You settling in all right? He asked. It was a normal question. That was what made the weight inside it noticeable. I took my mug from Charlie and leaned against the counter. More or less, I said. Forks High has a very active interest in my business, but I think that's just the local hobby. Jacob snorted. That sounds about right. Billy nodded once, but his eyes stayed on mine. And the people? There was something too measured in that. I felt it before I understood it. Charlie must have felt it too, because he said, a little too lightly, Bella's doing fine. Define fine, I said, and Jacob grinned into his coffee, but Billy didn't smile. He only looked at me with the same steady attention and asked, making friends? The word friends had edges on it. I set my mug down. Some. Jacob leaned back and looked between us, apparently interested now for different reasons than mine. Forks doesn't have that many options, he said. Unless you've already joined a cult. That explains a lot about the cafeteria, I said. Jacob laughed, Charlie rolled his eyes, and for a second the tension eased enough that I thought maybe I had imagined it. Then Billy said, kids around here talk too much. Charlie's hand tightened once around his mug. Billy ignored him, especially when it comes to families they don't understand. Something in my shoulders went tight. The room still looked ordinary. Rain tapped at the window. The truck sat in the drive like a promise of escape and bad mileage. Jacob was right there, solid and uncomplicated, which should have made everything simpler. Instead I heard myself ask, you mean ghost stories? Jacob looked at me with interest. Charlie looked at Billy with open annoyance. Billy let out a slow breath through his nose. Something like that. Charlie set his mug down harder than necessary. Bella doesn't need local mythology. No, I didn't before, I said, before either of them could close the subject for me. Now I definitely do. Jacob's smile had faded into something more watchful. What's this about? Billy looked at him for a moment, then back at me. Some people are better admired from a distance. That should have sounded vague enough to dismiss. Instead it landed with the unmistakable shape of a warning. I folded my arms. That's a very dramatic thing to say in a kitchen. Jacob frowned slightly. Dad. I'm making conversation, Billy said. You're making Bella curious, Charlie muttered. That's not hard, I said. Mostly people just have to look like they know something and then refuse to say it. That got a brief smile out of Billy, but not a warm one. Fair enough, he said. Then I'll say this much. There are people in this area you should be careful around. Jacob looked genuinely confused now. Who? Charlie closed his eyes for one long second, as if whatever answer came next was already a mistake. Billy kept his gaze on me when he spoke. The small Cullen girl, he said. And the blonde boy who's always beside her. The kitchen went still around that sentence. Rain ticked faintly at the glass. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere outside, water dripped from the eaves in a steady rhythm. Jacob sat forward at once. Alice Cullen? He said, surprise plain in his voice. And Jasper? The fact that he sounded as startled as I felt only made the moment stranger. I set my mug down more carefully than I needed to. Alice, bright and unreadable across the cafeteria. Jasper, looking up half a second after her, steady enough to make my pulse trip over itself. Billy had not warned me about Edward. That should have meant something. The fact that it did mean something was probably not a good sign. That's oddly specific for a general warning, I said. Billy's expression didn't change. Specific warnings are usually the useful kind. Jacob looked between us with increasing disbelief. Dad, what are you talking about? Charlie's chair scraped against the floor as he straightened. That's enough. But now that the subject existed in the room, I couldn't leave it alone. Billy had picked the two names and forks I was least prepared to hear from anyone else's mouth. Why them? I asked. Why Alice and Jasper? Why not the other Cullens? Billy studied me for a moment, and the look in his face changed from caution to something more assessing, as if he had just confirmed a suspicion he hadn't wanted. Because some people are more dangerous than others, dangerous in ways that don't announce themselves properly, he said. And because those two, especially, are always where the trouble starts if you know how to look. Jacob made a quiet sound of frustration. That doesn't mean anything. It means enough, Billy said. To who? Jacob shot back. Bella barely got here. Charlie's voice went flat in a way that changed the whole room. Billy. Billy glanced at him, then back at me. You asked. I answered what I could. What I should have felt was fear. What I did feel was irritation first, then curiosity so immediate it almost cancelled everything else. Billy had drawn a line in front of me and somehow made it impossible not to look at what was on the other side of it. Charlie must have seen some of that on my face, because he said, Bella, don't start, in the tone of a man who knew there was, In fact, something to start. I'm not starting anything, I said. I'm trying to understand why I just got warned off two people who, last I checked, spend most of their time being unnaturally beautiful in public. Jacob barked a laugh before he could stop himself, then looked guilty when Charlie glared at him. Billy looked more amused than offended. Stories don't stop mattering because people get prettier. Sometimes that only makes them easier to forget when they should be remembered. The answer was still maddeningly sideways. I pushed off the counter and came back toward the table, not sitting, just close enough to make it clear I wasn't letting this drift back into harmless small talk. Then remember it plainly, I said. Why Alice? Why Jasper? Jacob was watching his father now with the tense disbelief of someone who had wandered into family history without warning. Charlie looked exhausted already. Billy only folded his hands over his stomach and held my gaze. Because if your attention keeps turning toward the wrong places, sooner or later those places start looking back. The sentence hit me low and strange, because that was already true. Alice had looked back. Jasper had too. And whatever had happened in that cafeteria, it hadn't felt accidental. Billy didn't stay much longer after that. The conversation bent back toward ordinary things with such obvious effort that it only made the strangeness underneath more visible. Jacob went outside once to check something under the hood and came back shaking rain out of his hair, talking about spark plugs in a way that felt almost heroic for how aggressively normal it was. Charlie asked about the roads out near La Push. Billy answered in the same calm, practical voice he'd used when talking about danger. I sat at the table with my coffee cooling between my hands and listened without listening, because once someone had told you to be careful around the small Cullen girl and the blonde boy at her side, there was no simple way to return to your evening. When Billy finally pushed his chair back, Jacob stood automatically to help with the chair and Charlie stood too, relief and irritation fighting quietly across his face. Billy nodded to Charlie first, then turned his attention to me one last time. Bella, he said, pulling his jacket straight, I'm not telling you who to be friends with. That wasn't how it sounded like to me. That's generous of you, I said. Charlie muttered my name under his breath, but Billy only gave me that same crooked almost smile. I'm telling you that some kinds of trouble don't look like trouble until it's too late. Before Charlie could shut the conversation down again, I asked, and if I want to know what kind? Billy held my gaze for a second, then shook his head once. Then you'll ask the wrong people, and they still won't answer straight. Jacob looked at me, then at his father, and said, with helpless honesty, I have no idea what's happening. That makes two of us, I said. Charlie opened the door with more force than necessary. Good night, Billy. Billy wheeled himself toward it. Night, Charlie. Then he looked back at me. Be careful what draws your attention. Jacob paused on the threshold, one hand on the doorframe. For what it's worth, he said, glancing at me with a quick apologetic half-smile, the truck is still a good deal, even if my family's being weird. That broke something in the pressure of the room enough to make me laugh. Noted. He grinned back at me. I'll give you my number next time I see you. In case it starts making a noise that sounds expensive. Based on how it sounds now, that could describe all of them. That's the spirit, he said, and then he was gone into the rain with Billy, the truck door shutting a moment later with a hollow sound that seemed to take the last pretense of casual neighborliness with it. Charlie waited until the engine started before turning to me. Let it go, Bells, he said. Billy talks too much when he gets in one of those moods. I looked at him steadily. That's interesting, I said. Because it seemed more like he stopped too soon. Charlie rubbed a hand over his face. Not everything in this town is your business. That's funny, I said. People keep making me feel like it is. He didn't answer that. He just looked tired in the way adults do when they know more than they want to say and less than they wish they did. After a moment he nodded toward the window. You really like the truck? The shift in subject was obvious, but not unwelcome. I glanced out at the rusted shape in the driveway and felt that same small, surprising affection stir again. I really do. That pleased him enough to soften the whole evening around the edges. Good, he said quietly. You needed something solid. Later, in bed, I replayed the whole conversation until the rain blurred into the edges of my thinking. Jacob's easy warmth. Charlie's satisfaction when I liked the truck. Billy's voice when he said Alice and Jasper's names as if he were placing them inside an older story than anyone else was willing to admit. Anyone sensible would have heard that warning and stepped back. Anyone sane would have taken the hint, enjoyed the truck, made a nice uncomplicated friend out of Jacob Black, and stayed very far away from the bright girl with the impossible eyes and the quiet blonde boy who always seemed to know exactly where to stand. Instead I lay there staring into the dark, thinking of the way Alice caught my eye across a room and Jasper followed half a heartbeat later. Billy had accomplished the exact opposite of what he intended. He hadn't scared me away from something. He had told me there was something there. Worse, he had told me my name was already close enough to it to matter. By the time sleep finally found me, I knew with the kind of certainty that usually meant trouble that I had, in fact, been warned off something. I knew just as surely that I was going to walk toward it anyway. 7. The narrowing. The next morning Bella arrived in a truck so loud, so stubborn, and so perfectly unsuited to every neat little line Forks liked to draw around itself that I loved it on sight. I heard it before I saw it, that grinding old engine complaint rolling across the wet parking lot like the announcement of a challenge, and by the time the faded red shape lurched into view through the rain, half the lot was already looking. Bella climbed out with her hood up and her bag tucked against her side, glanced once at the truck as if still half surprised it belonged to her, and then turned toward the school with that same inward, guarded focus she wore when she thought no one important was paying attention. Edward, of course, was paying attention. He was standing beside his Volvo with Rosalie and Emmett, every line of him composed, every expression placed exactly where he wanted it, and the effort of that control was almost worse than the hunger had been. He didn't move toward Bella. He didn't speak. He only watched her in that bright, fixed way that made his stillness feel less like restraint and more like pressure trapped under glass. Rosalie followed his gaze and said, low enough that a human would never have heard it, he's making this look stranger, not less. I'm aware, I said. Emmett's mouth twitched. You want me to hit him with the car? Gently. That isn't what gently means, Jasper murmured, coming to my side. Emmett shrugged. It depends on the car. Edward's jaw tightened, but he didn't look away from Bella. That was the problem now. Distance should have helped him. Distance should have given him room to recover some sense, to let the initial shock of her blood settle into something survivable. Instead he'd turned staying away into a ritual so intense that it bound him to her more visibly than pursuit would have. Every class he did not share with her became another absence built around her. Every room he entered, he checked first for Bella. Every conversation bent, however briefly, toward whether she had been seen, what she had said, who she had stood near. Jasper felt the shift in me before I spoke. It's worse, he said quietly. Yes, I answered. Across the lot, Bella reached the steps. For one brief second she looked up, not at Edward, but toward us. Toward me. The pull of it went through me hard and bright enough to make the futures tremble. Edward saw that too. I knew he did from the way his posture changed, almost imperceptibly, as though some private thread had just been drawn tighter. He still wasn't coming closer. He still thought distance meant control. But the shape of his attention had changed, and I could already feel the world narrowing around it. By second period Bella had noticed it too. Not the hunger, of course. No human would have named that correctly. But she had begun to feel the shape of Edward's attention, and because she wasn't dazzled by him, because some private wound in her had already taught her the difference between being admired and being managed, she read the wrongness of it far faster than anyone else would have. I caught the shift outside English. The halls were thick with damp jackets, locker doors, and the low human rush of morning rearranging itself between bells. Bella was at her locker with Jessica talking too brightly beside her, both of them half boxed in by passing bodies, when Edward appeared at the far end of the corridor and went still for one brief, unmistakable moment before moving again. He didn't cross directly toward her. That would have looked too obvious. He angled instead through the crowd with that careful, elegant ease of his, as if chance had simply delivered him into her path. Bella saw him coming and her shoulders changed before her face did, not fear exactly, but readiness. Jessica smiled at him at once. Edward, hi. He gave her the polished version of his smile. Jessica. Then he looked at Bella and said, you seem to be enjoying your truck. Bella blinked once, as if the sentence itself irritated her. That's an interesting way to start a conversation. Jessica gave a nervous laugh. I told you everyone noticed it. Edward's expression stayed pleasant, but the pressure under it sharpened. It's memorable. Bella shut her locker and adjusted her books against her chest. So I gathered. From the windows above, rain-muted light ran pale across the corridor floor. I stood at the bend near the stairwell with Jasper beside me, both of us outside human notice, and watched Edward recalibrate in real time. He was trying to sound casual. He was trying to sound interested in the same harmless way boys at school had already learned to sound around pretty girls. But Edward had never needed to practice ordinary interest, and the effort showed in the precision of every word he chose. He said, I only meant that Forks isn't usually improved by dramatic arrivals. Bella looked at him for a beat too long, and when she answered, her voice was courteous enough to pass but cool enough that even Jessica noticed. That depends, she said. Some arrivals are stranger than others. Jessica's eyes flicked between them. Edward's face didn't move, but something in him pulled tighter, a wire drawn another notch. Bella saw that as well. I knew she did because she didn't soften, didn't blush, didn't lean unconsciously toward the kind of beauty most girls mistook for safety. She only studied him with growing caution, as if some instinct she didn't yet trust had already begun whispering that his attention came with conditions. Jasper glanced at me. She feels him pressing. Yes, I said softly, watching Bella step around Edward instead of through him. And she doesn't like it. Once Bella stepped around Edward, I stopped waiting for the day to improve on its own. Edward's silence had become a shape in the air around her, and the more clearly she felt it, the more likely she was to begin folding every Cullen into the same unease. I couldn't allow that. If fear was tightening around my family, then I would have to loosen it by hand, one ordinary moment at a time, until Bella had enough of us to tell the difference between wrongness and refuge. By lunch I'd chosen my first attempt. Not a revelation, not a confession, nothing that would drive her back into caution. Just proximity arranged carefully enough to feel accidental and lightly enough to be survived. Jasper understood before I explained, because of course he did. We were crossing the lot toward the cafeteria when I said, I'm going to speak to Bella without Edward anywhere near her. Jasper glanced sideways at me. That sounds sane. It's also strategic, I said. His mouth shifted, not quite a smile yet. Those two things do overlap for you sometimes. Rarely, so I like to celebrate it when it happens. He let that sit between us for a second, warm and easy, then said, How much pressure do you want taken out of the room? Enough that she doesn't feel cornered, I answered. Not so much that it feels strange. Jasper nodded once. I can do that. The chance came after last period. Rain had thinned to mist, and students were spilling out into the parking lot with the loose, noisy relief of escape. Bella was walking toward her truck alone, head down against the damp, keys already in her hand. I reached the row beside hers with Jasper just as she looked up and saw us there. She stopped for half a beat. Not startled, exactly. Measuring. I turned toward the truck before she could decide to retreat and said, with complete sincerity, I'm obsessed with this. Bella looked from me to the truck and back again. That can't possibly be the right word. It's absolutely the right word, I said, laying a hand against the faded red side panel. It has character. Most cars just have financing. That got the smallest shift at the corner of her mouth, not a smile yet, but close enough to matter. Jasper rested one hand lightly on the roof of the truck and said, It looks like it could survive a war and complain about the quality of the ammunition. Bella's attention moved to him faster than she meant it to. That's either reassuring or deeply threatening. Both, Jasper said. Probably ideal for high school parking lots. She looked at him then with visible caution, but it wasn't the same caution she carried around Edward. This was curiosity holding itself back. Good. Useful. Human enough to build on. I leaned against the truck as if we all belonged there and said, See? We're being neighborly. Forks should be proud of us. Bella looked at me for another second as if trying to decide whether I was serious, and then, very carefully, she said, You know most people see this truck and think tetanus. Most people are weak, I told her. That did it. The smile came quickly enough that I knew she hadn't meant to give it to me, small at first and then unmistakably real, brightening her whole face in a way that hurt for reasons I didn't want to name too soon. It changed her more than any of my visions ever had, not because it made her into someone else, but because it let something buried rise cleanly to the surface. Jasper felt it too. I knew from the quiet shift in the emotional air, the careful easing of all the tension Bella had walked up carrying without quite realizing how much of it was there. Bella touched the truck door with the back of her hand. "It was my dad's grand romantic gesture," she said. "Apparently this counts as father-daughter bonding in Forks." "I respect it," I said. "If someone gave me a dangerous antique and called it love, I'd feel seen." Jasper's mouth curved at that. "That explains a lot about your shopping habits." I turned to him. "You say that like it's criticism." "It is criticism," he said. "It's just not effective." Bella laughed again, quieter this time, but without the flinch that usually followed being drawn into anything warm. "You two always do this?" "Do what?" I asked. "Talk like you're having two different conversations and somehow both of them are the same one." "That's a very generous description," Jasper said. "Most people just call it enabling." Bella's eyes moved to him, and this time she didn't pull away so fast. The caution was still there, but it had changed shape. It wasn't defensive now. It was attentive. She was listening for something in him. Some confirmation of whatever Billy's warning or Edward's strangeness or her own instincts had already started telling her. And instead of danger she found Jasper standing easy beside her ugly, beloved truck. Dry humor in his voice and no pressure in his posture at all. She said, "So you approve of the murder vehicle too?" "I admire commitment," Jasper answered. "This truck looks committed." "To what?" Bella asked. "Outliving everybody who underestimates it," he said. The laugh that escaped her then belonged fully to the moment. No self-protection in it. No apology. Just delight, sudden and unguarded. She leaned back against the truck as if she'd forgotten to hold herself apart, and for one brief, impossible breath she relaxed around both of us at once. The future answered instantly. I saw flashes too fast to sort. Bella at our table. Bella in our house. Bella turning toward my voice and then toward Jasper's with the same instinctive trust. The ease of it struck through me so sharply I almost missed the simplest truth at the center of all of them. I didn't have language for what was happening. I only knew I wanted more of it, and that Bella, standing there in the mist with one hand on her ridiculous red truck, had just taken the first step without even knowing she'd moved. 8. The van. By the next morning Bella's truck had already become part of the school's architecture. It sat in the parking lot like a rusted dare among polished paint and careful chrome. Red only in the way old wounds were still red, and every time Bella crossed toward it, something in the day seemed to sharpen around her. The ease I'd managed to win from her the afternoon before hadn't vanished overnight. That was the part one carried with me into the gray morning, that brief bright laugh, the way she'd leaned back against the truck and forgotten to brace herself. I kept turning it over in my head like something fragile and newly mine, though I knew better than to call it that yet. The rain had frozen in the night and then thinned again by morning, leaving the lot slick under a skin of water that reflected the pale sky back at itself. Human students noticed it only enough to walk more carefully. I noticed it because Bella's future kept shivering every time it crossed that patch of ground near the lower row. Not vanishing, not yet, but flickering in a way I didn't like. Jasper came up beside me as I watched Bella climb out of the truck, shoulders hunched against the cold, one hand still on the door for balance. "You're staring," he said quietly. "I'm monitoring," I corrected. "That's what you call it when it worries you." I looked at him. "That's what I call it when I'm right." His expression warmed, but only briefly. He followed my gaze toward the lot and then went still in his own way. "Ice?" "Yes," I said. "And something else. Her future won't settle." Bella shut the truck door with a solid metal thud and started across the lane with Tyler Crowley angling in too fast behind her in that absurdly cheerful van of his. The shape of the moment should have been simple. Human boy, wet pavement, bad judgment, near miss at worst. Instead the future jumped sideways again, blurred by ice and motion and too many choices colliding at once. I reached for it automatically and caught only fragments, Bella turning, the scream of metal, Tyler's hands jerking the wheel too late. Emmett, a few spaces over, glanced up from where he leaned against Rosalie's car and said, "You look like you hate geometry again." "I hate unpredictability," I said. Rosalie followed my line of sight and frowned. "Crowley's driving too fast." "He always drives too fast," Jasper said, but his voice had changed. Bella took another step. Tyler's van hit the ice. Everything in me moved toward the future at once, and for one awful heartbeat it slipped almost completely out of reach. The van broke loose with a violence so sudden it made the whole world feel stupid for having looked ordinary a second before. Tires screamed uselessly across the ice. Tyler's face changed behind the windshield from careless concentration to pure, helpless terror, and Bella turned at the sound just in time to understand that the danger was real and already too close. The vision slammed back into me in jagged pieces, not a warning now but an impact. Bella crushed between the van and her truck, twisted metal, blood where there should never have been blood, and I then thought was already too slow to matter. I ran. Someone shouted behind me. I think it was Jasper. I think Emmett swore. I only know the sound broke apart under the rush of motion as the lot snapped sharp around me. Every raindrop, every oil-streaked patch of pavement, every human intake of breath suddenly precise. Bella's eyes found mine in the fraction of a second before I reached her, wide with the blank disbelief people wear when death arrives in a shape too stupid to be meaningful. "Bella," I said, and I don't know whether I meant it as warning or reassurance. I hit her hard enough to move her and spun us both sideways into the narrow space between her truck and the sliding van. There wasn't room, not really. There should never have been room. I braced with one shoulder against the red truck and threw my hands toward the van just as it crashed in. Metal shrieked. The force slammed through my arms and down into the frozen ground beneath me. The side of Tyler's van buckled inward under my palms with a heavy, ugly crunch, and Bella's truck rocked violently behind us, shuddering against the weight. For one blinding instant Bella was pressed against the front of me, cold air trapped between us, her heartbeat hammering so fast it almost blurred. The van stopped an inch from her body. An inch, maybe less. Close enough that I could feel the shape of disaster straining against the place where I'd cut it off. The lot erupted all at once after that. Doors opened. Someone screamed. Tyler's engine coughed and died. Jasper was there almost immediately, not close enough to expose himself, but near enough that his voice reached me under the noise with frightening calm. "Alice." "I know," I said, because of course I knew. My hands were still buried in bent metal. Bella stared at the ruined side of the van, then at me, then at the impossible narrowness of the space where she was still alive. Her breath came ragged and fast. "How," she said, the word catching on shock, "did you get here?" I looked at her, at the terror and dawning certainty already opening in her face, and understood with sick clarity that saving her had been the easy part. Before I could answer, Edward was there. He came out of nowhere as far as any human eye was concerned, one instant absent and the next crouched beside the wreckage with his face set into a shape of concern that would have looked convincing to anyone who hadn't already learned how much strain lived under his control. Bella turned toward him at once, shock making her slow but not unseeing, and I felt the exact moment the scene became worse. If I had broken the laws of her world, Edward's arrival a heartbeat later gave her a second impossibility to measure against the first. "Are you hurt?" he asked her, too quickly. Bella blinked hard, trying to drag air back into her lungs. "I'm fine," she said, though she clearly wasn't, and then her eyes cut back to me with that same stunned fixation. "Alice was with me." Edward's gaze flicked to my hands still pressed into the van's caved-in side, then to the distance between where I should have been and where I was. It lasted less than a second, but in him less than a second was enough to reveal a great deal. Horror was there, yes. Relief too. But under both of them was something darker and more private, a sharp sickened recoil that had nothing to do with Bella's danger and everything to do with the fact that I had reached her first. Jasper stepped in then with the kind of timing only centuries of danger could refine into instinct. He came to Bella's other side, calm where the humans around us were beginning to panic in earnest, and said, "Don't try to stand too fast. You took a hard hit." Bella looked at him, then back at me. "I didn't hit the ground," she said. She pushed me. A cluster of students was already rushing toward us, voices stacking over one another in frightened confusion. Tyler had stumbled out of the van white as paper, staring at the damage with the expression of someone who had expected tragedy and arrived instead in the middle of a miracle he didn't deserve. He said Bella's name twice before it came out properly. Edward barely seemed to hear him. His eyes were fixed on the ruined metal under my hands as though he could still feel the shape of what almost happened, and worse, the shape of how I had stopped it. Rosalie reached us at a human pace just fast enough to pass, looked once at the van, and said with crisp disbelief, "Tyler, are you trying to kill people before first period now?" "I couldn't stop," he said, voice breaking. "I hit the ice, I couldn't stop." Bella swallowed and pushed one shaking hand back through her hair. That part one noticed. Edward finally tore his eyes from the wreckage and looked at me properly. What passed across his face then was gone too quickly for any human to read, but I read it easily. He wasn't furious with me. Fury would have been simpler. He was shaken in a way that cut deeper than anger, because he had failed to be what the moment demanded and I had not. Bella saw only the polished surface of him, the beautiful boy arriving late to a disaster. I saw the damage under it, and knew he hated that I had become part of this story in a way he couldn't undo. By the time the teachers arrived, the scene had already hardened into the kind of lie adults preferred, the sort built out of volume and urgency rather than evidence. Mr. Banner came first, slipping on the edge of the ice and catching himself on a nearby hood before hurrying the rest of the way toward us. Coach Clapp was just behind him, face gone pale at the sight of the van lodged against Bella's truck. Human fear has a smell all its own, hot and sharp and immediate, and the parking lot was full of it now. "Everybody back," Coach Clapp barked, waving students away. "Back up, give them room." Mr. Banner crouched beside Bella and said, trying for calm, "Bella, can you move everything? Arms, legs, neck?" Bella didn't answer him right away. She was still looking at me. I'd pulled my hands free from the van by then. The dent I'd left in the metal was ugly enough to explain nothing and obvious enough to explain too much. I could feel Edward watching it. I could feel Jasper reading the whole field of emotion around us and holding it as steady as he could without drawing notice. Bella sat half-turned against the side of her truck, damp hair caught against her cheek, shock still making her look too clear, too focused, as if the accident had stripped away every social instinct except the one that reached for truth. Mr. Banner tried again. "Bella?" She blinked once and dragged her eyes away from me with visible effort. "I can move," she said. "I'm okay." "That's debatable," Edward murmured. Bella's head turned toward him, and some of the dazed passivity left her face at once. I said, "I'm okay." Coach Clapp pointed toward Tyler, who still looked ready to be sick. "Crowley, sit down before you fall down." "I couldn't stop," Tyler said again, voice cracking harder this time. She was there and then she wasn't and I couldn't stop. Rosalie folded her arms and looked at the wreck with chilly contempt. Comforting. Nobody paid enough attention to her tone. That helped. Mr. Banner reached for Bella's wrist, checking for damage with the clumsy care of someone who wanted reassurance more than accuracy. "We're getting you checked anyway." Bella nodded, but she was watching me again before he'd even finished speaking. Not gratefully. Gratitude would have been easier, cleaner, something she could file under luck or instinct or heroics exaggerated by fear. This was different. She looked at me with the stunned, steady certainty of someone who had just seen one rule of the world tear open in daylight and could not force it closed again no matter how badly everyone around her wanted to pretend. Across the wreckage Edward met my eyes for a single second, and the warning in his face was immediate, furious, and afraid. Bella didn't see that part. She only saw me standing by the bent van with wet hair, an untouched body, and nowhere near enough time to have reached her. When the stretcher finally came, she let them lead her away, but she never stopped looking back at me. 9. The story everyone wants. By the time I reached the emergency room, the accident had already stopped being an event and started becoming a story, which was apparently faster and far more efficient than medical treatment. I sat on the edge of a paper-covered bed in a hospital gown that didn't close properly, cold from the knees down and annoyed from the neck up, while adults kept opening the curtain to ask me versions of the same question in tones that suggested they had already chosen the answer they wanted. Charlie arrived looking like someone had driven the van into him personally. He came through the curtain too fast, stopped only when he saw me upright, and put both hands on my shoulders as if checking that I was still assembled correctly. "Bells," he said, his voice rough in a way that made me feel guilty for being conscious. "You all right?" "I'm fine," I said for what felt like the 100th time that morning. He looked me over with the grim concentration of a police chief and a father trying to occupy the same body. "You don't look fine. I don't think anyone looks good in this gown." That got the smallest breath of a laugh out of him, but it vanished almost immediately. Mr. Banner appeared at the edge of the curtain a second later, damp from the weather and still carrying the stunned, over-careful expression of someone who had watched disaster come close enough to leave a mark. "Chief Swan," he said, "the important thing is that she was very lucky." Lucky. That word had started to feel like an insult. Charlie turned toward him. "How close was it?" Mr. Banner hesitated just long enough to make me suspicious. Crowley lost control on the ice. Miss Swan was knocked out of the way before the worst of it. I stared at him. Knocked out of the way by who? His eyes flicked to mine, then away. Everything happened very fast. That's not an answer. The nurse checking my blood pressure tightened the cuff around my arm and said, in the bright voice people use when they want to pretend facts are optional, "Adrenaline makes moments feel strange, sweetheart." I looked at her. I know what strange feels like. This wasn't that. Charlie's mouth flattened. "Bella." "No," I said, because now irritation was all that was keeping me from shaking. Everybody keeps saying things like fast, and lucky, and knocked. Like that explains why Tyler's van is folded in half and I'm not. Mr. Banner cleared his throat. "The important thing is that you're safe." That was when I understood the real problem. None of them wanted what happened. They wanted a version of what happened that fit inside the size of their own comfort. Out in the hall I could hear pieces of other versions already multiplying. Tyler saying he couldn't stop. A nurse repeating that teenagers drove too fast. Someone else mentioning ice like it was an answer instead of a setting. Every explanation sounded thinner than the last, and not one of them came close to the truth sitting sharp and impossible in the center of my mind. Alice had reached me. Alice had stopped the van. And the more everyone tried to talk around that, the more ridiculous they sounded. Once Mr. Banner left, the room got quieter but not calmer. Charlie stayed long enough to glare at the nurse, answer 2 questions for me that I was perfectly capable of answering myself, and promise he'd only be gone for a minute while he spoke to someone at the front desk. The instant the curtain swung shut behind him, the whole little cubicle seemed to exhale around his absence. I sat there listening to the soft hospital noises beyond the fabric walls and tried, unsuccessfully, to reconstruct the accident in a way that obeyed physics. It didn't. That was the problem. I could replay Tyler's van sliding, the scream of tires, the shock on his face, the cold air in my lungs. I could replay Alice reaching me, the impact of her body against mine, the way the world had seemed to tilt sideways just before the van hit. What I couldn't do was make the timing work. She had been too far away. She had gotten to me too fast. And the van itself, folded inward at the side like something giant-handed had struck it, refused to fit inside any explanation people kept trying to hand me. The curtain shifted, and for one stupid hopeful second I thought it might be a doctor with answers. Instead Edward stepped in looking composed enough to be insulting. His hair was damp from the weather, his expression carefully arranged, and under normal circumstances I might have been distracted by how beautiful he was. Under the current circumstances I was mostly irritated that he appeared to have recovered from nearly watching me die better than I had. He stopped beside the bed. "How are you feeling?" "Like everyone in town got together and agreed to lie badly," I said. His mouth tightened at that. "You're upset. That's a fascinating diagnosis." He glanced toward the curtain as if checking whether Charlie was close enough to hear. "Bella, accidents happen quickly. People remember them wrong all the time." There it was again, the same polished pressure I'd felt from him at school, only now it had been sharpened by urgency. I looked up at him and said, "I remember Alice." His face didn't change much, but something in it hardened. "You were frightened. You may have seen things out of order." "No," I said, more quietly than before, because anger had suddenly become less useful than certainty. "I saw her." He opened his mouth, probably to tell me another elegant version of reality I was supposed to accept, but the curtain moved again before he could. Alice stepped into the room with Jasper just behind her, and whatever Edward had been about to say died instantly. Relief hit me so fast it was almost embarrassing. It wasn't just that I wanted answers. It was that the sight of them made the whole room feel more honest. Alice's eyes went straight to me first, quick and bright and intent in a way that didn't feel clinical or corrective. "You look better than you have any right to," she said, as if we were already in the middle of a conversation no one else had been invited to. Jasper came to stand at her shoulder, quiet and steady as ever. "That gown is trying to kill the mood," he said. Against all reason, I laughed. Edward went very still, and in that moment I knew something with complete, unreasonable clarity. I should probably have cared most about impossible speed, bent metal, and whether my sanity was still intact. Instead, what I wanted, more than any official answer, was the truth from Alice and Jasper. Somehow that felt more important than the secret itself. The room didn't get quieter when Alice and Jasper came in. It got more charged, as if all the loose electricity in the day had suddenly found somewhere specific to gather. Edward moved back half a step to make space for them, which should have looked polite. Instead, it felt controlled in the same way everything around him had started to feel controlled, like even his courtesy had been arranged in advance for effect. Alice ignored that completely. She came straight to the side of my bed and looked at me with such open concern that for one strange second I wanted to apologize for nearly being crushed in front of her. "You scared me," she said, and there was nothing theatrical in it. "I noticed," I said. Her mouth softened. "Good." Jasper stayed just behind her shoulder, close enough to matter without crowding the bed. The air around me eased a little, not enough to feel unnatural, just enough that I realized only then how tightly wound I'd been since the parking lot. Edward had gone silent, not withdrawn exactly, more like he'd chosen stillness the way some people chose an argument, and that was somehow worse. I looked at Alice and said, because there wasn't any point pretending otherwise, "You stopped the van." Her eyes flicked to Edward for the briefest instant, then back to me. She could have lied. She could have smiled and called me confused, or repeated what everyone else had already decided I ought to believe. Instead, she tilted her head a little, studying me with a brightness that felt almost fond, and said, "You really don't miss much, do you? No one else is saying anything that makes sense." "That's because sense is having a difficult day," Jasper said dryly. A laugh almost escaped me, but the question stayed where it was. "How did you do it?" Alice leaned one hand lightly against the rail of the bed. "Can I ask you for something first?" That changed the pressure in the room at once. Edward didn't move, but I felt him listening more sharply. I nodded anyway. Alice's voice dropped just enough to make the moment feel private without turning it solemn. "Please don't tell people about my impossible parking lot talents," she said. "I'd hate to lose my mystery, and adults are terrible with anything that sounds like superpowers." I stared at her. "That's your explanation?" "No," she said, and now there was something gentler under the lightness, something deliberate and real. "It's my, for now, request. Let it be for now. I'll explain what I can later." The words landed so cleanly that I almost stopped breathing. She wasn't asking me to doubt myself. She was asking me to trust her. That was very different, and much harder to resist. Before I could answer, Edward said, very quietly, "Bella should rest." Something in the way he said it made me look at him. He wasn't angry, at least not in any ordinary way. That would have been easier to understand. Instead, he'd gone cold and smooth and unreadable. His voice flattened down until it carried no emotion at all. Somehow that was worse. Anger had edges. This felt like a door closing. I looked back at Alice. "Later?" I asked. Her smile this time was small and immediate. "Later," she promised. Charlie came back before I could say anything else, carrying a clipboard he clearly resented and the particular expression he wore when bureaucracy had the nerve to exist near his family. Alice stepped back just enough to make room for him, but not far enough to feel gone. Jasper shifted with her, quiet and self-contained, and Edward had already moved into one of those careful positions where he could pretend he wasn't part of the pressure while somehow increasing it anyway. Charlie looked from me to the Cullens and said, "Am I interrupting something?" "Only a terrible attempt to convince me I'm fine," I said. "That's my job," he replied. Alice smiled at him with such effortless brightness it should have been suspicious, but somehow wasn't. She's being difficult, she said. I'm being accurate. Charlie snorted softly and set the clipboard down at the foot of the bed. The doctor says you're lucky. Bruised, shaken up, but no breaks. They want to keep you a little longer, then I can take you home. Home sounded good in theory. In practice it meant leaving with no answers except the one Alice had pressed so lightly into my hands that I still felt its shape. Ours for now. I'll explain what I can later. It should have frustrated me. Instead it sat somewhere under my ribs like a promise. Edward Said, that's probably best. I looked at him. His voice was calm, but something about that calm made my skin tighten. After the accident he had gone quieter rather than louder, and that quiet felt less like relief than retreat, as if he'd stepped back from a fire only to keep watching it burn. It made him harder to read, not easier. Charlie followed my glance and frowned slightly. You kids don't need to stay. Bella's all right. Alice's eyes flicked to me before she answered. I know, she said. I just wanted to see her myself. That did something strange to my chest, small and immediate. Jasper must have seen some trace of it on my face, because his mouth softened at one corner. We'll let you escape the hospital before it tries anything else dramatic, he said. That gown already made an attempt, I said. It was losing, he answered. Charlie gave him a puzzled look, like he couldn't decide whether Jasper Hale was joking or simply odd. Alice laughed under her breath and then leaned in just enough that the movement felt meant for me alone. Rest, she said lightly. And remember, I'm very invested in preserving my ridiculous reputation. Our secret, I said before I could think better of it. Her smile changed, becoming smaller and somehow warmer. Exactly. Then she stepped back, Jasper with her, and for one impossible second the room felt emptier than it had any right to. Edward lingered half a moment longer, his gaze moving from me to Alice and back again, something shuddered and unhappy passing through it before he turned away. By the time they were gone and the curtain settled behind them, I knew the van had changed more than one morning in a parking lot. Whatever had happened out there had pushed me across some invisible line. The school would turn it into rumors, the adults into paperwork, and Tyler into a cautionary tale about ice. But none of that was the real story. The real story was that Alice had reached me, Jasper had steadied the room around her, and I was no longer standing outside whatever the Cullens were. Most of all, I wasn't outside Alice and Jasper anymore. 10. The hospital distance. By late afternoon I'd exhausted every respectable reason for not going back to the hospital and started inventing less respectable ones. Carlyle suggested restraint with the kind patience that meant he already knew I wasn't going to listen. Esme asked whether I was bringing flowers, as if I were making an ordinary social call instead of orbiting a human girl whose future kept flaring and vanishing every time my feelings got too involved with her. In the end I chose the safest possible pretext and arrived with a small stack of schoolwork, a clean sweatshirt Esme insisted Bella would prefer to hospital air, and a smile bright enough to look harmless from across a parking lot. Charlie met me outside her room with a paper cup in one hand and suspicion settled across his face like weather that had decided to stay for the evening. You again, he said, not unfriendly, but nowhere near easy. I know, I said, lifting the folder a little. It's a terrible burden, being this committed to academic continuity. His eyes dropped to the sweatshirt folded over my arm. And the homework requires warm clothes too? It does when the school nurse is dramatic and the weather is rude. That nearly got him. Not quite, but nearly. His mustache did that jumping thing for a bit. He shook his head once, tired more than hostile. She's supposed to rest. I can be restful, I said. I'm excellent at being soothing. Charlie looked at me, and I could feel how badly he wanted the world to go back to a size he understood. He sighed. 5 minutes, he said at last. And no excitement. I'll be heartbreakingly dull. Bella was awake when I stepped through the curtain, sitting propped against her pillows with the remote in one hand and the television muted like she'd already decided nothing in the room deserved sound. She turned at once when she saw me, and the expression that crossed her face was so immediate, so relieved before she could hide it, that I had to steady myself before I smiled back. You came back, she said. Obviously I came, I said, moving to her bedside. You got flattened by a van. That puts certain social obligations on me. Her gaze went to the sweatshirt, then the folder, then back to my face. Is this all part of the cover story? I laughed softly and set everything down on the chair beside her bed. Partly. Charlie likes props. They make me look less like a suspiciously persistent menace. You do seem dangerously prepared. I try to be believable. That drew a small smile from her, but it faded quickly. What stayed behind it was sharper and more intent. Bella looked at me the way people look at something they've already decided is impossible and can't stop wanting anyway. Everyone keeps explaining the accident, like I'm delusional, she said quietly. You're the only one who hasn't. That was the moment I understood the true shape of the room. She wasn't waiting for reassurance. She was waiting for me to believe her. For half a second, I considered doing the reckless thing and answering her plainly, or at least as plainly as any of this could be answered without shattering the careful little world everyone else was still pretending to preserve around her. Bella watched me with that bruised, stubborn concentration that made lying feel really ugly. I just opened my mouth when the curtain shifted again and Charlie came back in with the expression of a man who trusted almost nothing happening in his daughter's vicinity. He looked from Bella to me and then to the untouched television. You two all right in here? Bella didn't take her eyes off me when she answered. That depends on whether Alice is about to become mysteriously unhelpful. Charlie's attention sharpened immediately. About what? I smiled before Bella could decide how honest to be. About schoolwork, I said, touching the folder on the chair. She's suspicious that I've weaponized homework for personal gain. Bella turned her head at that and gave me a look that was much too perceptive for someone who'd nearly been killed before lunch. Charlie, unfortunately, was perceptive too. He set his paper cup down on the windowsill and folded his arms. You were there, he said. In the parking lot. It wasn't really a question. I nodded anyway. Yes. And you got to her fast. There were men who asked questions to gather facts and men who asked questions to test the shape of another person. Charlie Swan, unsurprisingly, was both. I could feel Bella go still beside me, not with fear exactly, but with the alertness of someone who had finally heard the conversation she wanted begin. I kept my expression open and harmless. Fast enough to be useful, I said. Charlie studied me for a long moment. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Bella said, so am I. I liked him a little more then, which was inconvenient but true. He wasn't only suspicious because the story failed to make sense. He was suspicious because his daughter had been hurt and every adult around her had responded by reducing the truth until it fit comfortably in their mouths. He wasn't willing to do that, not entirely. Gratitude and distrust sat together on him without softening either one. I appreciate that you helped, he said at last, and every word sounded chosen. I do. But I'd appreciate it more if I understood what happened. That makes two of us, Bella said. I let a small breath of laughter soften the room before it could lock too hard around us. Chief Swan, I said, if it helps, I'm not especially thrilled by mystery either. It's very inefficient. One corner of his mouth moved despite himself, but the suspicion stayed exactly where it was. Good, I thought. It should. He was grateful because I'd reached Bella. He was wary because he had eyes. Reasonable men should be both. And watching him stand there, tired, protective, and entirely unconvinced, I found myself liking him more for not making my job easy. Charlie's mouth almost softened at that, but before he could decide whether to answer me or keep distrusting me on principle, a nurse appeared at the curtain with a clipboard and the brisk, unromantic energy of someone who believed all human problems could be solved by discharge forms. Chief Swan, she said, if you want to sign these now, I can finish processing her release. Charlie looked at Bella at once. You okay if I step out for a minute? Bella gave him a look that suggested she was not, in fact, 6 years old, but she nodded anyway. I'll try not to escape. You do that, he said, pointing at her once before turning to me. 5 minutes is becoming a very flexible concept. I'm trying to be memorable, I said. That's what worries me. He took the clipboard from the nurse and went with her, though not before giving me one last measured glance that managed to include gratitude, suspicion, and a warning not to test his patience twice in the same hour. The curtain settled behind him, and the room changed again. Not looser, exactly. More private. Bella looked at me for a moment without speaking, her expression thoughtful in a way that felt heavier than the room ought to allow. I'd been looked at in admiration, curiosity, envy, irritation, and hunger. This was different. She watched me the way people watched things they wanted permission to believe in, and because I was me, because I had all the grace of a falling chandelier where Bella Swan was concerned, I immediately had to resist the urge to say something frivolous just to break the intensity of it. Instead, she said, "You keep answering questions without answering them." "I answer beautifully," I said. "You just prefer inconvenient versions of the truth. I prefer actual ones. That does complicate matters." Her mouth curved, but only a little. "You're impossible." "You noticed." For a second the quiet between us felt almost easy. Then Bella looked toward the folded sweatshirt on the chair and said, as if the thought had been circling for a while before finding words, "Was Jasper with you?" The question was light on the surface and not light at all underneath. I felt it before I understood it. Bella kept her gaze on me when she asked, but there was something newly careful in her expression, something that sharpened my attention so fast it almost hurt. "Not this time," I said. "Why?" She shrugged, but badly. "No reason. He just..." She stopped, frowned faintly, and tried again. "He makes things calmer." I went very still inside myself. Bella noticed, because of course she did. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," I said, which was a lie, but a delighted one. "I'm just having a very interesting afternoon." Her eyes narrowed. "That sounds ominous." "No," I said softly, looking at her in a way I couldn't quite help. "Not ominous." Bella kept looking at me like she knew there was a meaning hidden somewhere just behind my face and had every intention of finding it. I could usually survive being watched. By Bella, I was discovering, survival became a much less reliable skill. Before I could decide whether to say something clever or something honest enough to be dangerous, Charlie pushed back through the curtain with the clipboard in hand and the unmistakable air of a man who'd completed paperwork under protest. "They're letting you go," he said to Bella. "A nurse is bringing final instructions, which I assume will mostly consist of telling you not to get hit by any more vehicles today." Bella glanced up at him. "That seems manageable. I'd like a stronger commitment than that." "I'll do my best." Charlie gave her a look that said he was unconvinced by her best in general, then shifted his attention to me. "Visiting hours are apparently a flexible social construct now, but we're done for today." "Understood," I said easily, though I was already regretting it. Bella's eyes came back to mine at once. "You're leaving?" There was nothing dramatic in the words, but I felt them all the same. Charlie heard it too. His expression changed by a fraction, not softening exactly, but adjusting around some new piece of information he hadn't expected to be handed. I smiled at Bella because anything else would have given too much away. "You're being discharged," I said. "That means I have to let you escape with your dignity intact." I think the dignity was lost with the gown. That was never going to survive. She almost smiled, but the question in her stayed visible. "Will you tell me later?" Charlie looked between us again, alert now for reasons he probably hadn't sorted into words yet. I kept my voice light, but not false. "Yes," I said. "Later." Bella studied me one more second and then, quieter, said, "Tell Jasper I said thank you anyway." The room went strangely still inside me. Charlie frowned faintly, probably because he hadn't been expecting another Cullen to matter in this conversation at all. I didn't let myself react beyond the smallest tilt of my head. "I will," I said. A nurse arrived with discharge papers and instructions, and the social pressure of the room rearranged itself around signatures, prescriptions, and Charlie's practical irritation at all of it. I used the moment to step back, tell Bella to try not to terrify the local motorists, and make my exit before I did something foolish like stay. But just before I reached the parking lot, a vision brushed across me so softly I almost missed it. Bella was at home, her room dim with evening, speaking into the quiet as if testing the shape of something precious and dangerous at once. "Alice," she said first, and then after a pause that felt like breath-catching, "Jasper." That little vision followed me all the way home like a pulse. 11. La Push. By Saturday morning I'd had just enough time to be sore, restless, and impossible company for myself. Charlie, who believed fresh air solved most human problems short of gunshot wounds, had looked mildly triumphant when the beach trip came up. "You need to get out of the house," he said over breakfast, sliding the truck keys across the table with all the solemnity of a state transfer. "Just don't do anything stupid." "I was planning a quiet day of reckless endangerment," I said. He snorted into his coffee. "Save it for next week." So I ended up in the school parking lot under a sky the color of wet cement, watching Mike and Eric argue over a cooler that appeared to contain nothing of value except soda and wounded male pride. Jessica was talking without interruption. Angela was smiling in the patient way of someone long resigned to Jessica's momentum, and for a few minutes the whole thing felt exactly like what it was supposed to be. A slightly disorganized school outing full of damp jackets, too much noise, and the kind of social effort that counted as normal teenage life in every movie I'd ever failed to resemble. Mike came over while I was leaning against the truck and said, "You feeling okay?" "After the van thing, I mean." "I'm fine," I said, which was the official answer and not entirely untrue. He studied my face like he wanted proof. "You sure you should be out here?" Before I could answer, Jessica cut in from behind him. "Bella survived a near-death experience and still has better skin than I do. I think she'll manage a beach." She hooked her arm through Angela's and gave me a quick, sharp grin. "Besides, this is educational. We're all going to freeze together." "Nothing says friendship like shared misery," I said. "Exactly," Angela replied, and that small, easy answer settled something in me I hadn't realized was tight. The drive out to La Push started in chatter and bad radio reception. It stayed ordinary long enough that I almost let myself believe the day would remain safely inside those boundaries. But the farther we went, the stranger the landscape became, not dramatic exactly, just older. The trees grew denser, the road narrower, and the ocean smell came in cold and mineral through the cracked windows. By the time we parked and started picking our way over driftwood toward the beach, the air itself felt different, as if we'd crossed into a place that had no interest in performing normalcy for visitors. Jessica shivered and pulled her jacket tighter. "Why does this place feel haunted already?" Eric laughed. "Because you saw one wet log and decided it was a curse." Mike pointed farther down the beach where a small group of local boys stood near the waterline. "Relax. The scariest thing here is probably them." I followed his glance, and something in me sharpened at once. I didn't know why yet. I only knew that the day had begun as a school trip and was turning, quietly and unmistakably, into something else. One of the boys broke away from the group and started toward us with the kind of easy confidence that made the others look suddenly younger by comparison. He was taller than I remembered, though remembering him at all took me a second. When we were kids, Jacob Black had been mostly elbows, shy laughter, and too much hair. The version walking toward us now still had the hair, but the awkwardness had thinned out somewhere along the way. He moved like he belonged here completely, which on that beach seemed to count for more than looking impressive ever could. He stopped in front of me and grinned. "Hey Bella Swan." I laughed before I could help it. "Hey Jacob Black." His grin widened. "That bad, huh?" "No," I said, still looking at him. "Did you get taller?" He put a hand to his chest with mock solemnity. "I was hoping for distinguished." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." That made him laugh, warm and immediate, and something in me loosened before I decided whether it should. Mike had drifted closer on my left with the careful expression of someone who wanted to seem casual while absolutely not feeling casual. Jacob noticed him, noticed all of them, and somehow still made it feel like the conversation belonged to me instead of turning it into a performance. "How's Billy?" Still talking about Charlie buying the wrong kind of fishing line in 1998, so I assume the friendship remains solid. "That sounds like Billy," I said. "Charlie still talks about him like they're one argument away from proving they actually like each other." "That's exactly right." Jacob glanced toward the others and then back at me. "You here for the thrilling local attractions? Wet rocks, aggressive wind, and the strong possibility of sand in places no one wants sand?" Jessica, who had no real resistance to charm in any form, smiled at that. "Finally, a tour guide who tells the truth." Jacob dipped his head in her direction with exaggerated courtesy. "I believe in honest advertising." Mike said, "We're doing fine on our own." Jacob looked at him without offense and somehow made that more disarming. I'm sure you are. I should probably have been paying more attention to the strange pressure of the place, to the old feeling in the air and the way the ocean sounded harsher here than it did in postcards. Instead I found myself watching Jacob's face while he talked, trying to place why being around him felt so uncomplicated. He wasn't careful the way everyone in Forks seemed careful. He wasn't trying to impress me, fix me, or explain my own life back to me in a more flattering version. He was just there, warm and open and entirely untroubled by his own presence. He shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "Come on. I'll show you where the good driftwood is before your friends decide this qualifies as wilderness survival." And because the day had already started shifting under my feet, and because Jacob somehow felt like the one person on that beach who wasn't hiding anything at all, I went. Jacob led me down the beach with the kind of unconscious ease that made everyone else feel like they were visiting while he was simply existing. The others stayed behind in a loose, noisy cluster around the driftwood, their voices rising and falling under the wind, but with every few steps the sound thinned out until it was mostly the ocean and Jacob beside me. He pointed out tide pools, a half-buried length of bleached wood big enough to count as furniture, and one enormous rock he claimed was famous locally for twisting ankles and ruining dignity. "That one has history," he said, nodding toward it. "Couple summers ago Embry wiped out on it in front of 3 girls and tried to play dead until they left." "That's a solid strategy," I said. "Hard to embarrass a corpse." Jacob laughed. "See, you understand survival." I climbed over a slick stretch of stones a little more carefully than my pride preferred, and he reached out automatically when my boot skidded. His hand closed around my elbow for half a second, warm and steady, and then he let go without making the moment awkward. That, more than anything, was what made him easy. He didn't perform concern. He just did what was needed and moved on. When we reached a long fallen tree turned silver by salt and time, he dropped onto it and looked at me expectantly. "Sit. This is the part where I pretend I know local history and make things up if I get bored." That sounds suspiciously like Charlie explaining fishing. Then I'm basically family already. I sat beside him and looked out at the water. Up close the beach felt even older, less like scenery and more like something that had been here long before anyone bothered naming it. Jacob followed my gaze and for a second his grin softened into something quieter. "It gets to people," he said. "La push, I mean. Even when you grow up with it, it still feels like it belongs to itself." "That's exactly what it feels like," I said, surprised. He looked pleased in a way that was somehow boyish and not immature. "Most people just say it's cold." "It is cold." "True. We contain multitudes." I laughed, and the sound came easier than it had in days. Maybe longer than that. Jacob didn't ask careful questions the way everyone in Forks seemed to. He didn't look at me like I was fragile, mysterious, or in need of management. He just talked, and listened when I answered, and filled the silences like he trusted them not to turn against him. After the week I'd had, that felt almost unnaturally kind. He glanced sideways at me. "So, Forks treating you okay?" I thought of the hospital, the parking lot, Alice's eyes, Jasper's calm, and Edward's increasingly wrong silence. "That depends," I said. "Are we grading on a curve?" Jacob's smile thinned just a little, not disappearing, but changing shape. "That bad?" I looked out at the gray water again. "That's strange." Something in his expression sharpened then, as if I'd stepped onto ground he recognized better than I did. For a moment Jacob said nothing. The wind moved his hair across his forehead, and he pushed it back absently, still looking at me with a seriousness that hadn't been there a minute before. It didn't make him seem older exactly. It made him seem more local, as if the beach itself had stepped a little closer through him. "Strange how?" he asked. I could have lied. Everyone else in Forks seemed committed to that as a lifestyle. Instead I picked at the damp grain of the driftwood beneath my hand and said, "The Cullens." That did it. The shift in him was small, but it was real. He didn't flinch, didn't overreact, didn't do anything dramatic enough to make me dismiss it. His mouth just flattened a little, and when he answered, his voice had lost some of its easy warmth. "What about them?" I watched the water hit the rocks and break white. "People keep talking around them. My dad's friends, the teachers, everybody. And after this week, I hesitated, then looked at him. Do people here know something I don't? Jacob let out a breath through his nose, half laugh and half not. That depends on how much you like old stories. I'm starting to think I like them better than new lies. That won a quick grin out of him, but it faded fast. He leaned forward, forearms on his knees, and looked out at the ocean as if that made the words easier to say. The Quileutes have stories, he said. Old ones. About things in the woods, things that aren't exactly people anymore. My great-granddad used to tell them to scare little kids into staying close to home. Did it work? On me? Not really. I asked too many questions. That sounds familiar. He glanced at me with the smallest returning warmth. Yeah, I had a feeling. Then his expression sobered again. Some of those stories mention a group we were supposed to keep away from our land. Cold ones. Beautiful, dangerous, not human. Supposedly there was some kind of agreement a long time ago. The air seemed to tighten around me. You're serious? He shrugged one shoulder, but not carelessly. It's a story. That's the official line, anyway. Official? Jacob's mouth twitched. You really don't let things go. No one's accused me of that honestly. He laughed under his breath, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded scrap of paper. Here, he said, handing it to me. My number. In case you decide you need a local historian with low standards and too much free time. I took it and tucked it into my jacket pocket before the wind could steal it. That's a very specific service. I aim to niche market. By the time we walked back toward the others, the beach hadn't changed at all. It was still gray, cold, and old enough to make the world feel thinner at the edges. But something in me had changed with it. I had Jacob's number in my pocket, a tribal story in my head, and the unshakable sense that Alice and Jasper were somehow tied to both. The wolves, the Cullens, and whatever was waiting just beyond the edge of ordinary life were beginning to knot together, and whether that should have scared me more than it did was a question for later. 12. Invitations. By Monday morning Bella had a tribal ghost story in her head, Jacob Black's number in her pocket, and a new way of looking at my family that made the futures around school come alive like struck glass. I saw her step out of the red truck with her shoulders set a little too carefully, not frightened exactly, but braced in that quiet human way that always made me want to go to her faster than wisdom recommended. The old stories from La Poche had done what stories always do when they land in the right place. They hadn't answered anything. They had simply made every existing mystery feel sharper. I reached her before first period because if I waited any longer, I would only overthink it, and overthinking Bella was becoming one of my least useful habits. She was at her locker, fighting with a chemistry book that had apparently developed personal objections to shelving. I leaned against the metal beside her and said, "You know, most people just use lockers for storage. You're bringing a surprising amount of emotional conflict to the arrangement." Bella startled, then looked at me, and the immediate change in her face was subtle enough that only someone watching for it would have caught it. The tension didn't disappear, but it loosened. "I like to make school supplies feel important," she said. "It helps with morale." "That's very generous of you." She huffed a laugh and tried again with the book. This time it went in. "There," she said, "a triumph for public education. For you, maybe." The locker looks shaken. Bella shut the door and turned toward me fully then, and I could feel the whole test of the moment in the space between us. No spectacle. No impossible parking lot. No secrets laid bare in fluorescent lighting. Just me, speaking to her plainly enough to let her decide whether plainness was something she could trust. "How was the beach?" I asked. "Cold," Bella said. Stunning insight. I also learned there are wet rocks, aggressive wind, and several people in Forks committed to making every answer worse than the original question. That nearly made me laugh in earnest. "See? This is why I keep finding you interesting." Her eyes narrowed a little, but not defensively. Thoughtfully. "Keep finding me interesting?" I tipped my head. "Bella, you're very funny for someone who keeps acting surprised by it." Color rose faintly in her face, and the sight of it did unhelpful things to my self-control. "I'm not acting surprised," she said. "I'm just suspicious of compliments from suspiciously elegant people." "That's fair," I said. "For the record, I'm trying to be friendly, not alarming." She looked at me for one long second, and when she answered her voice had gone quieter in a way that mattered more than volume should have. You're better at the first one. It was such a small gift of honesty that I felt it like a hand in mine. The bell hadn't rung yet. The hallway was still full. Nothing about the moment looked remarkable from the outside. But Bella had relaxed around me, just a little, and I knew at once I would build from that inch of trust as carefully as if it were the beginning of a bridge. The first bell rang then, and the hallway began its usual ritual of slamming metal, shouted excuses, and students accelerating only after they were already late. Bella glanced toward her classroom, then back at me, and I saw the old instinct flicker across her face, that brief preparation to retreat before anyone could ask too much of her. It was quick, practiced, and so familiar in its shape that it tightened something in me. Go, I said lightly. I'd hate for your academic triumph over the locker to be wasted by truancy. She adjusted the strap of her bag and gave me a look that had more amusement in it than caution now. You make a compelling argument. It's a gift. Bella started to turn away, then paused. Alice? I liked the way she said my name far too much for my own good. Yes? That thoughtful crease appeared between her brows again. Thanks. For not being weird this morning. I put a hand to my chest in wounded elegance. Bella, that may be the least flattering compliment I've ever received. She almost smiled. You survived it. Barely. That did it. She laughed, quick and real, and the sound stayed with me long after she disappeared into class. I saw her twice more before lunch, once in the corridor between English and trigonometry, and once outside the library where she was balancing too many books against one hip with the martyrdom of someone who refused to admit the load was excessive. The second time I stepped in before gravity could embarrass her. I took the top 2 books from the pile and said, "Is this an educational institution or a punishment exercise?" Bella looked up at me without flinching this time, which was progress substantial enough to count as treasure. I'm beginning to think the distinction is mostly philosophical. Good answer, I said, falling into step beside her. Were you always like this, or did Forks bring out your hostility toward cheerful systems? That got a dry look out of her. I'm not hostile toward cheerful systems. I'm suspicious of them. They always want something. I turned that over and felt the quiet edge under it. That sounds uncomfortably specific. She shifted the remaining books in her arms. Maybe I have a lot of experience with people pretending things are fine when what they really mean is convenient. There it was, not a confession exactly, but a piece of truth offered without decoration. I matched her pace and kept my voice easy. That's a miserable skill to have to learn. Bella glanced at me, measuring. You say that like you know. I know what it looks like, I said, and that was true enough to be safe. For a second her expression changed, not softening, but opening. Then she said, well, for the record, you're less exhausting than most people. I laughed before I could stop myself. Bella Swan, your gift for praise is astonishing. She shrugged, but there was warmth in it now. I'm trying to be friendly. And because she was, cautiously and in her own wounded, funny way, I realized I wanted to hear every difficult, dry-edged thing she had not yet decided to say. By lunch the whole morning had started to feel like a pattern instead of an accident. Bella didn't seek me out exactly, but she stopped fleeing when I appeared, which in human terms could mean anything from cautious tolerance to a minor miracle. For Bella Swan, I was beginning to suspect it leaned toward the second. I found her standing just outside the cafeteria doors with her tray held like a shield and the unmistakable expression of someone preparing to endure a room rather than enter it. You look like you're considering escape through a ventilation system, I said, coming up beside her. Bella glanced at me, then at the cafeteria. I'm evaluating all available exits. That's sensible. Lunch is one of the school's more aggressive social experiments. She exhaled something just short of a laugh. See, this is why you're dangerous. You keep sounding reasonable. I contain multitudes. That's what serial killers say before they get interesting documentaries. I laughed outright at that, and the last of the stiffness in her shoulders eased. Come sit with us, I said, keeping my tone light enough that she could refuse without feeling cornered. We don't bite during school hours. Bella looked at me sidelong. That was either comforting or the opposite. I'll let you decide later. The hesitation that crossed her face wasn't really about fear. I could see that much now. It was habit, the expectation that entering a room already full of beautiful people would turn her into either background or spectacle. I knew that look. I'd seen versions of it in humans for decades. It still made me want to take the world apart by hand. Before Bella could answer, Jasper came through the cafeteria doorway with the quiet grace that made crowded spaces rearrange around him without knowing why. He took in Bella's posture, my expression, and the untouched tray in her hands in a single glance. "Is this a recruitment effort?" he asked, "or are we rescuing her from Mike Newton again?" Bella looked up at him, and there it was, that slight shift. I'd started noticing the way she watched him more carefully now that she'd named his effect without meaning to. "Maybe both," she said. His mouth softened at one corner. "Then we should probably act quickly." The pressure changed at once. It wasn't just me asking anymore. It was Jasper stepping into the space beside us with all his stillness, making the invitation feel steadier, safer, more real. Bella felt it too. I could see the moment it reached her, the way her grip loosened on the tray. "You make this sound alarmingly organized," she said. "It only looks that way from the outside," Jasper replied. I leaned closer and lowered my voice conspiratorially. "Honestly, Emmett is already inside. Nothing we do can count as organized after that." Bella laughed, small but helpless, and that was the answer. She looked from me to Jasper and then back again. "All right," she said. "But if this ends with public humiliation, I'm blaming both of you." "Fair," I said. "Entirely fair," Jasper agreed. And when she walked in between us, cautious but willing, the air around the three of us shifted just enough that none of us could pretend not to feel it. Getting Bella to the table was the difficult part only in theory. The actual difficulty turned out to be maintaining anything like normal conversation once she was there. Emmett lit up the second he saw her and leaned forward with all the subtlety of a fireworks display. "Human girl," he said, as if announcing a rare and exciting weather pattern. "You survived Alice's hallway campaign. That's impressive." Bella set her tray down and looked at him with the calm of someone who had already accepted that this lunch would not be ordinary. "I'm discovering survival as a theme in Forks." Emmett grinned. "Good. You'll fit right in." Rosalie lifted one shoulder from across the table, not cold exactly, but not inclined to make the work easy. "Emmett says that to everyone he likes." "That's not true," Emmett said. "Sometimes I say it to people I'm trying to confuse." Bella glanced at me, then at Jasper, and I saw the moment she realized she wasn't being examined. She was being included. That difference mattered. It changed her posture by degrees, softening the defensive line of her shoulders until she looked less like a girl enduring beauty at close range and more like herself, dry and watchful and trying not to let anyone catch her liking any of this. Edward sighed very little. He sat quiet enough to seem composed, but I could feel the tension in him like a wire pulled too tight. Bella felt it too. Each time his silence pressed too hard against the table, she answered by turning slightly toward me or, more unexpectedly now, toward Jasper. Neither of us missed it. At one point Bella reached for her drink just as Mike Newton passed too close behind her chair and jolted the table. The cup tipped. Jasper caught it before it could spill, setting it upright with a movement so quick and controlled it would have looked ordinary to anyone not paying close attention. Bella looked at his hand, then at his face. "Thanks," she said. "You're welcome," Jasper replied, and there was that same quiet steadiness in him that always made the air feel more deliberate. Emmett snorted. "That's cheating, by the way. He's impossible to make spill things." "That sounds like a challenge," Bella said. Jasper's mouth curved slightly. "I'd advise against it. Emmett treats losing with very little dignity." "I treat everything with very little dignity," Emmett said proudly. Bella laughed, and this time the sound came without hesitation. I watched it move through the table like sunlight through glass, changing everyone around it by a fraction. When lunch began to break apart and trays started disappearing into the chaos of the room, I touched Bella's sleeve lightly and said, "Sit with us again tomorrow." Bella looked at me, then at Jasper, who said nothing, only met her eyes with that same calm attention. Whatever she found there seemed to settle something. "All right," she said, and the word was small, but it opened like a door. 13. the shape of her hurt. By the end of the week, sitting with the Cullens had somehow become a thing that happened often enough for people to start pretending it had always made sense. Jessica had asked me twice whether I was secretly reinventing myself, which was flattering in the way being misdiagnosed by a game show host might be flattering. Mike looked wounded whenever I drifted away from his table. Angela, who was either the most observant person in school or the only one not determined to turn everything into a social emergency, had only smiled at me once and said, "You seem less miserable lately," in a tone that suggested she meant it kindly and didn't need me to explain. I appreciated that more than I could say. Friday ended gray and wet in the usual Forks way, and I found myself leaving school with Alice on one side of me and Jasper on the other, as if that arrangement had formed naturally instead of terrifyingly. The parking lot shone with rain. Everyone was hurrying toward cars or buses with their heads tucked down, but Alice moved through the weather like she'd never considered the possibility of inconvenience. Jasper was quieter, hands in his jacket pockets, his attention flicking over everything without seeming restless. Walking between them should have made me feel conspicuous. Instead, it made me feel oddly steadier, as if the world had narrowed into a shape that fit better than most of the ones I'd tried wearing before. Alice glanced at me and said, "You're thinking too hard again." That's a rude amount of accuracy. It's one of my many talents. Jasper opened the passenger door of his car before I could ask whether they were kidnapping me or simply assuming I had no self-preservation instinct left. "We were going to get coffee," he said. "You look like someone who could use a cup and a quieter room." I looked at him. Is that an invitation or an intervention? Alice's smile flashed at once. Why not both? I should probably have hesitated longer than I did. I should probably have remembered cold ones, tribal stories, impossible speed, and every other reason a sane person might keep a little distance between herself and beautiful mysteries. Instead, I heard myself say, "Fine. But if this ends with me being murdered in an aesthetically pleasing location, I'm going to be very annoyed about it." Jasper's mouth curved in a way that made him look, for a second, younger and less untouchable. "That seems fair." The coffee shop turned out to be small, overheated, and mostly empty except for a couple arguing softly by the window and a barista who took one look at Alice and immediately became more invested in customer service than any job should require. We took a corner table away from the glass. Alice sat across from me. Jasper took the seat beside her, angled just enough that he was part of the conversation without pressing into it. That was the thing I was starting to notice about him. He never crowded a silence. He made it feel safe enough to cross on your own. Alice wrapped both hands around a cup she didn't need and looked at me with that impossible bright attention that somehow never felt like scrutiny. "All right," she said gently. "Tell me what's hurting." For a second I stared at her like she'd skipped 3 conversations and gone directly to the one people usually spent months avoiding. The coffee shop was warm to the point of discomfort, the windows fogged at the edges, the low music generic enough to disappear into the background, and somehow none of that helped. Alice kept looking at me with the kind of patience that made evasions feel childish. Jasper said nothing, but his quiet wasn't empty. It was the opposite. It felt like being given space that wouldn't collapse the second I stepped into it. I looked down at my cup. "That's not really a coffee question." Alice's mouth softened. "No," she said. "It isn't." I could have dodged. I was good at dodging. I could have made a joke, changed the subject, asked Alice something dangerous and glittering about herself until the attention moved off me. Instead, I heard myself let out a breath that sounded more tired than I meant it to. I'm not sad in a dramatic way. I think that's the problem. It would almost be easier if I were. Alice didn't interrupt. Neither did Jasper. That made it worse and better at the same time. "I've just spent a long time," I said slowly, still watching the thin curl of steam rise from the coffee, getting good at becoming whatever made things easier for people. Quieter if they liked quiet. Less difficult if they wanted uncomplicated. Less intense if they only liked me in theory. I laughed once, though nothing in it was funny. I'm apparently very adaptable when properly motivated by abandonment issues. Alice's eyes flashed with something sharp and unhappy, but her voice stayed gentle. "Bella." I shook my head. "No, it's fine. I mean, not fine. Obviously. But true." I looked at her then, and somehow that made honesty easier instead of harder. Most of the girls I dated liked me best right at the beginning, when I was new and attentive and willing to shape myself around them. Then eventually I'd get too much, or not enough, or just wrong in some way that always seemed obvious to them before it ever seemed obvious to me. Jasper's gaze stayed on me, steady and unflinching. "That sounds exhausting," he said. I laughed again, quieter this time. "Yeah, it was." The words landed heavier than I expected, and once they were out, the rest followed too easily. The worst part is that I kept helping. I kept thinking if I loved someone well enough, or correctly enough, I could become easier to keep. Like affection was a test I kept almost passing. Alice's fingers tightened slightly around her cup. "That isn't love," she said, and there was nothing airy or teasing in her now. "That's erosion." The word hit me hard enough that I looked at her. No one had ever said it that cleanly before. Not pity, not reassurance, just recognition, sharp and exact. I swallowed and looked away before the sudden sting in my eyes could become something more humiliating. "Well," I said, trying for dry and missing by a mile, "that's upsettingly efficient." "It's also not your fault," Jasper said quietly. That did something worse than pity would have. It made the silence afterward feel like ground instead of a fall. I'd expected sympathy after that. Not cruelty, not judgment, but the softened voices people use when they decide you've become something breakable in front of them. I was braced for it enough that when it didn't come, I almost didn't know what to do with myself. Alice kept looking at me steadily, not with pity, but with a kind of fierce attention that made me feel less damaged than seen. Jasper's expression hadn't changed much at all, but there was nothing detached in it. He was there in the silence with me, not backing away from the uglier shape of what I'd admitted. I cleared my throat and tried to recover some version of humor. This is usually the point where people say something reassuring and slightly inaccurate. Alice tilted her head. "That sounds awful." "It's familiar," I said. "That doesn't improve it." A laugh caught in my chest and came out smaller than I intended. "You two are weirdly bad at pretending things are fine." Jasper's mouth moved just enough to count as a smile. "We can work on that if it would help." "No," I said too quickly, and then quieter, "please don't." The words sat there for a second, bare and honest in a way that made me feel suddenly too visible. But neither of them rushed to fill the space. Alice only rested her chin lightly on one hand and asked, "What would help?" No one had ever said that to me like it was a real question. Usually people asked what was wrong so they could sort the answer into categories they already understood. This was different. This felt like she was actually willing to hear whatever I said next, even if it was inconvenient or ugly or hard to solve. I stared at her for a moment and then admitted, "This. Probably this." Alice's expression softened, but not into pity. More like relief. "Good," she said. I looked at Jasper then, not entirely sure why. Maybe because he was quieter. Maybe because I wanted to know if the silence I felt around him was real or something I'd invented because I needed it. He met my eyes with that same steady calm and said, "You don't have to perform here, Bella." The sentence landed so cleanly it nearly undid me. Perform. That was exactly the word for it, the thing I'd been doing for years without ever saying it plainly enough to make it stop. I looked down at my hands wrapped around the warm paper cup and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Okay," I said. Alice reached across the table then, not dramatically, just enough to let her fingers brush the back of my hand once before she pulled away again. It was such a small touch, but it changed the room. The honesty I'd spilled out between us no longer felt humiliating. It felt placed, held, somehow. And sitting there with Alice bright across from me and Jasper steady beside her, I had the strange, overwhelming sense that I'd finally stopped sliding. For a little while after that, none of us said much. The coffee shop carried on around us in the ordinary, forgettable way places do when something important is happening at only one table. The couple by the window had moved on from quiet argument to mutual sulking. The barista was wiping down a counter that already looked clean. Outside, the rain kept turning the street into a blurred gray mirror. Inside that small overheated corner, though, everything felt sharper, as if the room had quietly agreed to hold still until I caught up with myself. I should have felt embarrassed. That would have been familiar. Instead I felt wrung out and strangely lighter, which was almost worse because it suggested the conversation had mattered more than I wanted to admit. I curled both hands around the cup, mostly for somewhere to put them, and said, "This is probably the part where I'm supposed to claim I don't usually do this." Alice smiled a little. "Confess your tragic backstory to suspiciously attractive near strangers over coffee?" "That's the one." Jasper's voice stayed calm. "You don't seem impulsive enough for it to be a habit." I looked at him and felt that quiet second current again, the one I still didn't know what to call. "That's either reassuring or a very elegant insult." "It can be both," Alice said. That made me laugh, soft enough that it didn't hurt. The air between us had changed too much to go all the way back to easy banter, but somehow the banter survived anyway, gentler now, threaded through something more serious. Alice watched me over the rim of her cup and said, "You know none of that makes you difficult to keep, right?" The question was so simple it caught me off guard. "You say that like it's obvious." "It is obvious," she said. Jasper nodded once. "The people who made you feel otherwise were wrong." I looked between them and felt the words land somewhere deeper than they should have, like they'd found a place in me that had been waiting for exactly that shape. No pity, no careful simplification, just the clean possibility that the entire premise I'd built myself around might be false. It was almost too much to take in all at once. I stared down into my coffee again and admitted, "That's a very dangerous thing to say to someone like me." Alice's expression gentled. "Why?" "Because," I said, and now there was no way to make it sound smaller than it was, "if I believe you, I'm not sure I can go back." Neither of them answered immediately. They didn't need to. The silence that followed wasn't awkward or empty. It felt like a threshold. I sat there with Alice bright across from me and Jasper steady beside her and understood, with a clarity that made my chest ache, that whatever was happening between us wasn't a harmless crush and wasn't something I was going to walk away from cleanly. 14. Port Angeles, Part 1. After Friday, I should probably have spent the weekend recovering from myself. Instead, I let Jessica drag me to Port Angeles on Saturday under the argument that I needed civilian exposure, and possibly a shirt that didn't look resigned to death. Angela came too, mostly because she was kind enough to function as a stabilizing force whenever Jessica's energy reached hurricane strength. By the time we got there, the sky had managed that specific washed-out brightness that made every shop window look harsher than it ought to. I followed them into the first clothing store, already regretting every life choice that had brought me within range of fluorescent dressing rooms. Jessica held up a pale blue dress and looked at me critically. "This would be cute on you if you stopped dressing like bad weather." "I didn't realize fog was a personal style," I said. "For you, it is," she replied, shoving the hanger into my arms. "Try it on." Angela gave me an apologetic smile over a rack of flowery skirts. "She's not wrong about the weather part." "Thank you," I said. "It's nice to be understood." It turned out there were very few things less enjoyable than trying on dresses while Jessica narrated my deficiencies in the cheerful tone of someone convinced she was helping. The blue dress made me look like a Victorian ghost with unresolved business. The next one was pink and somehow worse, transforming me into a decorative wound. By the fourth attempt I was standing under cruel lighting in front of a mirror that seemed personally offended by my existence, trying to decide whether fabric could, in fact, be vindictive. Jessica knocked on the dressing room door. "How bad is it?" I looked like a cautionary tale. "That's not useful, Bella." "It's accurate though." When I stepped out anyway, Angela's face did that kind thing people do when they're trying not to agree too hard. Jessica sighed dramatically and tugged at a strap. "No, see, the problem is you won't commit." "To what?" I asked. "Public humiliation?" "To being pretty on purpose." That landed harder than she meant it to. I knew that immediately from the way Angela went still, but Jessica was already reaching for another dress, already talking about color and silhouette and effort like those were simple choices instead of old injuries in better packaging. I stood there in bad satin and bright light, surrounded by mirrors multiplying every angle of me I'd spent years trying to negotiate into acceptability, and felt that familiar exhausted wish to become smaller than the room required. "I'm going to walk for a minute," I said, stepping back before Jessica could pin me into another fitting room cycle. She looked up. "We just got here." "I know." I forced something smile-shaped onto my face. That's why I'm leaving before I commit a felony against Chiffon. Angela's eyes met mine, quiet and knowing. You want me to come? I should have said yes. Instead I shook my head, because what I wanted wasn't company, not even kind company. It was distance, space, 1 hour of not being watched, adjusted, assessed, or improved. No, I said. I'll be back. And before either of them could argue me into staying visible, I slipped out into the street where solitude felt easier than being seen. The street outside felt colder than it should have, the kind of thin coastal cold that slipped under sleeves and made even breathing seem more deliberate. For the first few minutes I let myself enjoy the fact that no one was talking at me. Shop windows slid past in a blur of expensive sweaters, polished shoes, and things I was apparently supposed to want more urgently than I did. I walked with no real plan except away, which turned out to be easier than expected. Every block that put more distance between me and fluorescent mirrors felt like a small private victory. I drifted into a bookstore mostly because it was warm and quiet and smelled like paper instead of perfume. A woman at the counter looked up from a paperback and said, "Need help finding anything?" "Just temporary asylum," I said. She smiled faintly. "Fiction's in the back. That's where most people hide." "Good system." I wandered between shelves longer than I meant to, running my fingers over spines, reading the backs of books I had no intention of buying, letting my pulse settle back into something less irritated and more human. It helped. Or at least it helped enough that when I finally looked up and noticed the light outside had shifted toward evening, I didn't panic immediately. I just put the book in my hand back where I'd found it and went to the counter. "Do you know where Newton's is?" I asked. "The dress shop?" The woman frowned slightly, thinking. "You've walked a bit past it. Go back 2 blocks, take a left at the corner with the antique store, then keep going toward the busier strip." A bit past it turned out to be a generous way of saying I had wandered farther than I'd realized. The moment I stepped back outside, embarrassment hit first. Then the street hit me properly. It wasn't empty, exactly, but it wasn't the bright, busy shopping stretch Jessica had wanted either. The storefronts were farther apart here. A couple of them were already dark. The sidewalks felt less friendly when you were alone on them. I shoved my hands into my jacket pockets and started back the way I thought I'd come, trying to walk like I knew what I was doing. That usually worked in Forks. Port Angeles was less accommodating. By the second corner I was no longer sure I was retracing anything except my own bad judgment. Cars passed in bursts of light and noise. A man smoking outside a pawn shop looked up as I went by and said, "You lost, sweetheart?" "No," I said too fast, without slowing down. He shrugged and looked away, but the question stayed with me. I was tired, I was farther from the others than I'd meant to be, and for the first time since leaving the store, I had to admit a fact I didn't like at all. Solitude had stopped feeling peaceful somewhere in the last 10 minutes. Now it just felt like being alone. I told myself not to be dramatic. That was the first mistake. The second was realizing I'd started listening to footsteps instead of traffic and then pretending that meant nothing. At first it was only a shift in the air behind me, the faint change in rhythm that happens when other people happen to be moving the same direction. Then I passed a darkened storefront and caught a reflection in the glass. 3 figures a little too close together, a little too interested in my direction for coincidence to feel convincing. I kept walking. The smarter version of me would have turned around right then and gone back toward the pawn shop, the bookstore, any lit window with another human being inside it. But fear has a talent for dressing itself up as pride, and all I could think was that if I made a scene too early, if I looked frightened before I had proof, I'd turn myself into the kind of girl who couldn't even walk through a strange town without inventing a threat. So I kept moving, shoulders tight, trying to look like I knew exactly where I was going. Behind me, one of the men laughed. It wasn't loud. That was what made it worse. Loud would have been crude and obvious and easier to hate. This was low and amused, like they'd already decided the evening had become entertainment. I turned the next corner too quickly and almost slipped on a damp patch of pavement. My heartbeat kicked harder. The street ahead was narrower, the light thinner, the storefronts closed. Somewhere farther off, music thudded behind a wall. Up close, all I could hear was my own breathing and the scrape of shoes that didn't belong to me. "Hey," one of them called. I didn't answer. "Don't walk so fast," another voice said, closer now. "We just want to talk." Every girl in the world knew that tone. It was always the same. As if the problem wasn't being followed. As if the real offense was failing to be polite about it. I shoved my hands deeper into my pockets because they were shaking and picked up my pace again. My mouth had gone dry. My body felt too aware of itself, every step, every breath, every exposed inch of skin suddenly becoming information. "Come on," the first voice said. "We're not gonna hurt you." That was the moment fear stopped being abstract. It came down hard and clean, a sick cold certainty dropping through my stomach. I didn't need proof anymore. I needed out. I looked ahead and saw nothing useful. No open door, no crowd, no safe light waiting to gather me in. Only a long strip of sidewalk and the dark shapes behind me getting nearer. And in the space between panic and action, the two faces that flashed into my mind were Alice first, bright and impossible, and Jasper immediately after, quiet and steady as if calm itself could take human form. For one wild second I almost laughed at myself. Not because anything was funny, but because it was such a ridiculous, revealing thing for my mind to do. I was alone in a bad part of an unfamiliar town with 3 men closing in behind me, and the people I wanted weren't Charlie, or a police car, or even some abstract idea of rescue. It was Alice, quick as light, and Jasper with that impossible stillness that made panic feel less inevitable. The thought hit so hard it left me furious with myself for having it. I turned sharply toward the street, hoping for headlights, an open restaurant, anything with enough noise and witnesses to make me less interesting prey. What I found was a parked car, dark windows, and empty pavement stretching past it. Behind me the footsteps sped up. "There you go," one of the men said, close enough now that I could hear the grin in his voice. "You don't have to run." I backed away from him on instinct and nearly ran into the side mirror of the car. "Leave me alone." He lifted both hands in a parody of innocence. He was older than I'd thought from the reflection, maybe mid-20s, with a face that might have looked harmless in daylight and company. That made him worse. "We're just trying to be friendly." Another one came up on my left, not close enough to touch, but close enough that the distance felt like a decision instead of an accident. "Yeah," he said. "You look like you could use company." I said no. The third man laughed under his breath. "She's got attitude." Every path out of the moment seemed to narrow at once. If I ran, they could chase. If I screamed, there was no guarantee anyone would hear it in time. If I stayed still, I was letting them write the next part of the scene for me. My pulse was so loud it felt like another set of footsteps under my skin. I tried to make my voice sharper than my fear. "Back off." The first man took one more step. That was all. Not a lunge, not a grab, just one confident step that said he thought the outcome belonged to him already. And in that terrible suspended instant, before I could choose between running, screaming, or fighting badly, all I could think was that I wanted Alice. I wanted Jasper. Not as fantasy, not as comfort, but with the desperate, humiliating clarity of someone suddenly sure of exactly who she trusted when the world turned ugly. 15. Port Angeles, Part 2. I was halfway through explaining to Esme why Bella Swan would never willingly choose that shade of blue when the future in front of me lurched so hard the room seemed to shift under my feet. One second I was looking at fabric and polite domestic brightness, and the next I saw wet pavement, a dark street, Bella turning too quickly toward empty headlights that weren't there. The image broke before I could catch the edges of it, but the feeling stayed. Fear. Not the vague nervousness human girls collected by accident in strange places, but the cold, narrowing kind that changed choices as it touched them. Jasper's hand closed around my wrist before I'd even moved. "Alice." "I know." My voice came out thinner than I wanted. I reached again, forcing my attention past the noise that panic always made in human futures. Bella had been easy to follow all afternoon in that loose, harmless way humans drifted through errands and boredom. Now every path around her kept flashing and collapsing, not because she was hidden, but because she was afraid enough to start choosing at random. I saw the edge of a bookstore. A corner. 3 blurred male shapes where there should have been empty sidewalk. Then nothing clear at all. Esme had already gone still. What happened? Bella's in trouble. I was moving before the sentence finished, grabbing my coat more for camouflage than warmth. Port Angeles. She's alone. Jasper was with me instantly, calm pouring off him in a controlled wave that would have soothed anyone else in the room. It barely touched me. How bad? Bad enough. I looked again and got a sharper flash this time. Bella backing away from a parked car. One hand curled into a fist inside her jacket pocket so hard I could almost feel the tremor in her fingers. The sight hit me with such force it felt personal, intimate, intolerable. They're closing in on her. Esme drew a breath, alarm tightening her voice. Call Carlisle. On it, Jasper said, already reaching for the phone with one hand while steering me toward the door with the other. Alice, stay with me. Can you see the route? Bits of it. I hated how little that was. I hated even more that Bella's fear was turning every future into broken glass. She keeps changing direction. I can't get a clean line. Jasper met my eyes, steady as stone. Then we don't wait for one. That was all I needed. I caught the next flicker of Bella's future just as it formed, a left turn, a strip of darker storefronts, the ugly certainty of men who thought they had time, and we were out the door before the vision had fully settled. By the time we reached the edge of the district, Bella's future had narrowed from broken glass into something uglier and more precise. I caught flashes as Jasper drove, each one arriving just late enough to make me furious. Bella with her back near a parked car. One man stepping into her space like refusal was part of the game. Another shifting left to close the gap. The third hanging back with that loose, entertained posture men wore when they thought someone else would do the touching for them. Every image vanished the instant I grabbed for more, but I had enough to point. Left here, I said. Then straight. She's just ahead. Jasper took the corner too smoothly for a human driver and kept his voice even. How close are they? Too close. I leaned forward, searching through the windshield as if sight could catch up to vision. She told them no, they don't care. His hands stayed calm on the wheel, but the air in the car changed. Jasper never felt loud when he used his gift well. He felt deliberate, focused. The emotional texture around us sharpened until my panic stopped fluttering uselessly and turned into something clean enough to act through. You find Bella, he said. I'll handle the rest. I'm not leaving you the whole alley just because you sound noble about it. His mouth moved like he might have smiled if this had been any other night. Then don't, but get to her first. The next vision hit so hard it stole the breath from me. Bella's face turned toward the street, pale and furious with fear, and one of the men took another step because he thought fear meant surrender. There, I said, pointing. Stop. Jasper had the car at the curb before the word finished. I was out the door in the same instant, the cold air cutting across my face as the street resolved around me into present tense instead of possibility. Bella stood exactly where I had seen her, pinned between the parked car and three human men who had mistaken isolation for permission. For one terrible heartbeat she didn't move. Then her eyes found me, and the shock that crossed her face was so raw it hurt. Alice? She said, and my name in her voice changed the whole shape of the night. I've got you, I said, already crossing the pavement. Behind me Jasper closed the car door with soft, almost polite precision and stepped into the mouth of the street. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Gentlemen, he said, and every head turned toward him at once. You've made a serious mistake. The first man tried to recover with a smirk that had probably worked for him before. Easy, he said, lifting his hands again as if the whole scene had been a misunderstanding arranged for his convenience. Nobody's doing anything. Jasper stopped a few feet away, not crowding them, not rushing, just standing there with that impossible stillness that made human instincts start whispering to themselves. Then this should be simple, he said. You're going to step back from the girl, and then you're going to leave. One of the others gave a short laugh, but it landed wrong. I felt the moment Jasper touched the emotional field around them, not like force, not like spectacle, but like a hand closing around the shape of the street and turning confidence sour. The amused one glanced over his shoulder first. The man nearest Bella shifted his weight, suddenly uncertain of where his own body ought to be. The third looked at Jasper properly and seemed, all at once, to understand that the night had changed categories on him. I reached Bella before any of them answered and put myself at her side, my hand finding her arm without thinking. She was cold with adrenaline, every muscle tight enough to snap. Bella, I said, softer now, because she'd already had enough fear forced on her for one evening. Look at me. Her eyes locked onto mine instantly. You're here, she said, and there was disbelief in it, but underneath that something worse and more fragile. Relief. Of course I'm here. I kept my voice bright enough to hold, steady enough to borrow. Did you really think I'd let Port Angeles keep you? That earned the smallest shake of breath from her, not quite a laugh, but close enough to matter. Behind us one of the men muttered, "This is insane." Jasper turned his head slightly toward him. "No," he said, "what's insane is mistaking a woman alone for an invitation." The words weren't loud. They didn't need to be. By then the fear had set in properly, sharp and irrational and impossible for them to explain away. The nearest one stepped back first. "Man, forget it." His friend swallowed and tried for contempt, but his voice frayed around the edges. "Yeah, whatever. She's not worth it." Bella flinched at that, and something inside me went white hot. I smiled at him anyway, which was probably the more frightening choice. "Keep walking," I said. They did. Not quickly at first, because pride always lagged behind survival, but they went. Jasper watched until the corner took them, then turned back to us with his face composed and his eyes dark with controlled fury. "Are you hurt?" he asked Bella, and the question landed between us like the next necessary breath. Bella blinked as if the question itself had taken effort to understand. "No," she said, though her voice shook around the word. "No, they didn't touch me." Jasper stepped closer then, not crowding her, but near enough that his steadiness could do its quiet work. "Good," he said, and the single syllable held more contained violence than most people could have managed with a threat. He looked her over once, precise and efficient, checking what fear might miss. "Can you walk?" Bella let out a breath that sounded halfway to anger. "That's a humiliating question." "It's still useful," I said, sliding my hand more securely around her arm. "Can you?" She looked at me then, really looked, and some of the brittle edge in her expression gave way to something more exposed, close to breaking. "Yes," she said. "I think so." "Excellent." I turned us gently toward the car before shock could persuade her to argue with reality. "Then you are coming with us, and in the next 10 minutes someone is feeding you something warm and expensive enough to count as emotional repair." Bella gave me a startled look. "I don't think near assault qualifies as a restaurant occasion." "On the contrary," I said as we started down the sidewalk. "It absolutely does. Trauma is exhausting, and I refuse to let your evening end on pavement with bad men and worse lighting." Jasper moved to Bella's other side as naturally as breath, his attention split between her and the street behind us. "Alice is right," he said. "You shouldn't be alone yet." Something in Bella softened at that, though she tried to cover it with dry irritation. "I was doing such a good job of independence 5 minutes ago." "Yes," I said. "And look how beautifully that went." That pulled a real sound out of her, small and breathless and shaky, but undeniably a laugh. By the time we reached the car, the worst of her panic had begun to unhook from her skin. Jasper opened the passenger door for her without flourish, just calm competence, and she paused before getting in. "Jessica and Angela," she said. "They'll be looking for me." "I'll handle it," I said, already reaching for my phone. "You can tell them you were rescued by a terrifyingly well-dressed miracle and her very alarming blonde accomplice." Bella's mouth twitched despite herself. Jasper waited until she was seated before closing the door softly behind her, and when he slid into the driver's seat and I took the place beside Bella, the car felt altered in a way I couldn't pretend not to notice. Nothing had resolved. Nothing was simple. She was still trembling, Jasper was still furious, and I was 1 inch away from turning back to finish what the alley had started. Even so, as I gave Jasper the name of the restaurant and felt Bella lean, almost without thinking, toward my shoulder while Jasper's calm wrapped around us both, I knew the night had crossed a threshold. Before the food arrived, before the explanations or questions or whatever came next, the three of us had already become something new, uneven and frightened and utterly real. 16. Dinner light. By the time we sat down, I was still shaking in places I didn't want to admit existed. The restaurant was small and warm in a way that felt almost theatrical after the street, all low lighting, polished wood, and the soft clink of silverware that belonged to other people's normal evenings. Alice had somehow turned the whole transition from near disaster to dinner into something I couldn't quite process. One minute I'd been pinned against a car with 3 strangers deciding how afraid I ought to be, and the next I was in a booth with a linen napkin in my lap and Jasper across from me watching the room like he could make the walls safer by paying attention to them. Alice slid in beside me and took one look at my face. "You're not allowed to apologize for any of this," she said, picking up the menu and putting it directly into my hands before I could pretend to be composed. "Not for leaving, not for getting scared, and definitely not for interrupting our evening with criminal male stupidity." "I wasn't planning to apologize," I said, which would have sounded more convincing if my voice hadn't still been unsteady. She tilted her head. "Bella, you apologize when someone else steps on your foot. That's because I'm considerate. That's because you were socialized incorrectly," Alice said. Her tone was light, but her hand came to rest briefly against my sleeve, warm only in the human sense, present in a way that kept me from drifting back toward the alley. "So, tonight your only responsibilities are breathing, eating, and telling me what kind of food counts as comfort when your evening has gone feral." I looked down at the menu without seeing a word of it. Across from us, Jasper had gone very still in that particular way that meant he was paying attention to too many things at once. When he spoke, his voice was calm enough that I felt it before I fully registered the words. "Start with something simple," he said. "You're running on adrenaline. If you try to decide too much at once, you'll hate every option." I glanced up at him. Is that psychological insight or menu strategy? His mouth shifted, not quite a smile and somehow more disarming because of it. "Both." A waiter appeared at the table with the bright professional expression of someone who had no idea he was walking into the emotional wreckage of my night. "Can I get you started with drinks?" Alice looked at me first. "Tea," she said decisively, before I could default to whatever seemed least inconvenient. "Something hot." Jasper's gaze stayed on me. "And food," he said quietly. "Even if you think you can't manage much." There was nothing controlling in it, which I noticed because I'd become suddenly, painfully aware of the difference. He wasn't taking the choice away from me. He was building a place for it to land. I swallowed and nodded. "Okay," I said. "Tea sounds good." "Good," Alice said, and the word came out soft enough to feel like relief. Then she brightened by force of will alone and looked at the waiter. "We're going to need a few extra minutes, because she was nearly kidnapped by idiots and is now heroically recovering through carbohydrates." The waiter blinked once, professionally decided not to ask follow-up questions, and retreated with an expression that suggested he'd already developed a survival instinct around Alice. That should have been funny enough to break the tension cleanly, but the truth was I still felt stretched thin inside my own skin, as if one wrong word might send me back into the alley. Alice seemed to know that without looking at me directly. She picked up her water glass, took a thoughtful sip, and said, "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I can also spend the next hour insulting men with poor impulse control and worse posture." "That's generous of you." "I'm a giver." Jasper's attention stayed on me, quiet and steady. "But if you do want to talk," he said, "we'll listen." There was something terrible about how easy that made it. Not easy in the sense of painless, because nothing about opening your mouth and letting old damage walk out of it was painless. Easy in the sense that I didn't feel trapped into performance. Alice wasn't waiting to dissect me. Jasper wasn't watching for weakness. They were just there, making room, and it turned out room was a dangerous thing to offer someone who'd spent years learning how little she was supposed to need. I looked down at the menu again, still not reading it. "I have a bad habit," I said carefully, "of turning into whatever seems easiest to keep." Alice's face changed first. Not pity. Something sharper and sadder than that. "Bella." "It's fine," I said automatically, then winced. "See, that's part of it. Everything is always fine right up until it obviously isn't." I drew a breath and made myself keep going before embarrassment could shut the whole thing down. Most of my relationships were with girls, and they weren't bad, exactly. Not in some dramatic ruined life way. I just kept doing this thing where I'd adjust first and ask questions later. I'd get quieter if they liked easy. Prettier if they liked pretty. Less difficult, less intense, less inconvenient. Like if I could find the exact right version of myself, I could finally stop being left behind. Alice set her glass down. That's not love, she said softly. No, I said. I know that now. At the time it felt close enough that I kept trying anyway. The words were coming more easily than they should have, and that alone made me want to laugh a little. Then when it ended, which it always did, I'd act like I was surprised. But mostly I was just tired. It's exhausting, being your own editing department. Jasper's voice came low and even. Is that why you make yourself smaller before anyone asks? I looked up at him then, really looked, and felt the question land somewhere I usually kept boarded over. He hadn't asked it like an accusation. He hadn't even asked it like a diagnosis. He'd asked it like he'd noticed. Yes, I said, because anything else would have been a lie. It's easier to disappear by choice than wait to find out you were too much all along. For a moment neither of them spoke, and the silence should have frightened me. Instead it felt strangely solid, like ground instead of distance. Alice reached across the table and touched my wrist with two light fingers. You know that's not what I see when I look at you, she said. I swallowed. I'm starting to suspect that's why this is so unsettling. The food arrived before I could decide whether I regretted saying any of that. Tea first, steaming faintly between my hands. Then a basket of bread Alice pushed toward me with the determined air of someone refusing to let me disappear in plain sight. I broke off a piece mostly to prove I was still capable of basic motor function, but the warmth helped more than I wanted to admit. It gave my hands something to do. It gave my face a reason to stay angled down for a second longer. Across from me, Jasper had relaxed by degrees, not into ease exactly, but into something less combat-ready, and that should have made him seem more ordinary. Instead it made me more aware of him. Alice, who never missed anything when she didn't want to, tilted her head and studied me over the rim of her glass. You're thinking too hard again, she said. I can tell because you look like the bread insulted you personally. I'm having a complicated evening. That's true, she said. But it's also not what I meant. I should have deflected. Usually I was good at deflecting. Somehow sitting between Alice's brightness and Jasper's steadiness made lying feel both possible and pointless. I glanced from one to the other and heard myself say, the dangerous part of tonight isn't just that I wanted you there. Alice went very still in the delighted, alert way she had when something mattered. Jasper didn't move at all. Go on, Alice said softly. I looked down at my tea because that was easier than looking directly at either of them. Wanting you makes sense, I said, and then immediately felt my face heat because it sounded more revealing out loud than it had in my head. You are both very difficult not to want, for completely different and equally inconvenient reasons. Alice's mouth curved first. Well, that's encouraging. I laughed under my breath despite myself, then made the mistake of looking at Jasper. He was watching me with that quiet concentration that always felt like being taken seriously. Not cornered, not assessed, seen. And Jasper, I said, because stopping there would have been cowardice. That part is new, which I think is why it's more unnerving. You make me feel safe in a way that doesn't feel simple. I don't really know what to do with that. For one suspended second I was sure I'd ruined everything by saying it plainly. Jasper set down his glass with careful precision and met my eyes. You don't have to do anything with it tonight, he said. Knowing it exists is enough. The answer should have relieved me, and it did, but not cleanly. There was something about the way he said it, calm and unforced, that made the space between us feel more charged instead of less. Alice looked between us, and whatever she saw there softened her expression into something almost unbearably tender. Well, she said lightly, rescuing me and not rescuing me at all, this is going much better than most dinners I've been to. Alice's joke should have dissolved the pressure, but it only changed its shape. The rest of dinner moved in that strange, suspended way certain nights do, where every ordinary detail felt sharpened by what had already happened. I managed soup, bread, and enough tea to stop shaking outright, and somewhere between the waiter bringing the check and Alice correcting his assumption that she was paying because she looked the most decisive, I realized I hadn't spent the last half hour trying to become easier to handle. I hadn't measured every sentence before I spoke it. I hadn't watched their faces for signs that I was becoming too much. I'd just been there, frightened and awkward and too honest by half, and neither of them had asked me to shrink. When we stood to leave, Alice reached for my coat before I could fumble with it and held it open with brisk authority. "Arms," she said. I obeyed before I could think better of it. "You say that like I'm concussed. You say that like you weren't almost kidnapped in a coat you clearly don't deserve." She settled it over my shoulders and stepped back to assess her own work. There, still tragic, but at least symmetrical. Jasper came around the table with that same quiet, careful presence he'd had all evening. "How are you doing now?" he asked. It was such a simple question that it caught me off guard. "Not better, not fine, not over it. Just now." I looked at him and answered honestly. "Less breakable than an hour ago." Something eased in his face at that. "Good." Outside, the night air felt different than it had in the alley. Not safe exactly, because I suspected I'd never again use that word casually, but manageable. Alice stayed close on one side, still bright enough to keep the world from narrowing, and Jasper walked on the other with the kind of attention that made the sidewalk feel selected rather than endured. By the time we reached the truck, I had the absurd, fleeting thought that if I stood still between them long enough, nothing bad could reach me at all. The drive back to Forks was quieter than the ride into dinner, but it wasn't awkward. Alice filled pieces of it with sharp little observations about Jessica's taste in dresses and the moral failures of fluorescent lighting. Jasper spoke less, though every time he did it was to me, never around me, and I found myself waiting for it with a focus that felt suspiciously dangerous. When he asked whether I wanted the heater higher, I said yes too quickly. When he adjusted it without comment, something low and uneasy stirred under my ribs, not fear this time, but a quieter kind of vulnerability I had even less practice naming. Charlie was still awake when they brought me home. He opened the door before I'd fully climbed the porch steps, took one look at my face, and frowned. "Bells? You okay?" I should have had a lie ready. Instead I stood there with the night still on me, Alice and Jasper just behind, and understood all at once that something had shifted too far to fit back into its old shape. "Yeah," I said softly, and for once the answer wasn't simple enough to be false. "I'm okay." Charlie's eyes moved past me toward them, assessing, protective, uncertain, and I knew he could see the difference even if he couldn't name it. So could I whatever had begun tonight was real. It was also stranger than one simple crush, and standing there under my father's porch light with Alice's brightness still lingering at my shoulder and Jasper's steadiness at my back, I knew I wasn't going to walk away from it cleanly even if I tried. 17. The House of Glass. The next day, Bella looked composed in the particular way people do when they've decided composure is the only dignified option left to them. Anyone else at school might have missed the difference. I didn't. She moved through the halls with that same careful self-containment she'd worn when she first arrived in Forks, but it sat differently on her now. It wasn't distance exactly. It was aftermath. She'd let herself be seen the night before, more than she meant to, and now she was walking around inside the consequences of that with her shoulders straight and her guard halfway back up. I caught Jasper watching her from across the parking lot before school and knew at once he felt it too. "She's bracing," I said quietly as I slid into place beside him. He kept his eyes on Bella's truck. "Yes. That's rude of her," I said. "After all the excellent emotional progress we made over soup." His mouth shifted, almost a smile. "You say that like you're not planning something." "I'm always planning something." That earned me a real glance. "Alice." I heard the warning in that, but I've decided to interpret it as admiration. By lunch I'd had enough of watching Bella retreat by increments every time someone looked at her too closely. Jessica was chattering, Mike was hovering, the whole human ecosystem was performing its usual exhausting nonsense, and Bella was enduring it with the expression of someone trying not to become visible by accident. When she finally escaped into the corridor with her tray abandoned and her face tilted slightly down, I stepped neatly into her path before she could decide to disappear into the girls' bathroom for 10 minutes of strategic solitude. She stopped short, then looked up at me with the kind of wary softness that made my chest tighten. "You do that on purpose?" "Constantly," I said. "Are you busy after school?" Bella blinked. "That's a suspiciously direct question." It's only suspicious if you answer it like prey. A laugh tried to happen and almost succeeded. I hate that you make me laugh when I'm trying to be difficult. No, you don't. I leaned a little closer and lowered my voice just enough to turn the moment private. Come over tonight. Her expression changed so fast it would have been invisible on anyone less open in the face than Bella. Surprise first. Then caution. Then something warmer that she clearly didn't want me to see too plainly. To your house? Yes, I said, as if inviting human girls into a vampire nest was a perfectly ordinary after-school activity. Esme's making it offensively welcoming. Emmett's been threatened with death if he behaves like Emmett for even 6 consecutive seconds, and Jasper will be there, so you don't have to worry about me being the only unsettling one. That last part landed. I saw it in the way her eyes flicked away and then back. You say things like that very casually. I say true things casually. It saves time. I tipped my head. Come anyway. For one suspended second, I thought she might refuse out of sheer self-preservation. Then Bella exhaled, looked at me like I was a bad decision she was already halfway in love with, and said, okay. Bella's truck pulled into our drive just after the light had begun to go silver at the edges, that hour when the house looked least like a secret and most like what I wanted it to be for her. Welcoming. Human enough to step into. I was outside before she'd fully cut the engine, which was probably too much, but moderation has never been my best skill. She climbed out with that careful, braced expression people wear when they've agreed to something they want badly enough to fear in advance. You came, I said, because apparently, I was capable of stating the obvious when sufficiently pleased by it. Bella shut the truck door and looked up at the glass front of the house. I'm already starting to think this was a terrible decision. Of course it was, I said cheerfully. Most interesting decisions are. That got the faintest curve from her mouth, which was enough to ease something in me. I caught the moment she looked past my shoulder and saw movement inside, her posture tightening before she could hide it. You didn't mention there would be an audience. I implied it artistically. I stepped closer and lowered my voice. You'll be fine. Esme is incapable of frightening decent people. Carlisle could make a hostage situation feel medically reassuring, and Emmett has been briefed. Bella glanced at me. That last one sounds the least comforting. It should. I took her hand before she could think too hard about whether she wanted me to, and the jolt of contact was quick, bright, and not remotely one-sided. Come on. Esme reached us first the moment we stepped inside. She didn't crowd Bella or coo over her or do any of the well-meant things that might have sent her running. She just smiled with that quiet, open warmth that had made a house out of immortality for all of us. Bella, she said, I'm so glad you're here. Bella, who could usually produce politeness on instinct even while panicking, looked almost startled by the gentleness of it. Thanks, she said. Your house is kind of intimidating. That's the glass, Emmett said from the living room. It gives people the impression we're organized. Emmett, Rosalie said, and managed somehow to pack a full marital warning into one word. He ignored her with the confidence of long practice and grinned at Bella. I'm Emmett. You survived Alice's hospitality campaign, so I already like you. Bella's laugh came out small and surprised, but real. That feels less like praise than a field report. It's both, Emmett said. Carlisle crossed the room then, calm as ever, his attention taking in Bella's posture, my hand still linked with hers, Jasper's stillness near the stairs, all of it at once. It's good to see you again, Bella, he said. Alice has been pretending this is a casual visit, which means the rest of us were given instructions. Bella looked at him, then at me. You gave them instructions? Rosalie, still half set apart on the sofa with the elegant reserve she wore when withholding judgment, answered before I could. Detailed ones, she said dryly. We were all threatened in different ways. Bella's eyes widened just slightly, and I could almost see her recalculating the room around the fact that Rosalie had chosen to speak at all. That alone would have unsettled most people. Bella, to her credit, only looked more alert. That seems fair, she said. I assume you all drew lots for my preferred method of intimidation. Rosalie's mouth shifted at one corner, not quite a smile, but close enough to count as generosity from her. No, Alice assigned roles. I do love a well-run operation, I said. That's the problem, Jasper said as he finally came down the last few steps, and Bella turned toward him with a quickness she probably didn't realize she'd allowed herself. The room changed when he joined us. Not dramatically. Jasper never did anything dramatically unless he was forced into it. But Bella felt it. I saw it in the way some of the tension left her shoulders before she could stop it, as if his presence gave her body permission to unclench a fraction. He stopped and held out a glass. "Water," he said. "You look like you forgot to take care of yourself again." Bella took it with a look that was half suspicion, half gratitude. "Do I do that often?" "Yes," Jasper said. "Only when she's busy having feelings," I added. Bella shot me a look over the rim of the glass. "That was rude." "It was accurate," I said. Emmett leaned back against the piano, folding his arms with exaggerated solemnity. "This is honestly nicer than I expected. I thought house visits involved more staring and at least one minor collapse." "That can still happen," Rosalie said. Bella lowered the glass and looked at her. "Is that a warning?" "It's a forecast." That got another laugh out of Bella, easier this time, and Esme caught my eye from across the room with the kind of quiet pleasure that made me want to hug her and forbid it in the same breath. She was enjoying this, not because Bella was fragile, but because Bella was trying. So were we. Carlisle moved to one side of the room and began the sort of gentle conversational triage he was uniquely gifted at, asking Bella about school, Charlie, Port Angeles, everything except the truth at the center of the house. It worked. Within minutes she wasn't exactly relaxed, but she was no longer standing like prey in a museum. Then Edward came in. He did nothing wrong. That was the problem. He crossed from the hallway with his expression under control and his voice perfectly civil and said, "Bella." Anyone else would have heard politeness. I heard effort. I heard strain pulled tight enough to sing under it. Bella turned toward him automatically, but it was brief. Her eyes found him, registered him, and then flicked back to me and, almost immediately after, to Jasper for reassurance. The movement lasted less than a second. It still changed everything. Jasper felt it too. I knew because when I looked at him, he was already looking at her. Edward noticed it too. Of course he did. He was always listening, always catching the thoughts running through the room. Every one of us open to him except Bella. He noticed everything when she was near, and that had become part of the problem long before anyone but me had language for why. His face didn't change much. He was too disciplined for that. But the air around him went taut in a way Bella wouldn't have understood unless she'd already spent enough time being watched by people who wanted different things from her. "It's good to see you here, Edward Said," and if I hadn't known him as well as I did, I might have mistaken the line for ease. Bella's fingers tightened around her water glass. "Thanks," she said. "Your family's being very normal about it." Emmett snorted. "That's the kindest lie anybody's told us all year." Carlisle gave him a look. "Emmett. I'm contributing." "You are," Rosalie said. "Unfortunately." Bella smiled at that, but it was smaller now, less automatic. Edward had shifted the balance simply by arriving. He didn't move closer to her, didn't ask intrusive questions, didn't do anything obvious enough to name. He only stood there with all his attention pulled tight in one direction, and Bella felt it without knowing how to explain it. That was the trouble with Edward lately. He wasn't monstrous. He was wrong in ways that felt almost polite until you stood near him long enough. I crossed to the piano and sat on the bench, mostly to break the line of force running through the room. "Bella," I said lightly, before the atmosphere collapses under the weight of everyone attempting good manners all at once, "do you want to see the rest of the house?" Her eyes came to me so quickly it was almost a relief. "Is this a rescue?" "Yes," I said. "And an architectural tour. I'm multifaceted." Esme smiled. "Take her upstairs if you'd like." Edward's gaze flicked to me, then to Bella, then away with a control I admired more than I enjoyed. Jasper didn't say anything, but when I looked at him he was already watching Bella with that same steady focus he'd had since she arrived. Not anxious. Not possessive. Present. Bella looked between us then, first at me, then at him, and something moved across her face so quickly that only someone already waiting for it would have caught it. Want, yes, but not simple wanting. Recognition trying to form before it had the courage to call itself by name. "You coming?" I asked Jasper, because pretending not to notice would have been a worse kind of dishonesty. His eyes met mine for one still, speaking second. If Bella wants me to. That landed harder than it should have. Bella's breath caught almost invisibly, and then she said, with more honesty than caution, yes. It sounded almost desperate. There it was. Small enough to miss. Large enough to change everything. As Bella stood between the piano and the glass walls of my family's impossible house, looking first at me and then at Jasper as if the shape of the room had altered around us, I knew with absolute certainty that he felt it too. The pull I'd been trying not to name was no longer mine alone. 18. Edward at the piano. By the time Bella left, the house had gone quiet in that unnatural way only our kind could manage, every room still, every motion too controlled to be called ordinary. I stood at the upstairs window for a moment and watched the red truck disappear down the drive, its faded shape slipping between the trees until the darkness took it. The futures around her were bright and shifting now, no longer the thin, lonely lines I'd first seen when she came to Forks. That should have made me happy without complication. Instead it left me full of too many feelings to name cleanly, not least because some of them no longer belonged to me alone. The piano started a few minutes later. Edward always played beautifully, which was part of the problem. Beauty made people generous. It disguised things. It let anguish pass for refinement if you weren't listening carefully enough. Tonight there was no chance of mistaking one for the other. The music came up from the main room in hard, elegant lines, every note controlled so tightly it seemed one breath away from breaking. I followed it downstairs because of course I did. Edward in pain was never simple, and Edward in pain after Bella had spent an evening moving steadily closer to me and, worse for him, to Jasper, was the sort of thing a responsible sister checked before it turned into something harder to manage. He was exactly where I knew he'd be, seated at the piano with his head slightly bowed and his hands moving across the keys with violent precision. He didn't look up when I entered. "You're hovering," he said. "You're sulking musically," I replied, coming to lean against the doorway. I'd argue my behavior as the more dignified of the two. That earned the faintest shift of his mouth, but it vanished almost immediately. "Is she home?" "Yes." I watched his hands instead of his face for a moment. It was easier there. Hands lied less. Safe. Thinking very hard. Trying not to think at all. The usual. He struck a chord too sharply, then corrected the force of it on the next phrase. "And happy?" The question did more damage than he meant it to, mostly because it wasn't really about Bella. It was about whether happiness had already started choosing a shape that didn't include him. I crossed the room slowly and rested one hand on the piano's polished edge. "Parts of her were," I said. "Tonight was important." Edward's hands stopped at last, the unfinished chord hanging thinly in the room between us. When he finally looked up, his face was composed, but only just. "Important for whom?" he asked. There it was. Not anger yet. Not accusation. Something rawer and more dangerous because it was trying so hard to stay civilized. I met his eyes and answered with the care he'd left me. "That depends," I said softly, "on whether you want the truth or comfort." Edward gave a short, humorless laugh and turned back to the keys without striking them. "Comfort from you would be almost insulting." "That's fair," I said. "You've always preferred your suffering well-sourced." His fingers rested on the piano, motionless now, but the room was still loud with him. Edward never needed raised voices to fill space. His thoughts did that well enough on their own, and tonight they were a closed room full of shattered glass. Bella's face in the living room. Bella laughing at Emmett. Bella saying yes when I asked if Jasper should come with us. He was replaying every second of it with the kind of precision that made pain self-sustaining. "So truth, then," he said at last. I moved around the piano slowly and sat on the edge of the bench opposite him, not touching, not crowding, just close enough to keep the conversation from hardening into performance. "The truth is that you keep using the wrong words for what this is," I said. "You tell yourself you want Bella safe. You tell yourself you're trying to do the honorable thing. But the shape of it in your head keeps bending toward possession. Toward management. Toward deciding what she is before she's had the chance to tell you herself." His jaw tightened. "That's unfair." "No," I said quietly. "It's uncomfortable." His eyes flicked to mine then, dark and sharp. You think I don't know the difference? I think you know it perfectly and everyone else. I folded my hands in my lap because it was either that or start pacing, and pacing would have made him feel cornered. But Bella's your blood singer, Edward. That kind of agony doesn't arrive politely. It distorts everything it touches. You're trying to make meaning out of a force that hurt you before it ever introduced itself. He looked away first, which told me more than any argument could have. You say that like it makes this less real. No. My voice softened despite myself, because for all his faults tonight, he was still my brother and still in pain. I'm saying force can be real without being the same thing as love. He let that sit between us for a long moment. Then, very quietly, he said, and what exactly do you think is happening with you? That landed where he meant it to. I could have lied, deflected, made it sisterly concern and nothing else. Instead I chose honesty because anything less would have been cowardice. Something I didn't expect, I said. Something that was mine first. His gaze sharpened. And Jasper? There it was, the question under all the others. I thought of Bella in the living room, the way she'd looked at him, then at me, then at Jasper as though the axis of the world had shifted under her feet. Jasper feels it too, I said. That's part of why you're at the piano instead of pretending none of this matters. For a second Edward saw nothing at all. That was worse than anger. Anger at least had shape. Silence let everything underneath it spread. He turned back to the piano then and played 3 quiet notes with perfect control, as if he could prove something by refusing the drama available to him. You're asking me, he said, still looking at the keys, to believe that this is somehow nobler because it's become more complicated. I'm not asking you to admire it, I said. I'm asking you not to lie about it. His hands stopped again. You think I'm lying to myself. I think you're trying to survive yourself. I let the words settle before I added, those aren't always the same thing. That got his attention back on me. He turned then, fully, his expression sharpened by the kind of restraint that cost him something to maintain. And Jasper? He asked. What exactly do you imagine this is for him? A philosophical awakening? A romantic inconvenience? He is your mate, Alice. There it was, the oldest fear beneath the immediate one. Not just Bella, not just losing a story he'd been building in secret misery. The idea that what was happening might violate some law he needed the universe to keep. I held his gaze because looking away would have made it seem smaller than it was. Jasper is my mate, I said. That hasn't changed. Nothing about this feels like replacement. It feels like expansion, and that's frightening because none of us were taught to expect it. Edward's laugh this time was quieter and somehow harsher. That sounds like the sort of theory people invent after they've already decided what they want. Yes, I said. Sometimes truth arrives after desire, not before it. Humans aren't the only ones who mistake sequence for morality. His eyes narrowed. And Bella? Does she know she's become the subject of supernatural reinterpretation? The cruelty in that was deliberate, but it still missed its mark because underneath it I could hear the real question. Does she know she's not mine? My voice softened in spite of him. Bella knows what she feels less clearly than you'd like and more honestly than you do. She isn't confused because she's foolish. She's confused because something real is happening faster than she has language for. He stood then and moved away from the bench in one fluid motion, not threatening, but restless enough that the room shifted around him. And I'm supposed to do what with that? That, finally, was the useful question. I rose too, slower, and watched the strain in his face settle into something more tired than angry. Stop calling it love when what you mean is torment, I said. Stop deciding Bella owes meaning to your suffering. And if you can't help hurting, then at least hurt honestly. Edward looked at me for a long moment without answering, and in that silence I could feel the argument changing shape. Not ending. Edward never let go of pain that quickly. But shifting from self-defense into something more dangerous, because once he stopped insisting on his innocence, he had to face the possibility that I was right. He turned away first and crossed to the window, standing with one hand braced against the frame as if stillness alone might keep him from splintering. When he spoke, his voice was quiet enough that a human would have missed the damage in it. You think I chose this badly, he said. I let out a slow breath. No, I think you're being hurt by something real and misnaming it because the right name would wound your pride even more. That drew the faintest, bitter curve from his mouth. You always do know how to comfort. I warned you what I was offering. He glanced back at me then, and for the first time all night there was no edge in his expression sharp enough to call anger. Only grief, stripped of vanity for a second and therefore much harder to look at. When she's in the room, he said, everything in me narrows toward her. The scent, yes, but not only that. I wait for her voice. I listen for her thoughts and find nothing. I look where she should be before I mean to. If that isn't love, then what exactly am I supposed to call the kind of force that rearranges every hour around a person? There it was at last. Honest enough to matter. I softened because I couldn't help it. Torment, I said gently. Obsession. Longing. Hunger with a human face on it. Maybe the beginning of something else in another life, under other circumstances. But not this. Not when the center of it is still what she does to you instead of who she is when you let her alone. He closed his eyes briefly, and the room went still around that small surrender. And if I can't stop? Then suffer cleanly, I said. Don't turn your pain into authority. Don't decide Bella owes you a story because you can't bear the one that's actually happening. For a moment I thought he might answer with anger after all. Instead he opened his eyes and looked at me like someone standing on the far edge of his own illusions. Might she ever choose me? He asked. The question was so naked that it hurt us both. I could have lied. I could have offered some softer uncertainty and sent him upstairs with hope enough to poison another week. But love for Edward, real love, required better cruelty than that. I held his gaze and let the truth stay plain between us. Not in the future I'd trust with her happiness, I said. He flinched almost invisibly. Then he nodded once, as if he'd expected the blade and only hated that it cut cleanly. When he turned back to the piano, he didn't play. He only rested his hands on the keys and stared down at them like a boy looking at something he could no longer fix with talent. I stayed where I was for another second, grieving for him even as I refused him, and understood with awful clarity that the darker futures weren't the ones where Edward raged. They were the ones where he kept hoping. 19. The Meadow. The invitation had to be handled carefully, which was another way of saying I'd spent half the morning pretending not to plan every second of it. Bella was already living in the space between wanting answers and wanting me, and the two were becoming difficult for her to separate. That was dangerous, but it was also honest. If I took her to the meadow, if I let her see me there in the open where concealment stopped pretending to be virtue, then whatever happened next would belong to truth instead of suggestion. I wanted that more than I wanted safety, which probably said worrying things about my judgment. Jasper found me in my room just as I was deciding for the fourth time that the blue blouse looked too deliberate. You've changed 3 times, he said. 4, I corrected. That's not helping your case. I'm not making a case. I'm having a crisis of aesthetics. His mouth moved with the beginning of a smile, but the look in his eyes was steadier than that. You've already decided. Yes, I said, and set the rejected blouse aside with more force than it deserved. I'm taking her to the meadow. It wasn't really a question, but I nodded anyway. Jasper leaned against the doorframe, quiet for a moment in the way he became when he was feeling 3 things at once and choosing not to burden me with all of them. Concern first, loyalty second, that newer, less nameable current third. You know what this changes, he said. Yes. I turned to face him fully. That's why it has to be me. His gaze held mine without flinching. I know. That mattered more than it should have. I crossed the room and rested my hands against his arms for a second, grounding myself in the familiar shape of him before I went to do something reckless in a newer direction. I'm not choosing against you, I said quietly. A strange softness moved through his expression, gone almost before it formed. Alice, he said, like the fact that I'd said it at all was answer enough. Then his eyes sharpened a fraction. Does Bella know where you're taking her? Not exactly. That will delight Carlyle. It will distress him artistically, which is different. Jasper huffed a laugh, but it faded quickly. Be careful with her. The words landed with layered meaning and neither of us pretended otherwise. Careful with the truth. Careful with Bella's fear. Careful with the part of me that had already become too willing to burn for this. I gave him the only answer that mattered. I will. When I found Bella after school, she looked up from the side of her truck with that guarded, searching expression I was beginning to crave with embarrassing intensity. You look like you're about to talk me into something questionable, she said. I am, I replied. Come with me. Bella's eyes narrowed slightly, though the warmth under it gave her away. That's not enough information for any sensible person. Good thing I'm not asking someone sensible. I stepped closer and lowered my voice until the parking lot fell away around us. I'm asking you. Bella stared at me for a second longer, which was usually the point at which sensible instincts tried one last time to save her from me. Then she shut her truck door, slipped the keys into her pocket, and said, "That was manipulative." "Yes," I said. "Are you coming anyway?" Her mouth twitched in spite of herself. "Probably," which feels like a personal failing. I prefer to think of it as discernment. She fell into step beside me with the kind of reluctant willingness that made my whole unnecessary heart feel lighter. I led her toward the tree line at the edge of the school lot instead of the road, and she slowed almost immediately. "Alice." "Yes?" "Why are we going into the woods?" "Because roads are dull." "That is not an answer." "It is," I said. "You just don't approve of it." Bella gave me a look that would have been more effective if curiosity hadn't already taken hold of her more strongly than caution. She kept walking anyway, boots dampening softly against the earth as we moved under the trees. The forest gathered around us in layers of green and silver gray, wet bark, fern, shadow, the whole world smelling like rain and living things. Bella was quieter there, not frightened, exactly, but more alert. Every now and then I felt her glance at me as if checking whether I was still leading her somewhere real. After a few minutes she said, "You know this would be much less suspicious if you explained literally anything. But then you'd spend the whole walk thinking instead of paying attention." "I'm capable of both. Not when you're this curious." She exhaled through her nose, which in Bella translated to conceding a point under protest. "You're insufferable." "I'm enchanting." It's a common confusion. That earned me a real laugh, brief but warm, and the sound of it eased something tight in me. I slowed a little when the path steepened, not because I needed to, but because Bella did, and I wanted her beside me when we reached the clearing. She noticed, of course. She noticed everything that mattered. "You're pacing yourself for me," she said. "Yes. That's annoyingly considerate. I contain multitudes." The trees began to thin ahead of us then, light shifting between the trunks in a way that made Bella's attention sharpen. She could feel the change before she saw it, some widening in the world, some held breath in the air itself. She stopped just at the edge of the clearing and looked past me into the meadow, where the grass rolled wide and bright under a break in the clouds, every blade silvered by sun. For one suspended second she said nothing at all. Then, very softly, Bella asked, "Alice, what is this?" I turned to face her fully, sunlight already waiting just beyond the shade. "The place where I stopped lying by omission," I said, and stepped out into the light. Bella made a sound then, not quite a gasp, not quite my name, just one small broken breath that told me the moment had landed exactly where truth always does when it finally stops asking permission. I stayed still in the center of the light and let her look. That was the hardest part for humans, usually. Not the danger, not even the impossible beauty of it, but the refusal of the world to stay arranged the way they had been taught it should be. Sunlight caught across my skin and broke itself into brightness, every surface of me lit like crystal, every movement turned too clear and strange to belong to anything alive in the ordinary sense. Bella didn't run. That nearly undid me more than anything else could have. She stood at the edge of the clearing with one hand still half curled at her side, staring as if grief and wonder had arrived together and neither one knew how to leave room for the other. I could hear her heart hammering, but fear wasn't the whole rhythm of it. Astonishment, recognition, some deeper ache that had nothing to do with danger and everything to do with finally seeing the shape of something she had already begun to love. I smiled, though it felt fragile. "You can say something," I said. "I realize I've made the conversation slightly uneven." Bella blinked hard, as if that helped. "I don't," she said, and stopped. Then she tried again, her voice softer and somehow worse for that. "I don't know what I'm looking at." "Me," I said. She laughed once under her breath, but there was no humor in it, only disbelief stretched thin over feeling. That's not fair. No, I said, it isn't. For a second I thought she might retreat into questions as a defense, line them up one after another until curiosity could do what fear and wanting both had failed to do and put space back between us. Instead she stepped forward once, still in the shade, eyes fixed on me with painful concentration. This is why the stories feel wrong, she said. All of it around you. Around your family. Everyone acts like the answer should be terrifying, but this isn't. She shook her head, struggling for language. It isn't horror. Something in my chest tightened. What is it, then? Bella looked at me like the truth hurt her to say. Lonely, she whispered. Beautiful, yes, but that's not the part that matters. You look like something the world would stare at and never touch. The words went through me cleanly, straight to the center. People saw danger. People saw glamour. Carlisle saw pathology, Esme sorrow, Jasper consequence. Bella saw loneliness on sight and called it by name. I took one slow step toward her, stopping just short of the shadow line. Bless your impossible heart, I said softly. You really see me. Bella crossed the shadow line before I could tell her not to. It wasn't reckless, not exactly. More like inevitability taking a human shape and moving forward on its own. 1 second, she was standing at the edge of the sun with that stunned, wounded wonder all over her face, and the next she was close enough that I could see the fine tremor in her hands. I held still because any sudden movement now would have felt cruel. Bella stopped just in front of me, her breath uneven, her eyes lifting over the impossible brightness of my skin as if she were trying to memorize not just what I was, but what it meant that I had chosen to show her. Alice, she said softly, and my name in her mouth was no longer a question. Are you dangerous? Yes, I said, because lying now would have insulted us both. She swallowed, but she didn't step back. To me? The honest answer was complicated enough to deserve some care. Potentially, I said. In the abstract. Not like this. Not here. Not because I want to hurt you. Bella let out a shaky breath. That's an absurdly specific comfort. It's the best kind. That almost made her smile. Almost. Then her gaze dropped to my hand where it hung at my side, lit hard under the sun, every angle of it wrong for anything mortal. If I touch you, she said, and I could hear her trying to make the question practical so it wouldn't sound like what it was. Am I going to regret it? My whole world narrowed to that sentence. No, I said, though the word came out quieter than I intended. I think you might regret not doing it. Bella looked at me once more as if checking for permission she already had, then lifted her hand and laid her fingertips against the back of mine. She inhaled sharply at the contact. So did I. Her skin was warm, fragile, alive in that heartbreakingly human way mine no longer was. The contrast should have been the whole story. It wasn't. What moved through me had very little to do with temperature and everything to do with trust. Bella touched me like I was real, not monstrous, not ornamental, not a mystery to be solved from a safe distance. Her thumb shifted once, barely brushing my knuckles, and the futures around us sharpened so suddenly it felt like the meadow itself had drawn breath. Bella laughing in our house. Bella reaching for me without fear. Bella with Jasper too, not as disruption, not as fracture, but threaded into the shape with a rightness I could no longer pretend belonged only to my imagination. Bella's eyes lifted to mine, wide and undefended. You're cold, she whispered. Yes, I said, and then because the truth had already won here, but you don't seem to mind. Her hand stayed where it was. No, she said, I really don't. Then something in her expression shifted, thought catching up with feeling. Cold, she repeated softly. Jacob said something once. About cold ones. The old phrase moved through me like an echo. Yes, I said. That's an old name for what we are. Bella held my gaze. And the other name? I could have softened it. Delayed it. Wrapped it in prettier language and let the moment keep pretending it had somewhere left to hide. She deserved the clean truth. Vampire, I said. The word hung between us in the bright meadow air, less like a threat than a bell struck once and left ringing. Bella's pulse kicked hard under her skin, but she didn't let go of me. Right, she whispered, and there was no horror in it, only the effort of fitting an old nightmare word around the truth standing in front of her. That should feel worse than it does. A sad smile touched my mouth. I know. 20. What we mean. I should have let go first. That would have been the sensible thing, and if there was one pattern my life had never once failed to reward, it was performing sensible behavior a few seconds after it was no longer emotionally relevant. Instead, I stood there in the middle of the meadow with my hand still against Alice's and the whole world feeling slightly rearranged around the fact that I wasn't afraid. Or maybe I was, just not in the useful way. Alice watched me with that impossible, luminous stillness that ought to have made speech harder than it was. Somehow it did the opposite. Maybe because I was already past the point where pretending helped. Maybe because once you'd touched something impossible and found it real, lying about your own feelings started to feel childish. I drew a breath that did nothing to steady me and said, I think this would be easier if you were more horrifying. That startled a laugh out of her, bright and brief and almost enough to undo me on its own. I can try harder, if it helps. It really doesn't. My hand slipped away from hers then, not because I wanted distance, but because I needed enough of myself back to speak in full sentences. That's actually part of the problem. Her expression gentled without losing any of its focus. Bella. No, let me do this while I'm still halfway brave. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes for a second, then dropped them and looked at her because not looking at her would have turned the whole thing into cowardice. I know I'm supposed to be having some kind of identity crisis right now. You're not human. Your family isn't human. I've been collecting evidence that should have frightened me weeks ago, and instead I'm standing in a field trying very hard not to say something humiliating. Alice tilted her head. That does sound difficult. It is, I said. Because the humiliating thing is the true thing. The words were out before I could improve them, which was probably for the best. I don't mean abstract feelings. I don't mean metaphorical fascination. I mean I want you. I wanted you before I knew what you were, and knowing didn't fix it. If anything, it made it worse, because now I also know you're real. For once Alice didn't answer immediately. Something vulnerable moved across her face so quickly it almost hurt to witness. I kept going before either of us could retreat into caution. And I know that probably sounds ridiculous given the circumstances, but I'm tired of talking around it like wanting you is some kind of side effect of confusion. It isn't. I'm confused, yes. That's true. But I'm also very sure about this part. Alice took one careful step closer, her eyes never leaving mine. Bella, she said softly, you have no idea what that does to me. Probably not, I admitted. But I'm trying very hard to stop making myself smaller than what I mean. Alice stopped close enough that the space between us felt deliberate, not absent. Sunlight still caught at her skin in impossible brightness, but by then that had become almost secondary to the expression on her face. Not pity, not caution exactly, something more fragile than either, as if my honesty had reached a place in her that even immortality hadn't armored properly. When she spoke, her voice had gone quieter than I'd ever heard it. Bella, I need you to understand something before this goes any further. That should have frightened me more than it did. Instead I nodded, because if we were telling the truth now, I wanted all of it, even the parts that hurt. Okay. Alice glanced down for the briefest second, then met my eyes again. Jasper is my mate. The words landed cleanly, not because they were surprising exactly, but because hearing them aloud changed their weight. I'd known there was something between them too deep to mistake for ordinary love. Anyone with eyes could see that. Still, my stomach tightened around the sentence before my pride could stop it. Right, I said, and heard the flattening in my own voice. That seems like important information to include before the dramatic supernatural confession. Alice winced very slightly. Yes, it does. I folded my arms, less defensively than I wanted her to think. And yet here we are. She accepted that without flinching. And yet here we are, she echoed. Because the part one don't have a neat explanation for is that whatever is happening with you didn't stop being real when measured against that bond. It should have, according to everything we think we know. But it didn't. I looked away for a second, out across the bright sweep of the meadow, because the alternative was staring straight at the impossible and asking it to behave. That sounds like a very elegant way of saying this is a terrible idea. It might be, Alice said. But terrible ideas are usually clearer than false ones, and pretending I don't feel this would be false. The honesty of that made it harder to stay wounded in any simple way. I let out a breath and asked the question that had been sitting under all the others since Port Angeles. So what am I supposed to do with Jasper? Alice's eyes sharpened, but not in anger. That's just it, she said softly. You don't feel nothing when you think about him. I hated how quickly my face gave me away. That isn't fair. No, she said. It isn't. She took one more small step toward me, careful as prayer. Bella, I'm not asking you to become less honest just because the truth is inconvenient. I'm telling you the truth is inconvenient for all of us. I swallowed. That's a very gracious way to describe emotional catastrophe. One corner of her mouth lifted. I'm trying to keep you from bolting. I'm considering it on principle. Are you? I looked at her, at the impossible steadiness of her, and knew the answer before I spoke it. No, I admitted. That's sort of the problem. The terrible part was that jealousy would have been easier. If Alice had told me Jasper was her mate and all I'd felt in response was sharp, ordinary hurt, I could have built a moral position out of that. I could have called the whole thing doomed, thanked her for the honesty, and gone home to recover in some structured, self-righteous way. Instead I stood there in a bright meadow with the word vampire still echoing faintly in my head and realized the emotion making my life impossible was not jealousy at all. It was recognition, not as fierce as what I felt for Alice, not yet, but quieter things are sometimes worse because they leave more room for denial. Alice watched my face with unnerving patience. You're thinking too hard again. I'm trying to determine whether this is a nervous breakdown or just exceptionally bad timing. One doesn't exclude the other. That pulled a reluctant laugh out of me, which only made the situation feel more hopeless. I looked away from her, out across the open grass where everything had become too vivid to hide inside. The problem, I said slowly, is that if I were normal, this would be simpler. Alice's voice softened. Bella. No, listen. I folded my arms, then immediately dropped them again because it felt too much like a shield. I don't feel threatened by Jasper. That should be the first thing, right? The obvious thing. You tell me he's your mate, and I should want him out of the conversation entirely. I should want you separated into parts one can survive. Alice didn't interrupt. That somehow made it easier and worse. But I don't, I said. That's what's wrong with me. I finally looked at her again. When he's near, I don't feel pushed out. I feel steadier, safer, yes, but not in a brotherly, comforting, harmless way, which would at least be easier to categorize without wanting to lie down in traffic. It's stranger than that. Every time he looks at me like he's actually seeing what's happening instead of trying to manage it, something answers. Alice went very still. Answers, she repeated softly. I nodded because there was no use pretending I hadn't said it. And I hate that word, because it makes me sound like I've joined a cult or been hit in the head. My throat tightened around the next part, but truth had already gone too far to stop cleanly. It isn't rivalry. It isn't guilt. It isn't me wanting to keep both options open because I'm selfish or confused. It's more like there's a second current under the first one, and every time I try not to notice it, it gets stronger. For once Alice looked almost as shaken as I felt. Bella, she said quietly, you have no idea how long I've been trying not to force that conclusion. That makes two of us, I said. Then I let out a breath that felt like surrender in a language I was only beginning to understand. So now what? Alice didn't answer right away. She looked past me for one brief second, not distracted, exactly, but listening to something I couldn't hear. Then her expression shifted into that strange, almost private stillness I was learning, meant her mind had leapt half a step ahead of the present. Now, she said softly, we stop pretending this only belongs to two people. I turned before I'd fully decided to, and Jasper was there at the edge of the meadow where the trees began again, still enough that he might have been part of the shadow if I hadn't already learned how impossible it was to miss him when he mattered. He didn't approach like someone interrupting. He approached like someone answering a truth that had finally been spoken aloud. My pulse jumped anyway. Of course it did. I wasn't eavesdropping, he said, which should have sounded ridiculous and somehow didn't. Alice knew I was close enough to come if she needed me. That is not as reassuring as you think it is, I muttered. One corner of his mouth shifted. Probably not. Alice glanced between us, her face open in a way that made me feel suddenly, terribly visible. "I didn't want to force this," she said. "Not on either of you. That's the part one was most afraid of. That if I named it too early, I'd turn something real into a suggestion." She looked at Jasper then, and whatever passed between them was too deep and practiced to mistake for anything but love. It should have made me feel excluded. Instead, it only clarified how impossible the rest of this had become. But we're past that now. Jasper stopped a few feet from us, giving me space I was suddenly aware I didn't want as much as I should have. "Bella," he said, and my name in his voice was careful enough to make my throat tighten. If this were only confusion, I would have stepped back already. If it were only curiosity, I would have trusted it to fade. I haven't stepped back because every time you're near us, something in me stops feeling theoretical. I stared at him. That is an alarming sentence. "It alarms me too," he said. That should have made it easier. It didn't. It only made it more real. I looked from him to Alice and back again, trying to force the shape of this into something ordinary enough to survive. Triangle. Mistake. Emotional disaster. Bad timing. None of the words fit. A triangle implied opposition. Choice in the simplistic sense. One person winning by cutting the other out. But standing there in the meadow with Alice luminous in the sun and Jasper steady at the edge of it, I understood with a clarity that made my ribs ache that what was happening wasn't division at all. It was expansion, terrifying and intimate and far too honest to hide inside easier language. "So this is what?" I asked quietly. "Not a catastrophe. Not a betrayal. Not me ruining a perfectly functional supernatural marriage." Alice laughed softly at that, though her eyes stayed bright and serious. Jasper answered first. "No," he said. "It's the beginning of something none of us expected." Alice took my hand again, and when Jasper stepped closer this time I didn't move away. "And something," she said, looking at both of us as if the truth had finally become simple in at least one direction, none of us are willing to lie about. 21. The game. After the meadow, pretending Bella belonged only to the dangerous parts of our world started to feel dishonest in a way I could no longer tolerate. We'd shown her secrecy, hunger, loneliness, impossible truths spoken in quiet voices under open sky. All of that mattered. But if Bella was going to understand what loving us might actually mean, then she needed to see the other side too. Not just what we endured. What we were when joy outran caution and the family stopped arranging itself around concealment. The baseball game had always been one of those rare rituals, loud enough, fast enough, ridiculous enough to feel almost human in its happiness. I wanted Bella inside that happiness now. I wanted her to see us glorious instead of merely strange. Carlyle looked up from the book in his hands when I came into the study. "That expression usually means you've decided something on behalf of the rest of us." "I have," I said. "You're welcome in advance." He closed the book with infuriating calm. Should I be braced? Only emotionally. "We're taking Bella to the game." One corner of his mouth moved. "That was already under consideration." "Yes, but I've upgraded it from consideration to certainty." Carlyle studied me for a moment with that patient, penetrating gentleness that made lying to him feel both rude and structurally unsound. "Because she should see more than a restraint," he said. "Because she should see joy," I corrected. "And because if she's going to keep moving toward us, then I refuse to let all her revelations involve danger, grief, or Edward behaving like a 19th century moral crisis." That earned a brief laugh from him. A strong practical argument. Esme appeared in the doorway then, catching the end of it with immediate interest. "What practical argument?" "Alice is recruiting Bella for baseball," Carlyle said. Esme smiled at once, warm and unguarded. "Oh, good. See?" I said. Maternal approval. "We're practically compelled." Behind her, Emmett's voice carried down the hall before the rest of him did. "If Bella's coming, I'm not allowed to go easy on anybody. I need that understood right now." "You were never going to go easy on anybody," Rosalie said as she followed him in, dry as winter. "That's not the point. I want formal permission." "You want witnesses," she replied. I turned just as Jasper came to a stop beside the doorframe, his gaze finding mine first and lingering long enough to remind me how much had changed since the meadow. "Does Bella know what she's agreeing to?" he asked. "Not yet," I said. But she will. His expression shifted, thoughtful and unreadably soft at the edges. Then ask her properly. I always do. Jasper's mouth moved, almost a smile. No, Alice. You persuade her properly. Asking is a much rarer event. I put a hand to my chest in offense I didn't remotely feel. That is a vicious slander. Then I turned for the door before any of them could improve upon it. I'm going to invite my girl to baseball. Emmett barked a laugh behind me. Rosalie muttered, subtle, with exactly the amount of scorn she thought I deserved. Esme made the pleased little sound she only made when the family was becoming something larger and kinder than fear had any right to expect. Bella answered the door with the kind of caution that suggested she'd seen my truck and immediately assumed I had arrived with an agenda. To be fair, I had. She took one look at my face and folded her arms. That expression means I'm about to be manipulated into recreational danger. I smiled. Only a little. That is not reassuring. It isn't meant to be. I stepped inside before Charlie could appear and ask practical questions I had no intention of answering honestly. I'm taking you somewhere. Bella leaned back against the wall, already bracing in a way that made me inappropriately fond of her. You know, most people start with details and then work up to kidnapping. Most people are dull. I reached for her hand, not pulling, just offering. Come play baseball with us. She blinked. What? Baseball, I repeated. The American pastime. Bats. Bases. Emmett behaving like a delighted war criminal. You'll love it. Bella stared at me for a second as if checking whether this was some obscure vampire joke. I can't tell if you're trying to seduce me or concuss me with absurdity. Why choose? I said. It's a family game. We only play when the weather is loud enough to hide the fun parts. That landed exactly as strangely as it should have. The fun parts, Bella repeated. Alice, that phrase contains absolutely no usable information. I softened a little then, because beneath the suspicion I could feel her curiosity waking up, bright and impossible to resist. I know. I moved closer and lowered my voice. That's because I want you to see it before you start explaining it away. I've shown you what we are when the world corners us into secrecy. I want to show you what we are when we're happy. Something in her face changed at that, not melting exactly, but easing. That is an unfairly effective sentence. I put effort into my work. Bella looked down for a moment, then back up at me with that searching, too honest gaze that always made me feel like prophecy had taken human form just to unsettle me personally. Will Jasper be there? The question was quiet, but it hit the room like a struck wire. I let myself smile because hiding my relief would have been both impossible and insulting. Yes, I said. He'll be there. Bella exhaled, and some private argument inside her seemed to resolve without ever becoming visible. Then I'm coming, she said, though she pointed a finger at me immediately after. But if this turns out to involve supernatural athletics and emotional damage, I reserve the right to complain the entire time. I took her hand at last, triumphant and trying not to show it too much. Bella, I said, guiding her toward the door, I would be disappointed if you didn't. By the time we reached the clearing, the storm had built itself into something theatrical enough to satisfy even Emmett. Thunder rolled somewhere beyond the tree line in long, satisfied growls, and the air held that charged, metallic thickness that always made the game feel less like recreation and more like permission. Bella slowed beside me as the field opened ahead, her hand tightening once in mine before she let go to stare properly. The family was already there. Emmett with the bat over one shoulder like a man preparing to negotiate with weather personally. Rosalie standing near him with the kind of elegant boredom that never fooled anyone who knew her. Carlisle and Esme together at the edge of the clearing, calm and bright even in the gathering dark. Jasper a little apart, not distant, only still, his eyes finding us the instant we stepped through the trees. Bella looked from one to the next and then back at me. This feels illegal, she said. Only spiritually, I replied. Emmett turned at the sound of our voices and threw both arms wide. Bella, he called. Excellent. Now there's someone here who can appreciate greatness objectively. Rosalie gave him a flat look. No one can appreciate you objectively. That would require neutrality, and you exhaust it on sight. He grinned at Bella anyway. See? Family warmth. Bella laughed, and there it was again, that sharp little lift in the center of me every time she stopped bracing long enough to enjoy us. I guided her a little farther into the clearing while the first low flash of lightning moved behind the clouds. Jasper came toward us then, quiet as ever, but the emotional field around him shifted with enough care that Bella's shoulders eased before she could stop them. She noticed that too. Her glance flicked to him, then away, then back again. "You made it," Jasper said. Bella, who had survived vampires, revelation, and emotional catastrophe with more grace than anyone had the right to expect, managed to look newly self-conscious under one simple sentence. "Apparently I make bad choices with commitment." "That depends," he said. "How attached are you to ordinary baseball?" "I've never been especially loyal to it." "That helps." I smiled because he was doing exactly what I'd hoped he would, not crowding her, not asking anything of her she hadn't already offered, only making the world around her steadier by standing in it. Carlisle stepped forward then with the bat in one hand and a softness in his expression that always made Bella look younger and more relieved than she probably wanted to. "There are a few rules," he said. "Most of them amount to standing where Alice tells you and not where Emmett suggests." "That's slander," Emmett said. "It's experience," Esme corrected. Bella looked at me, eyes bright now with a mixture of caution and anticipation that felt almost exactly like happiness beginning to trust itself. "You know," she said, "I'm starting to think your family's idea of joy is structurally unsound." I leaned in just a little, enough to make the answer private. "That," I said, as thunder cracked at last above the field, "is why it's so much fun." The first crack of bat against ball was loud enough to shake the trees. Bella flinched and then stared as Emmett tore across the clearing in a blur too fast for any human sport to claim honestly. Rosalie was after him a heartbeat later, pale and viciously graceful, her laughter lost under the thunder as she cut him off before he'd made half the distance he thought he had. Bella turned in place trying to follow all of it, and the expression on her face was so openly astonished that I almost laughed just from watching her watch us. "This is not baseball," she said. "No," I agreed. "This is better." Another crack split the air. Carlisle moved with that impossible economy he made look effortless, Esme just behind him, both of them fast enough to turn the whole game into a series of vanishing certainties. Jasper took his turn at the plate and sent the ball screaming into the storm-dark sky hard enough that Bella actually ducked on instinct. "Oh my God," she said, half laughing now, half appalled. "Do you do everything like this?" "Only the fun things," I said. She looked at me with rain beginning to silver in her hair, her eyes wide and bright and so alive it made the whole clearing feel sharpened around her. "Alice, your family is insane." "Hereditary," Emmett called from somewhere beyond second base. "For the last time," Rosalie said, voice carrying cleanly through the field, "that isn't how heredity works." "It is tonight." Bella laughed again, and the sound of it went through me like sunlight. This was what I had wanted for her. Not secrecy. Not grief. This. The wild, ridiculous joy of us stripped free of caution for one storm-lit hour. She was seeing it all now, our speed, our strength, the exhilaration in it, and instead of recoiling she was glowing with wonder. Jasper came to stand near us again between plays, close enough that Bella leaned ever so slightly toward the steadiness of him without seeming to know she'd done it. "You still think this was a bad idea?" I asked. Bella looked from me to Jasper and then back out across the clearing where Emmett had just tackled Carlisle into wet grass with enough force to uproot common sense. "I think," she said carefully, "that your definition of leisure is clinically unsound." "But no, not bad." The answer warmed something deep in me just in time for the wind to change. It hit all at once, sharp and wrong beneath the clean scent of rain and pine. Not animal, not human, vampire, but unfamiliar, foreign enough that every future in front of me shattered before I could catch it. Jasper stilled beside me. Carlisle's head snapped toward the tree line. Across the clearing, Rosalie and Emmett stopped moving in the same instant. Bella saw the change before she understood it. "Alice?" Three figures stood at the edge of the field where the storm-dark woods opened to the meadow, still as carved stone, watching us with the kind of interest that turned joy into mathematics in a single breath. James in the center, already smiling. Laurent beside him, elegant and unreadable. Victoria with her wild bright hair like flame against the trees. And just like that, the game was over. 22. The tracker. The silence that followed felt louder than thunder. 1 second the clearing had been full of motion, laughter, the clean violent joy of my family in the storm. And the next everybody on the field had gone still around Bella like stillness itself could become a wall. I reached for the futures out of instinct, but they were already breaking apart under the pressure of new choices, new scents, new hungers. James stood at the center of the three strangers with his smile widening as he looked past Carlisle, past Emmett, past all of us, and settled on Bella. I felt the exact instant he caught her scent fully. His whole attention sharpened, delighted and bright in a way that made something cold move through me. It wasn't the blunt interest of a thirsty vampire stumbling across an easy human. It was curiosity, appetite with imagination behind it. Bella, because she was Bella, took one involuntary step backward and then stopped herself as if refusing to make the movement worse by admitting what it meant. Carlisle moved first, slow enough to seem almost casual if you didn't know how carefully he measured every gesture. "You're welcome to join us," he said, his voice calm and clear across the clearing. "I'm Carlisle. This is my family." That was our way, civility offered before violence, but James barely glanced at him. His eyes remained fixed on Bella with the kind of focus I'd already learned to hate in one man and feared much more in this one. Victoria's gaze flicked over all of us and lingered on the shape we'd made around Bella. Laurent, elegant and watchful, seemed to take the measure of the field in a single sweep. James smiled a little more. "Your family travels with a pet?" he asked. The word landed like filth. Edward made a sound low in his throat that wasn't speech anymore, and Jasper shifted beside me so subtly that Bella probably only felt the emotional pressure change before she understood why. I could feel him already moving the air around her, steadying, containing, preparing. Bella looked at me then, not because she understood the rules of this yet, but because she understood enough to know the danger had found its true name. "Alice," she said quietly, and hearing my name in her voice at that moment nearly undid me. James's smile flashed, quick and avid, like Bella had just become more interesting for speaking at all. "No," he said softly, almost to himself. "Not a pet." His eyes lifted to mine for one charged instant, and I saw the recognition there, predator to witness, game to game. A challenge. In that single word the whole clearing changed shape. This wasn't chance hunger anymore. It was sport, and James had already decided he was going to enjoy it. For half a second after James said it, no one moved. Then Laurent turned his head toward him with a faint change in posture that would have been meaningless in anyone less dangerous. It wasn't disapproval exactly, but it was hesitation, the first sign that this encounter wasn't as simple as three nomads crossing paths with a settled coven. Victoria stayed quiet, her bright hair restless in the wind, but her eyes kept moving from Bella to the line of my family around her and back again, calculating the shape of attachment faster than most people could read a room. I reached for the futures again and caught only broken pieces. Bella running, Bella hidden, Bella crying out somewhere too far away for me to reach in time. Every path that began with James turning away blurred and died almost instantly. He might leave the clearing. He might smile and pretend at civility. But he was not done. Distance wouldn't cure this. Distance would only give him space to hunt. Carlisle understood enough of that already to shift his tone, gentleness holding but thinning at the edges. "She's under our protection," he said. "So I'd advise you to think of her as family." James's smile widened, not insulted, not even especially challenged, only pleased that the game had acquired rules worth breaking. "Family," he repeated, tasting the word as if it amused him. "That's a strong claim for a human." Edward took a step before Emmett's hand caught his arm hard enough to stop him, and the emotional pressure around Bella changed again as Jasper answered Edward's rising fury by pressing calm and caution into the clearing with careful force. Bella stood very still beside me. I could feel the effort it took her not to look frightened, and loved her for it so fiercely that it hurt. Laurent's gaze moved at last to Carlisle. "We weren't told this territory was occupied," he said, his voice smooth and cultured in a way that made the threat inside the words worse, not better. Carlisle inclined his head. "We don't often have reason to advertise." That earned the smallest shrug from Laurent, but he looked back to James as if measuring whether discretion still existed as an option. Then perhaps we should pass on, he said. There are easier places to feed. James didn't even glance at him. His eyes remained on Bella with that horrible bright attention that had already settled into fixation. Easy isn't the point, he said softly. That was the moment certainty arrived. Not because of the words themselves, but because every future that still held Bella alive now bent under the same pressure, his interest hardening into intention. Victoria watched James the way one watches weather one knows too well to interrupt. Laurent had already begun to regret the shape of the evening. And James, smiling in the storm-dark clearing while my whole family closed ranks around the girl I loved, had chosen the hunt as surely as if he'd spoken it aloud. Edward broke first. It happened in the space after James's last words, in the ugly little silence where everyone heard the future hiding inside them. His body went taut with a violence so complete it almost looked like relief, as if at last the shapeless misery he'd been carrying around Bella had found an object outside himself to strike. No, he said, and there was nothing human in the sound at all. Emmett's grip tightened, but Edward tore free of it with a speed that cracked the ground under his feet. Carlyle moved at once, stepping into his path before the distance could become attack. Edward, he said, and his voice didn't rise, which made it stronger. Not now. Edward's eyes never left James. He's not leaving with that thought in his head, he said. The words were for Carlyle, but the fury inside them wasn't simple protection. I could feel too much of it from where I stood beside Bella. Fear, yes. Hunger twisted into rage, yes. But beneath that was the deeper wound, the one he kept calling love because he couldn't bear to name it correctly. Bella was moving away from him, toward me, toward Jasper, toward a version of family that had no place for the story he'd built around her, and James had touched that raw place with one interested look. James, predictably, enjoyed this. His smile sharpened as he watched Edward strain against Carlyle's stillness. There he is, he said softly. I was wondering who'd lose discipline first. Laurent's expression shifted into something more openly concerned. James, he said, and this time the warning was unmistakable. Enough. Victoria still said nothing, but she drifted half a step closer to James, not encouraging, not restraining, only aligning herself with the direction of his intent. Jasper moved then, not toward Edward, but toward Bella and me, placing himself near enough that the whole clearing changed shape around his presence. Bella's breath caught once, and I felt him answer it immediately, pressing calm through the air with careful control. He didn't look at me. He looked at the threat. Alice, he said quietly, and the single word carried instruction, trust, and urgency all at once. I understood him before he finished thinking it. Edward's fury was feeding James now, making Bella brighter by contrast, making us look divided where we needed to look absolute. Carlyle knew it too. We're done here, he said, turning his head just enough that the command reached us, not James's group. Emmett, Rosalie, Esme. Then his eyes found mine. Take Bella. That should have settled it, but Edward made a broken, furious sound. We can kill him now, he said. We should. Carlyle held his gaze. And hand him the field before the hunt's even begun? He asked. The truth of it landed hard. James didn't want a clean fight. He wanted disruption, panic, the one fracture that would let him find Bella later when she was most alone. Bella looked between us, pale now in a way no human should ever have to be, but she didn't freeze. She turned toward me and Jasper with frightening trust already forming beneath her fear. That was what James saw too. Not only prey, but the lines of attachment around her. That was what made Edward's rage curdle inside me. He was ready to tear the world open over her, but not because he understood her, not because he had listened to what she wanted, not because he could bear her happiness if it didn't run through him. He wanted to destroy the threat in front of him and ignore the truth beside him, and James, smiling in the rain, knew exactly how to use that. Carlyle's order broke the tableau at last. Emmett and Rosalie moved first, flanking wide without looking hurried, which was exactly how one behaved when any sign of haste might sharpen a predator's appetite. Esme came in on Bella's other side with that impossible grace of hers, gentle even now, and I caught Bella's hand before she could decide whether standing still might somehow make this easier. It wouldn't. Nothing about James suggested the kind of cruelty that tired quickly. He was bright with interest now, alive in the way hunters only are when the world stops being routine and becomes intimate. Jasper stayed close enough to Bella that she could feel him even before she understood what he was doing, while Carlisle held the line in front of us with Edward still straining somewhere just behind his shoulder. "We're leaving," Carlisle said, and this time there was no invitation left in his voice. Laurent inclined his head as if that settled the matter. "A wise decision," he said. James laughed softly, almost under his breath, and the sound followed us like something thrown. Bella let me pull her back a step, then another. Her fingers were cold with human fear, fragile in my hand in a way that made everything inside me narrow to one furious point. "Alice," she said quietly, keeping her voice steadier than anyone had a right to ask of her, "am I supposed to pretend this is normal?" I turned toward her as we moved, forcing my face into something she could still read as mine. "No," I said. "I'd prefer you didn't start now." Jasper glanced at her then, his expression calm enough to borrow. "Stay with us," he said, and Bella nodded at once, as if his voice made obedience feel less like panic and more like structure. Behind us Edward made another sharp movement. Carlisle's answer came low and final. "If you lose control of yourself, you make her easier to find," he said. That stopped Edward in a way nothing gentler could have managed. We were almost to the trees when James spoke again. "It was good to meet you, Bella," he called, polite as a stranger at a school function, which made it infinitely worse. Bella stumbled once, not enough to fall, just enough for me to feel the shock go through her hand like a pulse. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could feel him smiling. Victoria's silence pressed at the edge of my thoughts. Laurent's unease had become almost tangible. The storm still rolled overhead, the field still smelled of rain and torn earth and the game we'd been playing only moments before, but none of it belonged to Joy anymore. That was the real change, the one no one could undo by getting Bella into a car and driving fast enough. Until tonight, our world had reached her in pieces. A strange boy in biology, impossible strength in a parking lot, truths spoken in careful increments, love beginning in glances and quiet revelations. Now the mask had torn clean through. A tracker had taken her scent, measured our attachment to her, and smiled. And as I led Bella off the field with my family closing around her, I knew with a certainty cold enough to feel like prophecy that she had just been dragged out of mystery and into the bloody center of what we were. 23. Containment. By the time we reached the house, the storm felt far away, as if the field and the game and James's smile belonged to some other version of the night that had been cut off and left behind. Bella was in the middle of us before the front door had fully opened, Jasper close on one side, me on the other. Esme just ahead clearing the way with the kind of calm that only looked effortless if you didn't love her enough to hear the strain underneath it. The moment Bella crossed the threshold the whole family shifted around her by instinct. Emmett went to the windows. Rosalie to the far side of the room where she could see both the stairs and the door. Carlisle moved straight to the center of the space and turned, taking us all in at once with that terrible, gentle precision of his that meant fear had no right to become confusion while he was still standing. Bella looked from face to face and tried very hard not to look like prey. I loved her for that so sharply it almost made it harder to breathe. "Sit down," Carlisle said, and his voice was calm enough to obey even before the words landed. Bella sat at once on the edge of the sofa, hands clasped so tightly in her lap that I could hear the fragile rhythm of her pulse from across the room. I was beside her a second later, too close to count as casual, and Jasper took the other side without asking anyone whether he should. Edward came in last, wet-eyed with fury and trying to wear it as vigilance. "We don't have time to sit here pretending this is manageable," he said. "He has her scent." Carlisle's gaze moved to him, steady and unblinking. "Then it's fortunate no one is pretending," he replied. That stopped the room more effectively than shouting would have. Jasper leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees, his attention already sharpening into something tactical. "James won't rush. Not now that he knows she matters. He'll want us frightened first. Split if he can manage it." Emmett swore under his breath. Rosalie folded her arms. "Then we don't split," she said. Bella turned toward Carlisle, pale but painfully composed. "You can stop talking around me. I know enough to understand that I'm the problem." "No," I said before anyone else could answer, and the force in my own voice surprised me. Bella looked at me. I made myself slow down, soften, become something she could lean toward instead of brace against. You're not the problem. James is. Jasper's eyes flicked to mine for half a second, agreement passing between us like a current. Carlisle nodded once. Alice is right, he said. And that distinction matters, because strategy built on blame fails fast. Then he looked around the room, the doctor disappearing behind something older and colder, the part of him that had kept this family alive for longer than any of us liked to think about. So, we begin with what James knows, what he wants, and how little we can afford to guess. No one spoke for half a second after Carlisle said it, and in that pause I felt the room trying to arrange itself around panic and discipline at once. Edward was still standing, which made him feel like an exposed wire in the corner of my vision. Emmett hadn't moved from the window. Rosalie's expression had gone flat in the way it always did when fear became something she could only tolerate by sharpening it into contempt. Bella sat between me and Jasper with her hands tight in her lap, too pale, too fragile, and heartbreakingly determined not to come apart in front of us. Then, because she was Bella, she looked up at Carlisle instead of down at herself and said, "Tell me what I can do." The words changed the room. Not by solving anything, but by refusing the role James had already assigned her. She wasn't asking to be comforted. She was asking for work. Esme's face softened at once, the ache in her expression turning into something closer to pride. Carlisle watched Bella for a long moment, and I knew he was measuring not only what she meant, but what she could bear hearing in return. "The first useful thing," he said gently, "is for you to keep telling us the truth, especially when it feels inconvenient." Bella gave a tight, humorless little breath that almost counted as a laugh. "That sounds dangerously like something I can manage." Edward's mouth moved as if he wanted to interrupt. Jasper spoke first, quiet and steady. "It matters. James will use guilt if he can. Fear too. Anything that makes you predictable." Bella turned toward him, the movement small, immediate, trusting. "Predictable how?" Jasper's expression didn't change, but I felt the care in him sharpen. "By making you think the safest choice is the one where you sacrifice yourself before anyone else has to pay for you." Bella went still in the way people do when truth lands exactly where it was meant to. I looked at her then, really looked, and saw the instant she understood he had seen clean through her. Not judged. Seen. That mattered. It mattered so much that I could have kissed him for saying it aloud. Bella swallowed then said, with painful honesty, "That does sound like me." "I know," I said softly. Her eyes flicked to mine, startled by the certainty in my voice, and I reached for her hand before I could think better of it. "So we plan around that too." Emmett turned from the window at last. "Good. Because I'd really like the official family strategy to include Bella not wandering off to martyr herself while the rest of us are busy." Under any other circumstances the bluntness might have stung. Tonight it helped. Bella actually nodded. "That also sounds fair." Carlisle folded his hands, his attention taking in all of us at once. "Then we start there. James knows she matters to us. He may not yet know how much, but he knows enough to make use of it. What we cannot do is help him by leaving weak points in ourselves." Rosalie's gaze slid to Bella, hard but not unkind. "Then she stays in the center," she said. Esme nodded immediately. Jasper's shoulder brushed Bella's in the slightest possible contact, more promise than touch. And I, sitting beside the girl who was frightened and trying anyway, felt love move through me so fiercely it was almost indistinguishable from terror. That should have been enough to settle the first layer of the room. It wasn't. I felt the change in Edward before he spoke, his silence tightening instead of easing, every second of strategy making him more unbearable to himself. He had been forced to stand still on the field while another predator looked at Bella and named the game aloud. Now he needed movement, authority, something he could call action before the truth of his helplessness swallowed him whole. "Then I take her away." The words cut across Carlisle's measured calm with all the force of a decision already made. Bella went rigid beside me. Jasper's attention sharpened instantly. I turned to look at Edward fully and saw the same old mistake blazing in him, sharpened now by fear. Not what Bella wanted, not what would actually protect her. What he could endure. Carlisle didn't answer at once, which was almost worse for Edward than contradiction. "Explain," he said at last. Edward stepped farther into the room, eyes dark, voice fast with contained urgency. "James wants a challenge. Fine. Then we deny him one. I can get Bella away from Forks now, tonight. Keep moving, keep her hidden, stay ahead of the scent trail before he builds momentum." Emmett frowned. "You alone?" Edward's jaw set. "Faster with fewer people." Rosalie's expression hardened, openly cold. Easier to track if he guesses right once." Edward barely glanced at her. "He won't." That was the problem with obsession. It always mistook intensity for certainty. Bella turned toward him, not frightened, but wary in that quiet, unmistakable way she'd learned around him. "You're talking like I'm luggage." The words were calm, which made the room listen harder. Edward flinched as if she'd struck him, but he still pushed forward. "I'm talking about keeping you alive." "Without asking me," Bella replied. Jasper moved then, not enough to interrupt, only enough to make the emotional ground under Bella steadier. "That matters. James already knows pressure works. If we start treating Bella like an object to be moved instead of a person inside the plan, we help him." Edward's gaze snapped to Jasper with an anger so quick and raw it almost made the room tip. There it was again, the deeper wound under everything else. Bella's fear mattered. Her safety mattered. But so did the fact that she leaned toward Jasper when she needed steadiness and toward me when she needed truth, and Edward could feel that happening in real time. Carlisle stepped in before the fault could split wider. "No one is taking Bella anywhere alone. Not because your fear is unreasonable, Edward, but because your fear narrows judgment." Edward stared at him. "And yours doesn't?" Carlisle held his gaze without blinking. "Mine has had more practice." Bella let out a breath beside me, small but real, and I took her hand again because I couldn't seem to stop needing contact tonight. Edward looked at that too. Of course he did. That was why I no longer trusted the sharpness of his protection. It was real, but it was tangled. James was dangerous because he hunted for pleasure. Edward was dangerous because every instinct in him wanted to solve Bella by possession, and those two things were not the same, but tonight they rhymed badly enough to terrify me. The room held for one more breath after Carlisle answered Edward, but only just. Nothing had broken open yet, though I could feel fractures everywhere, in Edward's rage, in Bella's effort to stay composed, in the way every one of us was already thinking ahead to movement while pretending we still had time to sit still and reason. Carlisle turned to me then, and the question in his face arrived before the words did. "Alice, what do you see?" Every eye in the room shifted with his, and I hated that for a moment, not because he was wrong to ask, but because visions only looked like certainty from the outside. From where I stood, they were chaos. Too many roads at once, too many decisions colliding in real time. I reached for them anyway. At first all I got was noise. Motion. Forest. Roads unspooling under black tires. Bella's face pale in passing light. Charlie at the kitchen table with confusion turning slowly into hurt. Then the images tightened, not into clarity exactly, but into clusters. "He hunts best when he can isolate the prey," I said, keeping my voice level for Bella's sake. "If she stays here, he keeps pressing until one of us makes a mistake. If we move her, some futures open. Not good ones. Just more of them." Bella's hand tightened in mine. Jasper's shoulder touched hers again, steady as breath. Carlisle listened without interrupting. Edward did too, though every line of him strained against patience. "Do you see him catching us?" Rosalie asked. I swallowed before answering, because honesty mattered here more than comfort. "I see chances for him too," I said. "And chances where he doesn't. The problem is that Bella's choices keep changing the path." Bella looked at me at once. "Meaning I make things worse?" "Meaning what you do matters," I answered. "Meaning guilt changes you fast enough that I can't trust any future where you think you're protecting us by acting alone." The words landed hard, but not unfairly. Bella looked down for a second, then lifted her chin again with painful honesty. "Then don't give me the chance." Emmett let out a rough breath that might have been approval. Esme moved closer from the other side of the room, her gaze fixed on Bella with the tenderness of someone already grieving what necessity might demand. "We won't," she said softly. Carlisle nodded once, decision settling into him like a door closing. Then we move, he said. Tonight. That should have relieved me. It didn't. Because as soon as the choice hardened, the futures changed again, opening in bright violent flashes I didn't want. Bella alive in all the clearest ones, yes, but never untouched by what came next. I saw her in the back seat with tears she was trying not to shed. I saw heat, pursuit, blood-bright fear, and beyond all of it something stranger. A shape I couldn't yet fully name, only feel. Survival had once been the word I reached for when I wanted hope. Now it wasn't enough. Now I could see paths where Bella lived and still lost the soft human outline of the life she thought she was protecting, and those futures frightened me in ways death never quite had. 24. Leaving Forks. The decision settled over the room and turned everything after it practical. That was the worst part. Not the fear, though there was plenty of that, and not even the tracker with his bright, awful smile waiting somewhere beyond the house like a problem none of us could outreason. It was the way leaving became logistics almost immediately, as if terror could be made manageable by giving it a timetable. Carlisle started assigning movement with the same calm he used in the hospital, and everyone answered him like this was only another kind of emergency, one with roads instead of operating rooms. Emmett would take one route. Rosalie another. Esme and Carlisle would manage the house, the scent trails, the pieces left behind. Alice stood still for half a second longer than anyone else, her face turned slightly away as if she were listening to something only she could hear. Jasper never moved far from her. Neither of them moved far from me. I sat on the edge of the sofa and tried to understand how life could still look intact while it was already being dismantled around me. My backpack was upstairs. My truck was outside. Charlie was probably somewhere in Forks doing ordinary police work under ordinary lights, not knowing that by morning his daughter would have lied to him in a way big enough to stain everything that came after. I looked up at Carlisle when the others began to move. I have to tell Charlie something, I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. Every face in the room changed a little at the same time. It wasn't surprise. It was recognition. This was the part no speed, no strength, no supernatural planning could make clean. Carlisle nodded first. Yes, he said gently. You do. Edward exhaled sharply from across the room. No, he said. We don't have time for that. I turned toward him before I could stop myself. You don't get to say, we, when you mean my father, I said, and the words landed harder than I intended. Edward went still. Jasper's attention sharpened beside me, not pressing, just ready. Alice moved closer until our knees were nearly touching. Bella, she said quietly, and the way she said my name made me look at her instead. If you speak to Charlie, James gets more time. If I don't, I said, Charlie gets nothing except a missing daughter and a police report. He won't leave it like that. He'll send bulletins, maybe even contact the FBI. Esme sat down on my other side then, her voice soft with the kind of compassion that made enduring anything harder, not easier. What shape of lie hurts him least? She asked. I stared at my hands. College, freedom, space, some version of daughterly selfishness respectable enough to survive daylight. It made me feel sick. A bad one, I said. Just not the worst one. Alice's hand found mine then, cool and sure, and when I looked up at her I saw grief already there, not for me leaving Forks, but for what it was going to cost to do it at all. By the time I pulled into the driveway, I had rehearsed 3 different lies and hated all of them equally. Charlie's cruiser was already there, dark and familiar against the wet shine of the pavement, and the sight of it made something inside me twist so hard I had to sit for a second with both hands locked around the steering wheel. The house looked exactly the same as it always did. Porch light on, kitchen window glowing, my truck in its usual place like I wasn't about to tear a hole through the middle of my own life and call it necessity. Alice's hand had left mine before I got out of the car, but the shape of her grip still seemed to linger in my palm, cool and steady and useless against this particular kind of hurt. Some dangers you could run from. Some you had to walk into with your eyes open and do anyway. Charlie looked up from the kitchen table when I came in, a fork still in his hand and concern already rising before I'd said a word. Bells? He asked. You all right? I set my bag down too carefully, which only made me look more suspicious. I need to talk to you, I said. His whole face changed at once. Fear, not of me exactly, but for me. That was the thing about Charlie. He loved in the practical direction. Quietly, constantly. He stood up so fast his chair scraped the floor. What happened? He asked. Was it that Cullen boy? I almost laughed at the bitter wrongness of it, but there was no room in me for anything that light. No, I said. It's not that. It was worse, because it was me, and because I was about to make him feel helpless on purpose. He kept watching me with that policeman's concentration he never managed to turn off completely, even at home, but underneath it was just my father, bracing without knowing for what. Then tell me, he said. I made myself breathe before I answered. I think I need to leave Forks for a while. The silence after that was so immediate and so complete it felt like a physical thing. Charlie stared at me as if I'd switched languages halfway through the sentence. Leave, he repeated. What do you mean, leave? I looked down because if I met his eyes too soon I was going to tell the truth and ruin everything. I mean I can't keep doing this here, I said. School, Forks, all of it. I need space. Maybe Jacksonville for a while. Maybe somewhere else after that. Charlie's face did something I don't think I'll ever forget for as long as I exist. He didn't get angry first. He got hurt. It came across him plain and unguarded before pride or confusion could cover it. Bella, he said, and my name in his voice sounded more wounded than if he'd shouted. If you're unhappy here, you tell me that. You don't just walk in and say you're leaving like I'm the last to know. Every word landed exactly where it should have, because he wasn't wrong. That was the cruelty of it. He was standing there trying to defend something he couldn't even see clearly, and I was already taking it from him. I hated every second of it. I hated the kitchen light, the smell of coffee, the scrape of his chair against the floor, the whole ordinary shape of home that made the life feel less survivable, not more. Charlie's hurt didn't stay naked for long. It hardened the way pain usually does when there isn't time to tend it properly, turning into frustration because frustration at least let him stand upright inside it. He pushed a hand through his hair and looked at me like I'd become suddenly illegible. So what, that's it? He asked. You just decided and now I'm supposed to nod like this makes sense? I hated that he deserved better than the lie I had and I was still going to give it to him. I didn't decide it all at once, I said, which was technically true and therefore felt more dishonest, not less. I've been trying to make it work. I just can't anymore. Charlie stared at me for another second and then looked away, jaw tight. Is this because of your mother? He asked. Because if Renee's making you feel like you have to choose, that's not fair and you know it. It's not Mom, I said. It's me. He let out a short breath through his nose, not a laugh, not even close. That's a convenient answer. I almost folded then, not because he'd caught me, but because he still thought there was a version of this conversation where honesty could fix anything. I'm not trying to punish you, I said. My voice shook on the last word, and Charlie heard it. Of course he did. His whole expression shifted again, anger slipping under worry so fast it made my chest ache. Bella, he said more gently, are you in some kind of trouble? The question hit so close to the truth that for one wild instant I wanted to say yes and let the whole impossible thing collapse where it stood. Instead I looked at the kitchen table, the cold coffee, the half-finished meal, every ordinary detail I was about to turn into memory. Not the kind you can fix, I said. That, too, was true. He went very still. Are you coming back? He asked. There was no safe answer to that. A lie would wound him later. The truth would wound him now. I swallowed hard enough to hurt. I don't know, I said. Charlie closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them he looked older than he had an hour ago. Then at least let me drive you somewhere safe, he said. Let me do something. I almost said yes because I wanted to give him one thing, one father-shaped action inside a night that was taking everything else. But the image of James waiting somewhere beyond the dark snapped through me hard enough to feel like ice. I can't, I said. I have to go now. When I stepped back outside, the night air hit me cold and wet and useless. Alice was waiting by the car, face turned toward the road as if she were listening to something that hadn't happened yet. Jasper stood beside her, still in the way that meant he was holding himself ready for impact. Edward was already in the front seat, tense as wire, and the sight of him made fresh anger rise through the grief because even now he looked like my pain had somehow entered his custody. I got into the back before I could say something I'd regret, and the doors shut on the house, the porch light, and Charlie somewhere inside trying to understand a goodbye that wasn't one. Jasper slid in beside me a second later, bringing that steadying calm with him, but it wasn't enough to stop the first real wave of panic once the house began to disappear behind us. Forks blurred past in wet black shapes. My chest hurt. My throat hurt. Everything hurt. I reached without thinking, instinct faster than pride, and found Alice's hand first where she'd twisted toward me from the front seat. I held on too hard and didn't care. Then the next breath failed me too, and I turned into Jasper almost as quickly, my shoulder against his arm already there like he'd known before I did that I was going to need somewhere solid to fall. The car went quiet in a different way after that. Not because anyone was confused. Because no one was. Edward felt it. I knew he did without seeing his face. The truth had finally been stripped clean enough that none of us could pretend anymore. In fear, in grief, in the raw instinctive center of me where choice turned honest, I had reached for Alice first and Jasper almost immediately after, and the space between wanting them and needing them had become too small to name. 25. Roads. No one spoke for the first stretch of road. The silence in the car wasn't empty, and it wasn't peaceful either. It was crowded with too much that had happened too quickly for any of us to sort it yet. Forks fell away behind us in black trees, wet pavement, and the occasional smear of light from a house too far from the road to feel real. I stayed folded into the back seat with one hand still locked around Alice's and the other fisted in Jasper's jacket like I might come apart if I let go of either of them. Jasper's calm moved around me in careful layers, not enough to erase anything, just enough to keep the panic from turning useless. Alice kept twisting in her seat to look back at me, her face intent and bright even now, every few seconds glancing toward the windshield again as if the dark ahead might choose to tell her something new. Edward drove like speed itself had become a moral obligation. Finally he said, "We need to change cars by dawn." His voice was flat with concentration, but there was strain under it, the kind that made every word sound bitten off before it could become something worse. "James knows our scents now. He'll guess the obvious roads first." Alice shook her head before he'd even finished. "Not the obvious roads," she said. "The emotional ones." Edward's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "That's not helpful." "It is if you listen," she replied. "He'll think like a hunter, not a map. He'll follow panic, attachment, improvisation. If we start acting like frightened prey, he narrows faster." I felt that more than understood it. Everything in me still wanted to think of this as escape, as distance, as get far enough and maybe the problem stays behind. But James had looked at me on that field like distance was just part of the entertainment. I swallowed and heard my own voice come out rougher than I expected. "So what exactly is the plan?" Edward answered without turning. "To keep moving." "That isn't a plan," I said. Jasper's hand settled over mine where it gripped his sleeve. "It's the first layer of one," he said quietly. "For now, motion matters." I looked at him then because he'd made the answer sound less like command and more like structure. "And after, for now?" I asked. He held my gaze for a second before answering. "After that, we see what choices survive the night." That should have made me feel worse. Instead it grounded me, maybe because it was honest. Alice squeezed my hand. "I know this is awful," she said softly. "But you're not lost in it. You're with us." The words went through me hard enough that I had to look away. Edward made a low, frustrated sound at the front, not quite a sigh, not quite anything he could defend if called on it. He could hear it too, the shape of the car rearranging itself around me, the truth of who I reached for when fear stripped everything else out. The road kept unspooling beneath us, dark and endless, and for the first time since leaving Charlie's house I understood that the drive south wasn't just flight. It was a pressure chamber. There was nowhere in it to hide from James, and nowhere to hide from each other either. The first stop came just before dawn at a gas station that looked too small and too bright to belong to the same world as the one we'd been driving through all night. Edward pulled in hard and cut the engine without a word. The sudden absence of motion made my whole body feel strange, as if panic had learned the rhythm of the road and didn't know what to do without it. Alice turned halfway in her seat at once. Stay here for a minute, she said. Carlisle's changing the next handoff point. Edward was already out of the car before she finished. That left the three of us in the back half of the silence, the kind that felt different now from the one we'd started with. Less stunned, more exposed. I looked out through the glass at the fluorescent spill across the pumps, at Edward moving in quick hard lines with the phone at his ear, and then I looked down at my own hands because not looking at either Alice or Jasper was starting to feel deliberate in a way I couldn't sustain. Can I ask something? I said finally. Alice smiled first, tired but immediate. You can ask anything. I glanced at Jasper instead. You said James will use guilt if he can. How do you know? Jasper leaned back slightly, not startled by the question, just considering how much truth the moment could take. Because hunters like him don't only chase bodies, he said. They chase patterns. If he sees what someone loves, what they fear, where they place themselves when pressure rises, he starts building the trap there first. I swallowed. So he read me in one night. Partly, Jasper said. Partly he smelled enough to start guessing. Alice touched my wrist lightly. He also had the advantage of chaos. That should have ended the question, but it didn't. Maybe because Jasper answered like he trusted me with the real shape of things instead of softening them into something I could survive more easily. How do you do it? I asked him. Stay that calm when you know exactly how bad something is. His eyes met mine, and for a second the rest of the car seemed to fall away. Practice, he said. Then, after the smallest pause, and because calm is sometimes the only useful thing I can give the people I love. The words landed low and deep, and I felt the spark of them before I could decide what to do with it. Alice saw it too. Of course she did. But instead of tension, I felt something almost warmer pass through her, like relief at watching a truth become visible. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. That's infuriatingly noble, I said. Jasper's mouth shifted, not quite a smile and somehow worse for that. It's not noble, he said. It's practical. Liar, Alice murmured, and the softness in her voice broke something open in me that wasn't grief this time. It was stranger, quieter. The road had stripped everything down to nerve and instinct, and somewhere between fear, exhaustion, and Jasper's steady gaze, the second current under all of this caught fire just enough for me to feel it clearly. Edward came back before I'd figured out what to do with the new shape of the silence between the three of us. He opened the driver's door, got in, and shut it with more control than force, which somehow made the tension worse. We've got a new route, he said. Emmett's drawing anything obvious west. Carlisle wants us farther south before sunrise. Alice nodded immediately, eyes sharpening in that faraway, listening way of hers. Good, she said. That gives us room. Edward didn't answer. He started the car, pulled back onto the road, and let the engine fill the space where conversation might have gone. I watched the side of his face in the dim light from the dashboard and saw how tightly he was holding himself together. Not angry now, not in the way he had been at the house, and not even sharp with me in the familiar controlling way that had begun to feel almost routine between us. This was quieter than that. He had heard me reaching for Alice. He had seen the way I turned toward Jasper without thinking, the way calm and truth seemed to live in the back seat while he sat alone with the wheel and his own intentions. Whatever story he had been telling himself about me for weeks, the road had started stripping it down faster than even James could have managed. I should have felt only relief. Instead, what I felt was sadder than that. After a while I said, Edward. The single word seemed to cost him. His hands tightened once on the wheel, then eased. What? He asked, not cold, just tired. I stared at the back of his seat because I didn't know how to say anything true without making the car feel even smaller. I know this is bad, I said. For you too. Alice went very still beside me. Jasper didn't move at all. Edward let out a breath that almost sounded like a laugh if laughter had been invented purely for bitter purposes. That's generous, he said. And unnecessary. It isn't, I replied. You don't have to pretend I can't tell. His eyes flicked to the mirror then, catching mine for less than a second before returning to the road. There was nothing dramatic in his expression. That was what made it harder to bear. He just looked exhausted, as if misery had finally outlived performance. I was wrong, he said at last, and even that much honesty seemed to scrape on the way out. About what I thought this was. No one interrupted him. The car held the words the way a held breath holds pain. I didn't answer, not because I disagreed, but because there was no kind version of the truth left. Jasper's shoulder stayed warm against mine. Alice's hand remained in reach. Edward kept driving, and looking at the shape of him in the front seat, alone with the road and finally unable to mistake hunger, protectiveness, and possession for love, I felt something close to pity settle in beside the fear. It didn't make me want him. It only made his suffering look more human than I'd wanted it to. After Edward saw it, the car went so quiet that even my own breathing sounded intrusive. I kept staring out at the road because looking directly at anyone felt impossible, as if one honest glance in the wrong direction might force every unfinished truth into the open at once. The darkness beyond the glass had started thinning into the first gray hint of morning, and the sight of it made something in me tighten. We had been moving for hours, changing direction, changing plans, changing what counted as safety every few miles, and still the strangest part of the night wasn't James. It was this. Being trapped in close quarters with two people I could no longer pretend I wanted in separate ways. Alice was the first pull, bright and immediate and impossible to mistake. That had been true for a while now. But Jasper had become something else, something quieter that had slipped under my skin without spectacle and stayed there until I could feel it every time he looked at me, every time he steadied a room, every time he answered fear with truth instead of comfort. I didn't mean to speak out loud, but exhaustion had stripped a lot of the filters off me. This should be simpler than it is, I said. Alice turned toward me immediately. Nothing about you was ever going to be simple, she said. Under different circumstances I might have laughed. Instead I looked at her and then at Jasper, because if I was going to be trapped inside this impossible thing, I at least wanted to stop lying about where the walls were. That isn't what I mean, I said. I know what I feel for you. Alice's expression changed, softening and sharpening at the same time. Bella, she said quietly. I shook my head once. No, let me say it wrong if I have to. Then I looked at Jasper, who had gone very still beside me. What I don't know how to explain is why this doesn't stop with you. Jasper held my gaze for a long second, and the fact that he didn't rush to rescue me from my own honesty made it easier to keep going. You don't have to explain it perfectly. You only have to tell the truth. That was so maddeningly like him that it made my throat ache. Fine, I said. The truth is that every time I think I understand where I end with Alice, you're there too. Not in the way Edward keeps assuming. Not as competition. Not as confusion. Just there. Solid. Real. And I don't know what to do with that. Alice reached back and took my hand again, but she was smiling now, not because any of this was funny, but because something in her had stopped bracing. You don't have to do anything with it tonight, she said. You can let it be real before you decide what to call it. That should have unsettled me more than it did. Instead it felt like the first honest ground I'd touched since the field. I let my head fall back against the seat and turned just enough that Jasper's shoulder was there again, steady and warm and unasked for in the best possible way. No one in the car said the word impossible. No one said confusion either. Edward stayed silent in the front seat. Alice's fingers remained laced with mine. Jasper didn't move away. And somewhere on that endless road, with fear still riding beside us and James still out there turning my life into a hunt, I knew with a clarity that felt too clean to argue with that this wasn't temporary, and it wasn't panic making me reach wildly for comfort. I was choosing Alice openly, and Jasper with an instinct that had already gone past accident. 26. The Mother Tape. By the time we reached the hotel, exhaustion had thinned everything down to the nerve. The room Carlisle had taken under a false name was clean in the impersonal way expensive places always are, too neutral to feel safe and too temporary to pretend at comfort. The curtains were drawn before I crossed the threshold. The television was already on with the sound low, less for entertainment than for noise, something human and constant to press against the unnatural sharpness of waiting. Alice stood in the middle of the room as if she'd arrived ahead of the rest of us in more ways than one, her face turned slightly away from the world in that listening posture that never failed to make me think she was standing with one foot somewhere no one else could follow. Jasper stayed near her without crowding, which I was starting to understand was its own kind of devotion. Edward moved restlessly between the window and the door like stillness had become intolerable to him. Carlisle set a phone on the table and looked at all of us in turn. "We have a little time," he said. "Use it well." That was meant to sound reassuring. It didn't. Rosalie folded her arms and glanced toward the television where some daytime host was smiling too brightly at a life no one in this room belonged to anymore. "What does, well, mean exactly? Because at the moment it feels like we're waiting for the hunter to get bored with being clever." Emmett, leaning against the dresser with his hands shoved into his pockets, shook his head. "James doesn't get bored," he said. "Not once he's interested." The simple certainty of it made my stomach go cold. I sat on the edge of one of the beds without meaning to, as if my body had decided before I did that standing was no longer worth the effort. Alice turned then, quick enough that I knew something had shifted. "He's building around what he thinks you'll do." Her eyes found mine and held. "Not around where you are." I stared at her. "What does that mean?" Before she could answer, Jasper did, his voice low and even in the way that somehow made hard truths easier to hear. "It means he won't come at us where we're strong. He'll make you move where he has the advantage if he can." Edward stopped pacing so abruptly the room seemed to tighten around the motion. "He won't get the chance," he said. Jasper looked at him once, not hostile, not yielding. "He only needs one." Carlisle nodded grimly. "That's the problem. James needs Bella to do what he wants her to do. Because he know we won't no matter what he does." The words landed harder than anything else had so far, maybe because they were true in a way that left nowhere to hide. I looked down at my hands and heard myself ask, "So what does he use?" Alice's face changed again, and for 1 second I thought she was about to say Charlie. Instead she said, "Whatever makes you believe someone else will pay for you if you don't act." The room went very quiet after that, not with confusion but with recognition. Somewhere inside that silence, I understood with a clarity that made me feel almost ill that James didn't need to find the road we were on. He only needed to find the shape of my worst instinct and wait for me to walk into it. No one rushed to fill the silence after Alice said it. That made it worse. If someone had argued, if Edward had started pacing harder, if Emmett had sworn or Rosalie had snapped, I might have been able to push back against the noise and pretend this was still a strategy problem with enough moving parts to hide inside. Instead everyone just looked at me or around me or through me, each in their own way, and I felt horribly visible. "Then tell me what not to care about," I said, because the alternative was sitting there and letting them discuss my weak points like I wasn't in the room. Carlisle's expression tightened with sympathy. "That's not how this works," he said gently. "He won't choose at random. He'll choose what you already care about." I laughed once without humor. "That narrows it down to everyone." Edward stopped at the end of the bed and turned toward Carlisle like anger was the only shape he trusted for fear. "He doesn't know enough for that," he said. "He saw her once." "He doesn't need her biography," Jasper replied. He was standing with one hand braced lightly against the dresser now, still enough that every word felt placed instead of thrown. "He needs leverage. Hunters like James start with the obvious and then refines from the reaction he receives. He'll watch for what lands a hit." Rosalie looked at me then, blunt and unsparing in the way only someone trying very hard not to be cruel can be. "Who would work?" she asked. "Who would make you leave the room even if you knew it was stupid?" I opened my mouth and then closed it again, because the answer came too fast. Charlie first. Renee second. Maybe not in that order, depending on the wound. The fact that I even knew that made me feel sick. Alice moved all at once, crossing to the television stand where Carlisle had left the room phone. "He's not close," she said, but her voice had gone distant with concentration. "He's looking for familiar things. He wants something she'll believe before she questions it." I stared at her. "Like what?" She didn't answer immediately. Her face changed instead, not fear exactly, but the sharpened stillness that meant she was seeing too much too fast. Jasper was beside her in an instant. "Alice," he said quietly. She blinked once and came back enough to look at me. "Not Charlie," she said. Relief hit so hard it almost hurt. Then she finished, "At least not first." Edward took one step forward. "What did you see?" Alice looked at him, then at me. "Something old," she said. "A room I don't know. A screen. Your mother's voice, I think." The whole hotel room seemed to tilt. I stood up without meaning to. "My mother?" I asked. Alice nodded once, her eyes still fixed on whatever fragment she was trying to hold in place. Not her exactly. Something recorded. Something meant to feel real enough that you'd stop thinking before you ran to him. The words hit with the force of recognition before they made full sense. James didn't need my life as it was now. He needed something I'd loved long enough to answer without caution, and suddenly the room no longer felt temporary or expensive or anonymous. It felt like the place where the shape of the trap had finally started to show. The moment Alice said my mother's voice, Edward turned toward me with a speed that made the room feel smaller. Then that's it. No phones. No television unless one of us is watching it first. No one leaves this room alone. No one goes anywhere with Bella unless I'm there. The words came out clipped and absolute, like if he could pile enough rules between me and the trap he could force the future into behaving. For 1 second no one answered him, and in that second I felt something hot and ugly rise through the fear. Not because he was wrong to be afraid. He was. We all were. But because even now, with James building a trap out of my life, Edward's first instinct was still to lock me down until I stopped being a person and became a problem he could carry. Carlyle looked at him with the kind of patience that only made the tension sharper. We'll be careful, but control isn't the same thing as safety. Edward stared back at him. It is if it keeps her alive. No, I said before I could stop myself. Every face in the room shifted toward me, and I hated how quickly silence made me feel exposed. I forced myself to keep going anyway. It isn't safety if the whole plan depends on me becoming furniture. Edward's expression changed, not softer, but more strained, as if I'd made his fear harder by naming what it looked like from the outside. That's not what I mean. It keeps being what you say, I snapped. Jasper stepped in before the room could split down the middle. He didn't come between us. He just spoke, low and steady, the way he always did when everything in me wanted either to fight or fold. James is counting on pressure. If Bella feels cornered by us, he doesn't have to create the opening himself. He waits for her to make one. Rosalie nodded once. That part's true, she said. If she feels trapped, she'll start thinking escape is helping. I almost laughed at the brutal accuracy of that, but there was nothing funny in it. Alice was still watching some shifting point just beyond the rest of us, and even from across the room I could tell the visions weren't settling cleanly. They kept catching and sliding, as if every decision changed the next piece before she could fully hold it. What do I do then? I asked, and this time the question wasn't defiance. It was exhaustion. Alice looked at me first. You stay where I can see you, she said. Then Jasper added, and when something feels urgent enough to make you move without thinking, you tell us before you act. Edward made a frustrated sound under his breath, but he didn't interrupt. That alone told me how badly this was fraying him. Carlyle folded his hands and looked around the room like he was trying to hold all of us in one shape at once. We do not hand James the version of Bella he's hoping for. Not frightened prey. Not noble sacrifice. Not private panic. We keep this collective. I wanted to believe that was enough. I almost did. But the trap had a voice now, and once a danger becomes specific, it gets harder not to listen for it. The room phone rang so suddenly that every head turned toward it at once. It wasn't a loud sound, just ordinary, almost polite, but after everything Alice had said it felt obscene, like the world had taken the shape of the trap and then chosen the most banal possible way to announce it. No one moved for half a second. Then Carlyle crossed the room and picked up the receiver. Yes? He said. His face didn't change at first. Then it did, not much, just enough to pull the air tight. I see, he said. Thank you. No, don't send anyone up. We'll come down. He replaced the receiver gently, which was somehow worse than if he'd slammed it down. Edward was beside him in an instant. What? Carlyle looked at him, then at all of us. There's a package at the desk, he said. Left for Bella. My whole body went cold. Rosalie swore under her breath. Emmett pushed off the dresser so fast it made the lamp rattle. That's not possible. We checked this place. We checked the room, Jasper replied, already moving toward the door with the smooth, contained speed that meant danger had stopped being abstract for him. Not the staff. Edward's face had gone flat in that terrible way it did when fear burned hot enough to leave no visible expression behind. No one opens it here, he said. No one touches it except me. You're not the only person in this room with hands, I snapped, more sharply than I meant to. He looked at me, and for one raw second I saw the whole thing in his face again. Terror translating itself into authority because authority felt cleaner than helplessness. Alice made a small sound, and all of us turned. She hadn't moved from where she stood near the television, but her eyes had gone distant again, fixed on something none of us could see. Jasper changed direction at once and went to her first. Alice, he said quietly. She blinked once, twice, and when she came back the color in her face was wrong. Don't let Bella open it, she said. Her voice was low, urgent, and frighteningly certain. Whatever it is, it works best if she hears it first. Carlisle's gaze sharpened. Her mother? Alice swallowed. A voice. A scream. Enough to make her stop thinking. I didn't realize I was standing until I found myself on my feet. Then don't bring it up. Throw it away. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't how this worked. James hadn't sent something to persuade us. He had sent it to prove he could reach through walls, aliases, routes, and plans and still lay a hand on the center of us whenever he pleased. Carlisle understood that too. He looked at the door, then back at me. If it's here, he said quietly, we're already behind. 27, the slip. Carlisle brought the package up himself. It was smaller than I'd expected, a padded envelope with Bella's name written across the front in ordinary block letters, which made it worse somehow. Nothing about it looked theatrical enough for the amount of fear it pulled through the room. Edward was on Carlisle before the door finished closing behind him. Don't open it. Burn it. Carlisle didn't hand it over. If James wants a reaction, he gets one either way. Blindness isn't safer than knowledge. Bella was standing now with her arms wrapped around herself, not trembling, not visibly, but held too tight, like she could keep her own body from becoming the trap if she stood rigid enough. I stayed close enough to touch her. Jasper stayed close enough to steady me. No one said that out loud. None of us needed to. Carlisle slit the envelope with a hotel penknife and tipped the contents onto the table. One videotape. One folded note. That was all. Emmett swore softly. Rosalie looked like she wanted to put her fist through the television. Edward reached for the note first, but Carlisle got there before him and unfolded it with the kind of controlled calm that always meant he was afraid enough to refuse looking like it. His eyes moved once across the page. Then he handed it to me. Read it, he said quietly. The note was short. Ballet studio. Mother hurt. Come alone. The letters looked almost careless, which was probably the point. James didn't need artistry here. He needed recognition. Bella made a sound beside me, small and sharp, and I looked up fast enough to see her staring at the tape like it had already spoken. No, Edward Said. She doesn't watch it. She has to know what he's using, Carlisle replied. She doesn't have to hear it, Edward snapped. That's enough. Bella turned toward him then with a look I had already learned to fear, because it meant pain had burned through confusion and left anger behind. Stop deciding what I can bear, she said. Jasper's hand touched the table between us, not reaching for anyone, just grounding the room before it tipped again. Alice? Carlisle asked. I hated him a little for asking because he already knew what the answer would be. I reached for the futures and found the same hard truth in all the clearest ones. If she doesn't hear it here, I said, she hears it alone later. Carlisle slid the tape into the VCR beneath the television. The image came up grainy and old, all bad lighting and cheap carpet and a camera angle that made my skin crawl before Renee's voice even started. Bella went white. Not the shallow shock of surprise, but something deeper and more dangerous, like the trap had just found the exact shape of her. I turned toward her at once. Bella, I said. She nodded too quickly, eyes still locked on the screen. I'm fine, she said. It was such an obvious lie that for a second I almost answered it. Then the image shifted again, and all of us looked. That was all it took. By the time the tape clicked to black, the room felt used up. Renee's recorded voice had done exactly what James wanted it to do, dragging Bella's attention into that raw place where love and panic stop being separate instincts. No one spoke for a moment after the screen went dark. Carlisle ejected the tape and set it face down on the table as if covering it might reduce the damage. Edward was watching Bella so hard it bordered on violence. Jasper was watching the space around her, which was smarter. I was trying to do both and feeling my grip on the future's fray every second we stayed inside this shape. Bella stood too still at the edge of the bed, arms folded tight, face pale enough to look translucent in the television glow. "I need a minute," she said at last. The words were quiet, but not weak. Edward reacted before anyone else could. "No." Bella turned toward him slowly, and the look she gave him was exhausted enough to hurt. "I said a minute, not a declaration of war. You don't go anywhere alone. Not now." Carlisle stepped in before the answer could harden into war of words. "Bathroom door open," he said gently. "Alice can stay with you if you want." Bella shook her head too fast. "No, I just need everybody to stop looking at me like I'm the detonator." That landed hard because it was close enough to leave bruises. "Alice," I told myself. "Watch her." But the futures were already flickering under the pressure of her fear, and for one fatal second I reached for the tape instead, for the path branching out from that poisoned voice, trying to see whether James had another angle if this one failed. Jasper touched my wrist. "Alice." I looked at him, then back toward Bella, but she was already moving toward the bathroom with that careful human speed that looked harmless right up until it wasn't. The door closed. Water ran. Edward started pacing again. "We should have destroyed it," he muttered. "We should have left an hour earlier." Rosalie folded her arms tighter. "Very useful now." Emmett looked toward the door. "She's taking too long." "It's been 20 seconds, Edward snapped. But his voice had changed. So had mine, somewhere inside me, though I didn't understand why yet. Then the futures narrowed so abruptly it felt like being strangled. Not a spray of possibilities collapsing. A single sickening absence where Bella should have been. I turned toward the bathroom so fast the room blurred. The water was still running. The window was open, and Bella was gone. For one stunned second no one moved, as if the open window had to mean something other than what it meant. Then Edward was there, at the bathroom door and through it in the same motion, the sound he made too raw to count as language. Emmett hit the far side of the room hard enough to rattle the lamp. Rosalie swore again, low and vicious. Carlisle crossed to the sink, took in the running water, the empty space, the window shoved up just far enough for a desperate human body to force its way through, and didn't waste a single breath on disbelief. "How long?" he asked. I hated him a little for that too, because he always went straight to the useful question even when the world was splitting open. "Seconds," I said, though the word felt meaningless. I only lost her for seconds. Edward turned on me with Bella's scent still all over the bathroom and panic burning every line of him sharp. "You said she'd hear it here," he said. "You said if we kept her with us." "Edward," Carlisle snapped, and the force of it cut the room cleanly in half. Jasper was already beside me, one hand at my elbow, not gripping, just anchoring. That mattered because the futures had not exploded. That would have been easier. They had narrowed instead, drawing down into something thin and terrible, a tunnel with death on either side and Bella running somewhere through the middle of it alone. I reached for her and found motion, streets, a payphone maybe, then nothing, then motion again. Every time I touched the path, guilt distorted it faster than I could hold. "She's moving," I said. "Not toward us. Away. She thinks she's helping." My own voice sounded wrong in my ears, too high and too thin, like panic wearing my face. Jasper stepped closer until I could feel the shape of him at my side, steady and exact. "Alice," he said, "look at me." I did because he'd asked it like an instruction, not comfort, and that was what kept me from coming apart. "Tell us what survives," he said. "Not what's happening. Not what you're afraid of. What survives." I swallowed hard enough to hurt and forced myself back into the vision. Phone. Movement. Heat. A building I didn't know until I did. Mirrors. Wood floor. Old rehearsal space. "Phoenix," I said. "She's heading for Phoenix." Edward went still in that deadly way of his, fear collapsing into direction at last. "The studio," he said. James said ballet studio. Carlisle was already moving for the door. "Then we stop standing here," he said. Emmett grabbed the keys. Rosalie was on the phone before I'd even finished breathing. But it was Jasper's hand still at my arm, Jasper's voice still cutting through the noise, that kept me upright enough to keep seeing. Devotion, I thought wildly, can look like discipline when everything burns. And because he held me in one piece for those few crucial seconds, I could keep following the narrowing path instead of drowning in the fact that Bella had slipped through my sight and into the trap anyway. The room dissolved into motion after that, but not chaos. Carlisle made sure of it. Rosalie, call ahead, he said. Emmett, downstairs now. Edward with me. Orders landed and were obeyed before panic could start pretending it was action. Jasper kept one hand at my back as we moved, not steering, just making sure I stayed inside my own body while the futures kept skidding under my feet. I held to the one thread that still survived clearly enough to matter. Bella alive, moving fast, convinced she was saving us by disappearing. That was the part that hurt worst. James hadn't overpowered her. He'd simply found the exact sentence her guilt had been waiting to hear. Edward stopped dead in the middle of the room. It wasn't hesitation. It was something worse, the instant when understanding finally outran denial and left him standing inside the full shape of his own failure. She heard it and ran, he said, not to anyone in particular, more like the words had been torn loose against his will. She heard it and I still let her out of my sight. Carlisle turned back at once. This is not the time, he said. Edward looked at him with a face so stripped of everything familiar that for one jarring second he seemed younger, not older, like grief had taken away the performance and left only the raw boy beneath it. When is? He asked. When she's dead. The room went still around that. No, I said, because I couldn't bear the sound of that word attached to Bella in any voice, let alone his. Edward swung toward me. Then tell me she isn't, he said. Tell me you can still see her. I hated him a little for making me say it aloud, but he wasn't asking for comfort. He was asking whether hope still existed in any form I could verify. I forced myself back into the narrowing path. Bella moving through bright heat. A payphone. A taxi maybe. Mirrors. James waiting with all the patient cruelty of someone who enjoys being right. She's alive, I said. Right now. Edward shut his eyes once, and the relief that crossed his face was so brief and so ruined by everything else underneath it that it barely counted as mercy. Jasper's hand tightened once at my back, a silent reminder to stay here, stay useful, keep seeing. Edward looked at me again after that, but differently now. Not accusing, not possessive, hollowed out. I should have known. I kept thinking I could contain this if I moved fast enough, watched closely enough, wanted hard enough. No one answered him. There wasn't anything kind to say. Because the truth was standing there with us at last, unbearable and clean. Bella hadn't slipped away because no one cared enough. She had slipped away because all our love, all our speed, all our planning had still left one opening James understood better than we did. And looking at Edward in that moment, pale with a horror that had nothing to do with blood and everything to do with failure, I knew he understood it now too. 28, Phoenix. The airport blurred past in fragments that didn't belong together. Fluorescent lights. Carlisle's voice at a counter under a name that wasn't his. Edward standing so still beside me he looked carved from the same hard substance as the floor. Jasper's hand at the small of my back whenever I swayed too close to losing the thread. Every surface in the terminal was polished, ordinary, offensively indifferent. Families dragged suitcases. Children whined. A woman in a red coat laughed into her phone. Somewhere overhead, a boarding announcement crackled and dissolved. The world had the indecency to keep moving in its usual shape while Bella ran toward a killer under the illusion that sacrifice could still solve anything. She's still in motion, I said, because if I didn't keep speaking the path aloud, I was afraid it would vanish. Carlisle glanced at me from beside the gate desk. Toward the studio? He asked. I closed my eyes for half a second and reached again. Heat. White glare. Long roads. A cab door. Bella's face reflected faintly in glass, pale and set and much too young. Yes. She thinks she still has time. Edward made a sound low in his throat and turned away like the sentence had struck him somewhere physical. Jasper's calm pressed against the edges of me, not enough to dull what I was seeing, just enough to keep it from shredding my concentration completely. Don't chase all of it, he said quietly. Hold the line that survives. I looked at him, and because he was right, because he kept being right in ways that saved people, I nodded once and let the useless branches drop away. Rosalie came back from the phone bank with Emmett behind her, both of them moving faster than anyone human would have called normal if they'd really looked. Plane's ready, Emmett said. Pilots paid enough not to ask questions. Rosalie's eyes landed on me first. Can you keep her in sight in the air? I don't know, I said. If Bella changes her mind too fast, or if James corners her, everything starts slipping. Edward turned back at that. Then she doesn't get to change her mind, he said. Carlyle's expression hardened just enough to stop him before the words could become something worse. This isn't about what she gets to do now, he said. It's about how quickly we can reach her before James does. Edward stared at him for one brutal second, then looked at me instead. Can you see the studio clearly? He asked. I wanted to say yes. I wanted certainty badly enough to taste it. But honesty was the only useful thing left. Not clearly, I said. Not all at once. Mirrors. Wood floor. Old space. He likes that I know what it is before I find it. The thought made me feel sick in a new way, because James wasn't only staging a hunt. He was staging recognition. He wanted Bella to arrive knowing she had walked exactly where he intended. Jasper's fingers tightened once at my back. Then we get there before the ending does, he said. Boarding began a second later, and the words hit me with the force of a command even though no one had spoken them. Phoenix was no longer a destination. It was the place where the narrowing path stopped pretending it had room left. The plane lifted and the world dropped away without my body ever catching up to the fact. I sat rigid in the narrow seat with Jasper on one side and Carlyle across from us, the cabin too small for panic and too loud for thought. The engines made everything feel sealed shut. Edward had taken the seat nearest the aisle as if proximity to motion still counted as control. Emmett sat forward, elbows on his knees, jaw set. Rosalie stared out the window with the kind of stillness that meant she was furious enough to make movement dangerous. I closed my eyes and reached for Bella again, and the visions came back shredded. Not gone. Worse. Broken into fragments too sharp to hold comfortably. A taxi door slamming. White sun on concrete. Bella's hand shaking as she pushed hair behind her ear. Then James, not his face exactly, but the shape of his patience. The ugly pleasure of someone who knows the trap is already doing its work. I made a sound before I meant to, and Jasper's hand closed over mine at once. Easy, he said quietly. Take one piece at a time. I looked at him, furious for half a second that he could say something so simple when everything was collapsing, then hated myself because he was right. Carlyle leaned forward from across the aisle. What survives? He asked. That question again. Always the useful one. I swallowed and forced the fragments apart. Bella's still moving, I said. Still alive. The studio's ahead of her, not behind. Edward's voice cut across mine before I'd fully finished. Can you see James? Not cleanly, I said. He's too still. He's waiting. Emmett muttered something vicious under his breath. Rosalie turned from the window. Waiting where? I squeezed my eyes shut harder and caught mirrors again. Wood floor. A high wall with peeling paint. Old rehearsal bars running along one side. Then the image broke under the pressure of Bella's fear. She's close enough that it's starting to distort, I said. The nearer she gets, the less clear she becomes. Edward stood up so fast the plane seemed to tense around him. That's useless. Carlyle's voice came back hard enough to cut him down before the flight attendant could even glance our way. Sit down. Edward stared at him, then obeyed with all the grace of a wound. Jasper didn't let go of my hand. You're pushing too wide, he said. Bella, James, the building, the outcome. Pick one. I dragged in a breath and hated how much I needed the instruction. Bella, I said. Jasper nodded once. Good. Stay there. By the time the plane began its descent, Carlyle had already made the next division of labor plane. Emmett, with me when we land, he said. We move for the building first and force the perimeter. Emmett nodded immediately. Edward leaned forward. I'm going in. Carlyle looked at him with a calm so severe it barely counted as calm anymore. You go where Alice sends you, he said. Then his eyes shifted to Jasper and me. And Jasper stays with her. No one argued with that, not even Edward. Because by then it was obvious to all of us that the visions weren't failing from distance alone. They were failing because I was too close to losing Bella to think straight, and Jasper was the only one keeping that from becoming fatal. The heat hit the moment we stepped off the plane, dry and absolute, nothing like forks, and so bright it made the whole airport feel overexposed. For one disorienting second the air itself seemed hostile, too open, too visible, too full of light for a hunt that had spent days hiding in shadows and borrowed voices. Emmett was already moving toward the service gate before the last wheel on the luggage cart had stopped turning. Carlisle stayed level, even at this speed, all clipped precision and clean decisions. Edward was ahead of both of them by 3 steps until Carlisle caught his arm hard enough to stop him without slowing himself. "You do not outrun instructions," he said. Edward jerked against the hold. "Bella doesn't have time for instructions." "Then stop wasting hers," Carlisle replied. That should have cut through him. It didn't. Desperation had taken hold too deeply by then, turning every instinct in Edward sharp and immediate and fundamentally useless unless someone stronger than panic gave it shape. He looked at me instead. "Where?" he asked. "Now." I reached for Bella and got a burst of motion so abrupt it almost made me stumble. A stairwell. Bright white wall. Bella's breathing too fast. Then nothing. Jasper caught my elbow before the vision could break me sideways. "Not all of it," he said quietly. "Take what holds." I shut my eyes and forced the fragments apart. "She's inside," I said. "Not at the studio yet. Close. Moving fast." Edward was already turning toward the parking structure. "Then I'll find her before James does." "No," I said, and my own voice surprised me with its force. He stopped just long enough to look back. "You don't know where she is. You only know you want to be first." The truth of that landed ugly. Emmett exhaled sharply through his nose, half impatience, half agreement. Rosalie folded her arms and looked at Edward the way one looks at a knife someone keeps insisting is a solution to every problem. "For once," she said, "wanting isn't competence." Edward went rigid, but Carlisle stepped in before rage could turn the moment stupid. "Emmett and I sweep the likely approaches," he said. "Rosalie covers the exits. Edward stays with Alice until she gives us a location we can use." Edward stared at him with open disbelief. "You're sidelining me?" "I'm preventing you from turning urgency into noise," Carlisle said. The words were cold enough to work. Jasper's hand stayed at my back while the rest of them moved. That contact was the only reason the visions didn't dissolve completely under the pressure of heat, speed, and fear. I followed Bella's thread again and felt it tighten, not into clarity yet, but into something worse and more useful. She was no longer only moving. She was arriving. The shift from almost there to there happened all at once. 1 second Bella's path was still threaded through movement, through hallways and heat and the frantic logic of someone trying to do the worst possible thing for the best possible reason. The next it locked. Mirrors. Wood floor. High windows filmed with dust. A room that had once been built for beauty and discipline and repetition, now left hollow enough for violence to echo in. I stopped walking so abruptly Jasper had to catch my arm again. "Alice," he said, and I could hear the warning in it before I could answer. Edward turned at once. "What?" he demanded. My throat felt scraped raw. "She's there," I said. "She's in the studio now." Every line of Edward's body changed. He didn't move yet. That was the worst part. He held himself still through pure force, as if stillness had become the final thing between him and uselessness. "Where?" he asked. This time the word wasn't sharp. It was stripped down to need. I reached back into the vision and forced myself to stay with the details instead of the fear boiling underneath them. "Old building," I said. "Sunlight through high windows. Front lobby dead and dusty." He brought her deeper in. "The studio's at the back." Emmett was already turning toward Carlisle. "That narrows it." Rosalie pulled a folded city map from the rental counter and flattened it against the hood of the car with one hand. "Old dance spaces?" she asked. "Converted arts buildings? Closed schools?" Carlisle's eyes moved fast across the marked streets while Jasper's hand remained firm at my back, the one fixed point in a world that kept trying to lurch sideways. Then the vision sharpened again, not because I got better at holding it, but because James wanted it sharp. That realization hit like ice. He wanted the stage clear. He wanted the approach legible. He wanted us to know exactly where the ending waited and still be too late to stop it. He's not hiding, I said. He's performing. Carlyle's head came up. What did you see? I swallowed and forced the rest out. A mirrored wall. Ballet bars. Old painted letters on the outer hallway, maybe from the school name. And Bella. My voice failed for a second. Jasper's fingers tightened once, steady and wordless. Bella's alive, I said again, because that mattered most. But he's done waiting. If we lose another minute, the ending changes. No one argued after that. Carlyle folded the map once and pointed south. There, he said, an old ballet studio converted from a closed schoolhouse. 3 minutes if traffic cooperates. Edward was already moving before he finished. This time Carlyle didn't stop him. Emmett went with him at once. Rosalie peeled away toward the opposite side of the lot to cut off the rear exit. Jasper kept me moving with him, not behind them and not in front, just close enough that I could keep seeing the line without falling into it entirely. Phoenix no longer felt like a city. It had narrowed into one building, one room, one girl, and one hunter who had arranged all of it like theater. And as we ran toward the car, I saw the ballet studio clearly at last, not as a possibility, not as a fragment, but as an ending waiting with its doors open. 29. The studio. The building looked wrong before I even stepped inside it. Not haunted, not dramatic, nothing that generous. Just wrong in the dead, emptied out way places become when all the purpose has been drained from them and only the shell remains. The front entrance gave onto a dusty lobby with cracked tile and faded notices still pinned under glass as if some ordinary day had once mattered here and then simply failed to continue. My own footsteps sounded too loud. Every breath scraped. The note was clenched so tightly in my hand that the paper had gone damp and soft at the edges, but I kept reading the same words anyway as if repetition might change them. Mother hurt. Come alone. My heart was beating hard enough to make the whole room feel unstable. Mom? I called, and the sound of my own voice came back to me warped by distance and old plaster. No answer. I moved farther in, past a hallway lined with peeling paint and bulletin boards stripped down to curling corners where something brighter had once been taped. Then I saw the first mirrored wall through an open doorway ahead, and everything inside me dropped. Alice had been right. James had wanted me to know it the second I arrived. He wanted the recognition, the sick click of understanding. The certainty that I hadn't been clever enough or brave enough or fast enough to walk anywhere but exactly where he had placed the trap. I should have turned and run then. I knew that even as I kept moving. But if there was any chance at all that my mother had been here, or was still here, or had ever screamed into that tape because he had made her, then leaving wasn't courage either. It was just a different kind of cowardice I couldn't live with. The studio itself was larger than I'd imagined, with a sprung wooden floor dulled by dust and long ballet bars bolted along one mirrored wall. High windows let in harsh phoenix light that turned every floating particle into something visible and dry. The place felt exposed and airless at the same time, like a room built for movement and now waiting to witness injury instead. There was an old portable stereo in one corner and a folding chair set too deliberately near the center of the floor. That was what made me stop. Not the mirrors, not the silence. The chair. It was such a human gesture, arranging furniture for an audience, that the truth of what I had walked into finally became impossible to soften. This wasn't just a hunt. It was a performance, and I had arrived exactly on cue. Then his voice came from somewhere behind me, bright with amusement and close enough to freeze the blood in my body. You came alone, James said. Good girl. I turned too fast and almost slipped on the dust. James was leaning in the doorway I'd just come through, one shoulder braced against the frame like this was his house and I was late to something he had planned carefully enough to enjoy. He looked almost relaxed. That was the worst part. Not wild, not snarling, not even visibly hungry. Just pleased. The sunlight caught in his pale hair and on the hard planes of his face, and for one nauseating second he looked less like a monster than a man who had dressed for a private joke. I backed up without meaning to, one step, then another, until the mirrored wall was at my side and the room felt smaller in every direction at once. Where's my mother? I asked. My voice sounded thin, but it held. That mattered. He smiled wider. Safe, he said. Very far away from here. She was useful, though. You'd be amazed what people will believe if you press the right old bruise. The words landed like a slap, but I held on to the anger because it was better than fear and a lot easier to stand upright inside. So that's it? I said. You dragged me across a state to brag about editing a home movie? The smile changed at that, not disappearing, but sharpening. Good. Let him be annoyed. Let him talk. Let him keep choosing performance over speed. His eyes moved over me with open curiosity, the way someone might study an animal that had done something unexpectedly clever. There you are, he said softly. That's why I wanted you alone. You're not as breakable as they thought. You don't know what they thought. No, he said, but I know what they smelled like around you. Possessive, frightened, attached in all the predictable ways. My throat tightened. I hated that he could say those things in this room and make them sound dirty. If you wanted them, I said, you should have waited. He laughed, quick and delighted. No, I wanted the one they'd ruin themselves over. I moved again while he spoke, slowly enough not to trigger the chase outright, angling away from the center of the floor toward the bar and the long line of windows. Too high, too narrow, useless. The portable stereo in the corner looked heavy enough to throw and too far away to matter before he crossed the room. James watched me take in every option and seemed to enjoy that too. Go on, he said. Look for the exit. It's part of the ritual. I stopped pretending not to scan the room and looked straight at him instead. You like hearing yourself talk, don't you? He tipped his head, considering me with something like approval. Only when the audience is paying attention. The answer made something cold settle into place inside me. Alice had been right. This wasn't only violence. It was theater, and theater had timing. If he wanted an audience, then he wanted delay. That was the first useful thing in the room. So I gave him what he wanted, but on purpose now. Then talk, I said, forcing my voice steadier than my heartbeat. Tell me why I'm worth all this. James pushed off the doorway and took one slow step into the studio, smiling like I'd finally understood the rules. He kept coming slowly, which was its own kind of threat. Anyone else closing distance that carefully might have looked cautious. With James it looked indulgent, like he was savoring the shape of my fear and didn't want to move too fast and end the scene before he'd had enough of it. Because you changed the room, he said. That's what made you worth it. Humans are usually simple. Scent, panic, chase, finish. You, though. His eyes flicked toward the mirrored wall, toward my reflection, toward the empty doorway beyond it where no one stood. You rearranged an entire coven just by being frightened in the right direction. I hated the way he said it, as if love were a weakness he'd invented and not the only reason anyone ever survived anything. That sounds less like I'm interesting and more like you're lonely, I said. The insult landed. Barely, but enough. His smile sharpened into something smaller and meaner. That was all the opening I got, so I took it. I lunged sideways, grabbed the folding chair, and hurled it at him with everything I had. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't likely to work. But it made him move fast for the first time, and that mattered. The chair slammed into him hard enough to make noise, if not damage, and I ran for the side door beyond the mirrored wall before it had even finished skidding across the floor. I got 3 steps. Maybe 4. Then he was there. I didn't see him cross the distance. I only felt the impact when his hand caught the back of my jacket and yanked me off balance so hard my shoulder tore with pain before the rest of me hit the floor. The wood knocked the breath out of me. I rolled on instinct, because staying where I landed felt too much like consent, and his next grab caught only air. For one bright second I thought I might actually make him work for it. Then my palm hit dust, my knee slid, and he caught my ankle and dragged me back so violently the skin at my hip burned through denim. I kicked blindly and connected once, heel to ribs, hard enough to make a satisfying sound if not any real difference. James laughed. Actually laughed. There you are, he said, almost warm with delight. I knew you weren't built to die tidily. He let go just long enough for hope to flicker, then drove me backward into the mirrored wall with one brutal shove. Glass cracked in a white jagged line beside my face. Pain flashed hot through my shoulder and down my spine so fast it turned the whole room thin and bright. I tasted blood, though I couldn't tell from where at first. My lip maybe. The inside of my cheek. He watched me catalog the damage and smiled like that too was part of the entertainment. Most humans beg by now, he said. I pushed myself upright against the broken mirror, shaking hard enough that I hated myself for it, and spat red onto the floor between us. Then your standards are low, I said. His smile vanished first. Not because I'd hurt him. I hadn't. But because I'd stopped performing the role he wanted cleanly enough to amuse him. Careful, he said, and the softness in his voice was worse than the laughter had been. I might start thinking you want this to last. Then he moved again, faster than my body could track and far too fast for defiance to matter. His hand closed around my wrist and twisted until the room lurched sideways under a burst of white pain. I heard the sound that came out of me and hated it instantly. He did too, though for the opposite reason. His whole face lit with that same bright, sick interest. There, he said. That's more honest. I swung at him with my free hand anyway. He caught that too, not even looking, and shoved me down hard enough that my knees hit the floor first and the rest of me followed badly after. The impact shot pain through my shoulder again, hotter this time, and for a second I couldn't breathe around it. He crouched in front of me, close enough now that I could see the fine crystalline strangeness in his skin, the inhuman stillness underneath the movement. Do you know what I like best about this? He asked. It isn't the chase. It's the moment prey understands that courage and outcome were never the same thing. I forced myself to look at him, because if I looked away he'd take that too. That sounded smarter in your head, I said. My voice shook. I made it stay audible anyway. The hit came so fast I didn't see the hand move. 1 second I was kneeling in front of him. The next I was on my side tasting blood again, ears ringing, cheek burning where he'd struck me across the face hard enough to light up the whole room. He stood over me with the lazy patience of something that knew time belonged to it. I tried to crawl and managed maybe a foot before his hand tangled in my hair and dragged me back. This time I screamed. I couldn't help it. The sound tore out of me raw and high and human, and for the first time something like real fear crossed his face, not because of me, but because of what the sound meant. Not weakness. Proximity. He heard them before I did. His head snapped toward the outer hall, smile flashing back sharp and delighted. Then I heard it too. Not words at first. Impact. Speed. The building answering violence with its own old bones. Relief hit so hard it was almost another injury, wild and useless and impossible to control. James felt the change in me and laughed once under his breath. Too late, he said, and then he was no longer playing. He hauled me upright by the arm, and the pain that tore through my shoulder turned everything bright and thin. Through it, through the blood in my mouth and the ringing in my ears and the terrible certainty that the room was about to break open, I saw the doorway shudder, heard the impossible force of arrival, and the last names in my head before the world split were Alice and Jasper. 30. The bite. The door gave way under Emmett's shoulder with a sound like the whole building had been waiting to fail, and then we were inside, moving too fast for the room to feel real. I saw everything at once because I had to. Bella's blood on the floorboards and the broken mirror at her back. James with one hand locked around her arm. Edward already angling past me with murder written cleanly through every line of him. Carlisle taking in exits, distance, damage, all the cold practical math that kept panic from becoming useless. Jasper at my side, steady enough that I could still hear my own thoughts through the violence of the room. Bella's face turned toward us, white with pain and fury and relief so raw it hit me like a blade. Alice, she breathed, and the sound of my name in her mouth almost undid me. James smiled as if we'd arrived precisely on cue. You took longer than I expected, he said, and his fingers tightened on Bella hard enough to make her flinch. Edward lunged, but Carlisle caught his arm for one fraction of a second and snapped, not through her. That single check was the only reason Bella wasn't torn apart in the first collision. Jasper shifted with me, both of us reading angles instead of rage, and I heard him say my name once, low and sharp. Alice. He didn't need to say anything else. He was telling me to look. To really look. So I did, and the world split open. I saw Bella die on the studio floor before any of us reached her in time, human and bleeding and gone, while Edward tore James to pieces too late to matter. I saw James's teeth in her wrist, the venom taking hold clean and irreversible. Bella waking later with his violence lodged forever inside her like a signature none of us could erase. Then I saw something else, something that came at me so hard it stole the breath from my body even though I didn't need any. Bella burning, changing, surviving. Bella opening her eyes to me. To Jasper. To both of us. The three futures overlaid so perfectly for one terrible instant that I couldn't separate grief from terror from hope. My whole body went cold. James heard the shift in us before anyone else did. His smile sharpened. Then he moved, faster than thought, dragging Bella against him and lowering his mouth to her arm before I could cross the floor. Bella screamed. The sound hit the walls, hit my bones, hit the future, and every path in front of me caught fire at once. Bella's scream was still in the air when Edward hit James hard enough to drive them both through the center of the room in a blur of white skin and splintering wood. The sound of the impact was monstrous. Rosalie and Emmett were on them a heartbeat later, not to help Edward, but to contain the violence before it reached Bella again. I was already moving toward her, but Carlisle caught my shoulder just long enough to force one fact into the center of the chaos. "Alice," he said, his voice cutting clean through everything. "How deep?" His eyes flicked to Bella's arm, to the blood, to my face, and I knew he was asking two questions at once. How bad was the wound, and how far had the future already gone? "Too far," I said, and the words came out thin with horror. Bella had fallen half against the broken mirror, one hand clutched to her wrist, her whole body curling around the pain as if it had teeth of its own. The scent of her blood was everywhere, bright and violent and terrible, but underneath it there was something worse beginning now, something sweet and sharp and wrong. Venom. James's venom. I dropped to my knees beside her and touched her face. Her skin was already cold with shock. "Bella, look at me," I said, and her eyes found mine through the pain with such desperate trust that it nearly broke me. "Alice," she gasped. "It burns." Her fingers locked around my sleeve with human force that still felt like pleading. "What is happening?" Carlisle was beside me then, fast and precise, his hands already checking the wound, measuring spread, calculating what could still be interrupted and what couldn't. "James bit her," I said, because saying it aloud made it real in a way the vision hadn't yet. "I know." Carlisle's face changed very little, but I knew him well enough to hear the grief inside the control. "Edward," he called sharply over his shoulder, and that one word shifted the whole room. Edward tore free of Emmett's restraint long enough to answer, "Kill him first." Jasper was there before Carlisle could speak again. He dropped beside me on Bella's other side with blood on his shirt that wasn't his and looked once at the wound, then once at me. He felt the future through me even before I could shape it into words. "Alice," he said quietly, and there was no comfort in it, only recognition. He knew. Not the details, not yet, but the unbearable center of it. I looked at Bella's shaking hand, at the blood on my fingers, at the place where James had marked her, and every vision in which that mark remained has settled inside me like something poisonous. "I can't let him be the one who made her," I whispered. Jasper went perfectly still. Then he answered, low and certain beneath the noise of the fight, "I know." The whole room had narrowed to Bella's wrist. Everything else was still happening. James crashing through the bar under Edward's weight. Emmett swearing as he hauled Edward back from Bella's blood. Rosalie pinning a limb that didn't stay pinned long enough to matter. Carlisle calculating, always calculating, with that terrible mercy of his already turning toward the only cure he had ever hated. But none of it changed the one fact burning through me. James had put his venom in her. If we did nothing, Bella would still live. She would still change. But every future where I stood back and let that be enough felt wrong all the way down to the bone. Carlisle looked at the wound again and then at me. He knew me too well. "Alice," he said quietly, and there was warning in it now, and pleading too. "Think." His voice was calm for Bella's sake, but I could hear the strain underneath. He wasn't only asking whether it would work. He was asking whether love had just made me reckless. Bella turned her face toward me, shaking with pain so violent it was already changing the lines of her body. "Please," she whispered. She didn't know what she was asking for. Relief, maybe. An answer. Someone to tell her the fire in her arm had an end. Her eyes found mine and held. I had seen those eyes laughing in our house, soft in the meadow, startled at dinner, fierce in the studio. I had seen futures where they opened and found only James written behind them. I couldn't bear it. I am thinking, I said, though the words were for Carlisle and Jasper both. Then I looked at Bella and let the truth sit between us, unbearable and intimate and too late to soften. Bella, listen to me. Her breath caught. Her fingers convulsed around my sleeve. This is going to hurt, I said, and my own voice shook for the first time. But I'm here. I'm not leaving you. Jasper's hand closed once around my shoulder, not to stop me, but to steady the choice all the way through. Do it, he said, low enough that only I could hear, and the words changed the room inside me. Not permission. Not surrender. Recognition. He was with me in it already. Carlisle saw it in both our faces. His expression tightened, grief and acceptance crossing too fast for anyone human to read. Then be precise, he said. I bent over Bella before I could lose courage to the thought of what I was about to do. Her skin was hot with venom and blood and human life, impossibly fragile under my hands. Look at me, I whispered. She did. Then I put my mouth over James's wound and bit. Bella convulsed under me the instant my venom entered the wound. Her cry broke into something smaller and rawer, and I jerked back before instinct could turn love into damage. My mouth was full of her blood and James's venom and my own choice, all of it fused into one unbearable taste. Bella's fingers clawed at my sleeve, then at the floor, her whole body arching around the fire racing through her. Alice, she gasped, and there was no accusation in it, only pain and trust and the terrible fact that she still reached for me inside it. I caught her face between my hands. I know, I whispered. I know. Stay with me. Something crashed behind us, loud enough to shake the mirrors that hadn't shattered yet. Edward had James by the throat now, driving him back across the studio in a fury so complete it almost felt clean. It wasn't. Nothing in this room was clean anymore. Rosalie moved in with him, fast and merciless. Emmett was already tearing the place apart around them to make sure James had nowhere left to go. Carlisle stayed with us, one hand braced near Bella's shoulder, his eyes tracking her breathing, the spread of venom, the impossible arithmetic of what I'd just done. Then Jasper was there, dropping to his knees so fast the air changed with him. He looked at Bella first. Then he looked at me. For one suspended second the whole world narrowed again, not to Bella's wrist this time, but to Jasper's face. There was blood on his mouth from the fight, and grief in his eyes, and something steadier underneath both. He understood exactly what I had done. More than that, he understood what I had refused. James would not be the only thing written into Bella's forever. He reached up and touched my cheek once with the backs of his fingers, swift and certain. You don't do this alone, he said. Bella made a sound somewhere between a sob and a cry as the venom burned deeper. Jasper shifted immediately, his hand replacing mine at the back of her neck with a care that would have looked impossible on anyone else in a room like this. Bella, he said, and his voice was low and calm enough to cut through the pain for one blinking instant. Her eyes found him. Even now, even burning alive, she found him. I'm here, he told her. This won't be his. Then he bent over the wound beside mine and bit. I felt the future change before he even lifted his head. Not cleanly, not safely, not into anything simple, but it changed. The shape that had haunted us all year, half seen and half denied, locked into place with violent, irreversible clarity. Bella cried out again, and Jasper came back to my side at once, blood bright on his mouth, his shoulder pressed to mine while James's death began behind us and Bella's new life began under our hands. 31. Fire in the veins. James came apart behind us. I knew that because the room changed, not because I looked. There was a ripping sound that no human building should ever have had to hold, then Emmett's voice, rough with effort, and Rosalie saying, now, with a cold finality that meant there would be no more running, no more performance, no more hands on Bella except ours. Edward made a sound I'd never heard from him before, not hunger, not grief, not rage alone. But all of it stripped down to something animal and useless now that the thing he wanted to kill was already dying. None of it mattered. Not really. Not compared to the body convulsing under my hands. Bella's head thrashed against Jasper's palm, her breath coming in sharp, broken pulls that were already too fast, too shallow, too wrong. The venom was moving through her with horrifying speed, not creeping but claiming, a fire with intention. I could see it in her skin before I could hear Carlisle say, "Too fast," in that controlled voice of his that only got quieter when things were worst. He moved to her other side, fingers at her throat, then her jaw, then her wrist, tracking what a human pulse could still tell him. "Bella," he said, and his tone shifted into something gentler, as if the softness itself might slow the agony. "Bella, stay with us." She tried. God, she tried. Her eyes opened for one shattered second, unfocused and wild, and found me only by instinct. "Alice," she said, or almost said. The word broke halfway through into a cry that bent her double, and my whole body seized with the effort not to break with her. "I'm here," I told her, keeping my hands on her face because I needed her to have something that was only us, not pain, not blood, not James. "I'm right here." Jasper's shoulder pressed harder into mine as Bella arched again, and when I looked at him his expression had gone terrifyingly still. He was controlling himself by force, by love, by years of discipline, because Bella's blood was everywhere and he refused to let that become another danger to her. "Jasper," I whispered, not because I doubted him, but because I needed the sound of his name in the room. "I'm good," he said, and his voice was tight enough to tell me exactly how much that cost. Then Bella cried out again, her whole spine bowing off the floor, and Carlisle looked up sharply. "We have to move her now," he said. "If this keeps accelerating, she won't survive the human part of it on this floor." Carlisle's words snapped the room into motion. Emmett was at Bella's feet before the echo of them had faded, but Carlisle cut him off with a sharp lift of his hand. "Not like cargo," he said. "Her spine, her neck, all of it is still human." That should have been obvious, but nothing about Bella felt human anymore except the fragility of her body under the change. Jasper slid one arm beneath her shoulders with impossible care while I kept her head turned toward me, trying to keep her from smashing it against the floor when the next convulsion hit. Bella cried out the instant we shifted her, a sound so torn and helpless it made my whole vision blur. "I know," I whispered, though the words were useless against what she was feeling. "I know, love. Just 1 second, just one." Her eyes flew open, blind with pain, and fixed on nothing. Jasper looked up at Carlisle over the top of her twisting body. "Where?" he asked, already braced to move the moment he had direction. "Upstairs," Carlisle said. "The back room. It's the quietest." Then his voice hardened as he turned without looking. "Edward, stay away from her." That should have been unnecessary too, but Edward was there, suddenly close enough that the air changed. He hadn't meant to crowd us. I knew that. Hunger and panic were dragging him toward the same center the rest of us were already trying to protect. His face looked carved out of ice and grief. "I can carry her faster," he said, and if there had been any arrogance left in him it was gone now. He sounded desperate enough to be almost young. "No," Carlisle said. The answer came without hesitation. "You can't." Edward flinched as if he'd been struck, and for one raw second I thought he might fight the truth simply because it hurt. Then Bella's blood hit the room again, bright under the venom and dust, and he recoiled hard enough to prove Carlisle right. Emmett moved then, clearing the broken doorway and the wreckage beyond it while Rosalie disappeared ahead to empty the hall. Jasper and Carlisle lifted Bella between them, careful and swift, and I stayed at her side with one hand in her hair and the other locked around her wrist above the wound, as if touch alone could anchor her to us. The building seemed endless on the way out. Every corner felt too narrow. Every second felt stolen. Bella cried out twice more before we reached the stairs, and by the time we made the room Carlisle wanted, her breathing had turned thin and ragged in a way that made even him go quieter. "Here," Carlisle said, already throwing open the door. Jasper laid Bella onto the bed with a gentleness that would have broken me under any other circumstances, and the moment her body hit the sheets, the next wave of pain took her hard enough to bow her off the mattress. By the time we had Bella behind a locked door and laid across clean sheets that would never be clean again, Edward had been driven farther from her than any of us had ever seen him. Carlisle had ordered at first in that calm voice that made obedience sound like reason instead of command. Emmett had enforced it when reason failed. Even now Edward stood in the hallway outside the room with both hands flattened against the wall and his head bowed, every line of him pulled tight with effort. Bella's blood was fainter than it had been in the studio, drowned under venom and heat and the harsh medicinal smell Carlisle had thrown over everything, but it was still there. Human enough to hurt him. Human enough to keep him out. That was the truth he couldn't argue with, and for once no one tried to soften it. Inside the room Bella burned. Her back bowed off the mattress, then slammed down again, the bed frame shuddering under her with each convulsion. I kept one hand on her shoulder and one tangled in the sheets near her hip because holding too tightly felt cruel and letting go felt worse. Jasper was across from me now, not beside me. His whole focus narrowed to Bella's face and breathing in the emotional storm tearing through the room. He wasn't damping her pain. No one could have done that cleanly. He was keeping it from becoming pure panic, giving her just enough thread to stay inside herself while the venom remade everything. "Bella," he said, low and steady, every time her eyes flew open wild and unseeing. "Stay with this. One moment at a time." She didn't answer in words anymore, only cries and gasping breaths and the occasional broken sound that still managed to cut straight through me. Edward heard every one of them. "I should be in there," he said, and his voice from the hall was hoarse with a need that had finally become something simpler and uglier than possessiveness. Not entitlement. Not even jealousy. Helplessness. Carlisle, who had been changing blood-soaked cloths faster than any human eye could have followed, didn't look up when he answered. "No," he said, "you shouldn't." The words landed hard because they were gentle. Edward made a sound under his breath, the kind people make when denial has nowhere left to stand. I rose before I meant to and crossed to the doorway, stopping where Bella's scent was still only a distant torment to me and a wall to him. He looked wrecked, not dramatic, not shattered in some beautiful tragic way. Just stripped bare. "You can't help her like this," I said. He flinched, but not from me. From the accuracy. His eyes slid past my shoulder toward Bella's twisting body, and when he spoke again the old certainty was gone from him. "I know," he said. "That's how I finally know how wrong I was before." Edward's words stayed with me only long enough to hurt. Then Bella cried out again from the bed, a sound so ragged it snapped every other thought in the room back into its proper order, and I turned away from him without apology. Whatever revelation he was having about himself, however necessary, Bella was still burning through the consequences of all of us. That was the center. That had to stay the center. Carlisle had opened one of the windows though the night outside did nothing to cool the room. Bella's skin had gone luminous with fever and venom, every line of her sharpening even through the violence of the change. Her hair clung damply at her temples. Her hands kept flexing against the sheets as if her body no longer understood what fingers were for except pain. Jasper was still talking to her in the same low, even cadence, not asking her to answer, not asking her to be brave, only giving her something steady enough to follow when everything else inside her had become fire. "That's it," he said when her breathing hit another jagged rhythm. "Don't fight the moment before it comes. Just this one." She made a broken sound, somewhere between a sob and a gasp, and his eyes flicked to mine over the bed. He was holding himself together for both of us now. Carlisle looked at the clock, then at Bella's throat beneath his fingers. "Her pulse is changing," he said. There was no triumph in it. Only awe and dread and the old physician's habit of naming a thing clearly even when naming it changed nothing. "The venom is overtaking everything." He replaced the cloth at her neck and added, quieter, "This is the point where we stop being able to help and start only being able to witness." "No," I said before I could stop myself. Carlisle glanced up, and I heard the rawness in my own voice too late. "Not only witness." My hand slid into Bella's hair, careful of her heat, careful not to pull. "She isn't alone in it." Jasper's expression changed, not softening exactly, but opening. "No," he said, and this time the word was for me. "She isn't." From the hallway, Edward didn't speak again. I could still feel him there, a silence made of strain and shame and something hollowing out from the center. But inside the room the shape was different now. Not simpler, not kinder, only truer. Bella writhed once more, then fell into a terrible, rigid stillness that made me panic until Carlisle said, "Wait," and held up one hand. I waited. We all did. Then Bella drew in one shuddering breath, and I saw it with awful clarity at last. Jasper and I hadn't just saved her. In one choice, in one wound answered with our own, we had changed every future any of us would ever have with her. 32. What remains of him? The room grew quieter in all the wrong ways. Bella was still moving, still trapped inside the long merciless violence of the change, but something had altered in the texture of it. The convulsions came less like panic now and more like a body being claimed cell by cell, each one sharper and more final than the last. Carlyle kept his fingers at her throat, measuring what was left of her human pulse, while Jasper sat at the other side of the bed with all that impossible control wrapped tight around him like wire. I stayed near Bella's head, one hand in her hair, listening to every broken breath as if I could will each one to continue. Outside the room, Edward had gone silent enough to make me look. He was still in the doorway, but he wasn't leaning toward Bella anymore. He had gone very still, both hands loose at his sides now, his face turned toward her with a strange, stricken concentration I hadn't seen before. Not hunger. Not exactly. Hunger was sharp. This was the shape left behind when something sharp had begun to dull against its own ending. He took one step closer to the threshold, then stopped of his own accord. No one told him to. That was new enough that I felt it like another shift in the room. Carlyle noticed at the same moment I did. "Edward," he said softly, and the word carried caution without accusation. Edward didn't answer at first. His eyes stayed on Bella's throat, on the place where her pulse still fluttered and weakening, irregular beats beneath skin already changing towards something harder and brighter. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded distant, as if he were reporting from inside a fire no one else could see. "It's fading," he said. Jasper looked up. "What is?" he asked, though I think he already knew. Edward swallowed once. "The worst of it." He gave a short, jagged laugh that wasn't laughter at all. "No, that's not right." Then he lifted his eyes to Bella's face, and whatever he saw there stripped the last certainty out of him. "Her blood," he said quietly. "Not the scent. The pull." His hand tightened once at his side. "It's not disappearing all at once. It's thinning, burning away." No one moved. I had felt it in the futures, that narrowing, that loosening. The impossible grip Bella's human blood had held on him from the first day in biology was not breaking because he had mastered himself. It was breaking because the thing inside her that had called to the worst and strangest part of him was being remade into something else. Edward stared at her like he could feel every thread of that severing as it happened. "I thought it would be relief," he said, barely above a whisper. "I thought when it ended, I'd know how to breathe again." His expression changed then, grief crossing it cleanly at last. "But it feels like losing a language I hated but understood." Carlyle crossed the room then, not quickly, not cautiously either, but with the quiet precision he used when pain was already present and any suddenness would only make it worse. He stopped near Edward without crowding him and followed his gaze back to Bella. Her breathing had changed again, less ragged now, less recognizably human, each inhale and exhale falling into a harsher, thinner rhythm that made my whole body tense around the knowledge of what it meant. Carlyle's voice was very gentle when he spoke. "You're feeling the compulsion loosen," he said. He didn't say blood singer. He didn't need to. The word would have made it sound more romance than obsession. Edward sighed. It didn't sound like relief at all. "I know what to call it," he said, as though there was no bite left in him. He kept looking at Bella as if he could still read something in her face before it vanished for good. "That doesn't make it smaller." Carlyle's expression shifted, grief touching it in a way most people would never have caught. He understood better than any of us how often naming a thing failed to contain it. "No," he said, "it doesn't." Jasper stayed where he was, one hand resting near Bella's wrist, not touching, only ready if she reached blindly again. He looked from Edward to me and back, reading the room with that terrible, quiet accuracy of his. The pressure in the doorway was changing, not gone, but changing. Less like a threat, more like aftermath. Bella made a broken sound against the pillow and my hand tightened in her hair before I could stop myself. Edward heard it and flinched hard enough that I felt the motion like a pulled thread. "I thought I wanted this. For months I thought if she changed, if the blood stopped, then I would finally see clearly." His mouth twisted around the words. "I do see clearly, and now that's the problem." I looked at him then because there was nothing left to gain from pretending not to understand. He had never loved her the right way. He had wanted, feared, managed, fixated, mistaken torment for devotion and hunger for destiny. But the force of it had still been real inside him, shaping him, humiliating him, dragging every better instinct through a fire he hadn't known how to escape. "It mattered to you," I said quietly. His eyes met mine, stripped clean of all arguments. "Yes," he said. "And now it's ending while she's still here." That was the grief of it. Not that Bella was gone. Not yet. But that the thing which had once made her the center of his world was dying before she had even opened her new eyes. Carlyle put a hand on Edward's shoulder, steady and unbearably kind. "Then mourn what she lost," he said. "Her human life. Her friends. Not what you thought to claim." Edward shut his eyes like the mercy hurt him more than cruelty would have, and in the silence that followed, Bella's changing breath filled the room while the last illusion holding him upright began, finally, to give way. For a little while after that, no one said anything. Bella's breathing scraped through the silence in that new, thinning rhythm, and Edward stood under Carlyle's hand like someone who had forgotten what to do with his own body now that the thing driving it had begun to die. I watched him the way I might have watched a storm after it had broken the house and moved on, not because I trusted it, but because the damage it left behind was still real. He had frightened Bella, managed her, tried to force meaning onto her life because he couldn't bear the life she had apart from him. None of that softened in me. But standing there now, stripped of hunger and certainty both, he looked less dangerous than lost. Jasper felt the shift in me before I turned toward him. His eyes lifted from Bella's face and held mine across the bed. There was no accusation in them, only tired understanding. He knew I wasn't forgiving Edward. He knew that wasn't what this was. Bella made another small, broken sound, and Jasper's attention went to her at once. "Easy, Bella," he said, low and steady. "You're still moving through it. Just stay where you are." Her body tightened under the words as if some part of her could still hear direction even now. Edward heard Jasper too. His head lifted sharply, and for the first time since the blood-singer pull had begun to loosen, something almost human and unbearably young crossed his face. "Will she know?" he asked. He wasn't looking at me when he said it. He was looking at Carlyle. "When she wakes, will she know what happened?" The question changed the room because it was the first one he'd asked that wasn't about himself. Carlyle's hand stayed on his shoulder another second, then fell away. "She'll know more than she wants to at first. The body remembers pain. The mind catches up after." Edward swallowed. "And us?" he asked. "Will she know what we did?" This time Jasper answered before Carlyle could. "She'll know what was done to her," he said, and his voice stayed calm even with all that old distrust under it. "And she'll know who stayed with her." Edward closed his eyes like the distinction hurt. Good, some hard part of me thought. Let it hurt. But the thought didn't stay clean. Because he had stayed, in his way. Too late, wrongly, uselessly, but he had stayed. "I never meant for this," he said, so quietly I might have missed it if the whole room hadn't been listening. I believed him. That was the worst of it. Not because it excused anything, but because it didn't. Carlyle drew in a slow breath. "No," he said. "You meant other wrong things. This one was chosen for all of us." Edward nodded once, like a boy accepting sentence, and turned his eyes back to Bella with nothing left in them now but grief and the first exhausted shape of shame. After that, Edward didn't try to come closer again. He stayed in the doorway for several more minutes, still enough now that the silence around him felt less like restraint and more like surrender. Bella's breathing kept changing under my hand, each new rhythm taking her farther from the girl who had walked into biology and closer to the creature she would be when this ended. I could see it in the fine planes of her face, in the brightening strength gathering under skin that was no longer soft in the same way. Carlyle watched her with a physician's focus and a father's grief, counting what remained and what was already gone. Jasper sat opposite me with Bella's wrist cradled lightly between his fingers, not measuring her pulse the way Carlyle did, but feeling the tremors that ran through her when the venom hit another nerve, another memory, another last human threshold. Edward looked at all of that and understood, finally, that there was no place for him inside it. He lifted his head and spoke to Carlyle first because that was easier than speaking to the rest of us. "When she wakes," he said, and his voice was so controlled it barely sounded like him at all, "she shouldn't have to see me first. Carlyle's eyes moved from Bella to his son. He didn't answer immediately, which made the pause kinder than any quick reassurance could have been. No, he said at last. She shouldn't. The truth of it landed without protest. That was how I knew it had reached all the way through him. Edward turned then, not toward me, but toward Jasper. It was slight, just a shift of his face, but it changed the room more than any outburst could have. Jasper met his eyes without moving. You were right, Edward Said. There was no elegance in it, no Cullen polish, only exhaustion. About what I was doing to her. Jasper held the silence for one beat, then answered in the same low, level tone he'd used on Bella all night. Yes. Edward accepted that too. Then, at last, he looked at me. There was nothing left in his expression that wanted anything from me. No plea, no rivalry, no defense. Only a kind of bleak recognition that the story he had built for himself had ended in this room and would not be rebuilt. Take care of her, he said. My hand tightened in Bella's hair. We will, I answered. He nodded once. Then he stepped back from the doorway and left without spectacle, without speed, without one last attempt to be seen. I listened to the sound of him going until even my vampire hearing couldn't make it mean more than it did. When I looked back at Bella, the room felt changed again. Not lighter, not healed, but one burden had finally laid itself down, and what remained was grief, fire, and the future we had chosen whether we had meant to or not. 33. Waking. I woke into sharpness. That was the first truth, so complete it almost kept the rest away. The world didn't come back slowly or kindly. It arrived all at once, every edge honed, every surface separate, every sound impossibly distinct from the next. I could hear fabric moving somewhere across the room. The tiny drag of skin over cotton. The shift of someone's breath in the hall beyond the door. Water in pipes inside the walls. Wind touching leaves far outside. For one suspended second I lay perfectly still under the avalanche of it, not because I was calm, but because movement felt like it might break whatever impossible thing had happened to me. Then memory hit. Phoenix, mirrors, James. Pain so bright it had turned the whole world white around the edges. Alice's face above mine. Jasper's voice near enough to hold onto. Fire in my arm. Fire everywhere after. I sat up in a single motion before fear could even finish forming, and the speed of it startled me less than the precision. The room leapt into place around me as if I had always known how to move like that. Light from the window lay across the bed in a clean pale shape. Every thread in the blanket was visible. Every shadow was too detailed to trust. Alice, I said, and my own voice stopped me cold. It was mine, but clearer. Richer. As if every rough edge had been stripped out of it and only the shape remained. My hand flew to my throat on instinct, then lower, over my chest. Still. No breath caught there unless I chose it. No frantic hammer of pulse. Nothing human and familiar answering my panic. The door opened before I heard the hand on it, and Alice was there. I don't know if I moved first or she did. 1 second she stood in the doorway, all bright stillness and terrible beauty, and the next I was across the room in her arms, staring into her face as if I could read everything there fast enough to survive it. You're here, I said. The words came out too fast, too full, and underneath them was the question I couldn't force into order. Her expression changed all at once, relief so fierce it made her look almost human with it. I'm here, she said, and she reached up to hold my face in both hands. Her skin against mine felt cool and perfect and known in a way that made something inside me steady at once. Bella, breathe if you want to, but you don't need to panic. A laugh tore out of me, sharp and unbelieving and much too loud in the exquisite new room. That's your opening line? Alice smiled then, quick and bright and shaking at the edges. You sat up like you planned to fight the house, she said. I had to start somewhere. Only then did I realize there was someone else in the room, still and careful and watching me with a control so precise it almost hurt to see. I turned, and Jasper stood near the far wall with his hands loose at his sides and his gold eyes fixed on me as if I were both miracle and danger. Something in me answered at once, swift and deep enough to make the whole world seem to tilt around it. Jasper didn't move when I looked at him, but the room changed anyway. Not outside me, inside. Something in my body, or whatever had replaced my body, recognized him before my mind had time to catch up. It wasn't the same as what pulled me toward Alice. That was bright and immediate and already threaded through me so deeply it felt impossible to name as anything new. This was different, quieter for one breath, and then not quiet at all. It hit low and hard, like a second answer to a question I hadn't known my whole life had been asking. I stared at him because I couldn't seem to do anything else. "You're looking at me like I might explode," I said, and even to my own ears the words sounded absurdly calm for someone who had apparently died and woken up sharpened. A small, careful smile touched his mouth. "You came out of a transformation about 30 seconds ago," he said. "Caution seems fair." "That's comforting," I said. Alice's fingers slid from my face to my wrists, grounding me before the wrong part of panic could take hold. "Bella," she said softly, and the way she said my name made me turn back to her at once. Her expression had steadied now, though I could still see the strain under it, the echo of fear she hadn't let herself feel while I was burning. "You need the truth before your imagination starts helping." That almost made me laugh again, except the memory waiting underneath her words was too sharp. Phoenix came back in fragments. The mirrors, James smiling, pain in my wrist, the impossible fire after. I looked down at my arm before I meant to. The skin there was flawless, pale and hard and perfect in a way that should have been comforting and wasn't. "He bit me," I said. It wasn't a question. Alice's grip tightened just slightly. "Yes," she said. I swallowed, though I didn't need to. And then what? The room had gone so still around us that I could hear the fabric shift when Alice breathed for habit rather than need. Jasper's attention sharpened, but he let Alice answer. "James started it," she said carefully. "But he didn't keep the claim." Her eyes held mine without flinching. I bit over the wound. The words landed, and before I could even decide what I felt, Jasper spoke from across the room, his voice low and steady enough to walk across. "And I did too," he said. I looked from one of them to the other. I should have been horrified. I should have been overwhelmed by the violence of it, by the idea of being remade through panic and blood and choice. Instead something fierce and aching opened inside me so quickly it almost hurt. "You didn't leave me with him," I said. Alice's face changed at once. So did Jasper's. That, apparently, was the center of it. "Never," Alice said. Jasper took one step closer then, slow enough to give me room to refuse him if I wanted. "You were never going to be his," he said. And with those words, the impossible thing inside me settled, not into simplicity, but into truth. For a second after Jasper said it, no one moved. The air in the room felt charged, not with danger exactly, but with the kind of truth that made movement matter too much. Alice was still holding my wrists. Jasper had only taken that one step closer. It should have been nothing. A small shift in distance. Barely enough to notice. Instead it felt like the whole room had tilted toward him and was waiting to see what I would do with it. I looked at Alice first because I trusted her face to tell me if I was losing my mind. She was watching me with that bright, impossible steadiness of hers, but there was something softer underneath it now, something almost fragile. Not fear that I would reject her. Fear that I would misunderstand what I was feeling and try to force it back into some shape that made less trouble. Her thumb brushed once across the inside of my wrist. "You don't have to rush this. Nothing true is going anywhere." That should have calmed me. Instead it made my throat tighten with a feeling too large to sort cleanly. Because the thing pulling at me when I looked at Jasper didn't feel new enough to dismiss and didn't feel old enough to explain. It felt like recognition arriving late and all at once. "I'm not rushing," I said, though the words came out softer than I intended. I turned my head toward him. "I'm trying to figure out why standing 3 feet away from you feels more intense than nearly dying." Jasper huffed a breath that might have been the beginning of a laugh if he'd trusted himself to finish it. "That's not a sentence I ever expected to hear," he said. His voice was careful, but not distant. "Bella, I can stay right here. You don't owe either of us calm just because you woke up beautiful and dangerous." I blinked at him. That's an insane thing to say to someone in the middle of a crisis. "It's still true," he said. Alice smiled despite herself, and the warmth of it steadied me enough to do the one thing I suddenly knew I needed. I pulled one hand free from hers and held it out toward Jasper. Not dramatically. Not even fully on purpose. Just honestly. His eyes dropped to my hand and stayed there for one beat too long, as if he were checking that this wasn't pity or confusion or some newborn instinct that would vanish the instant he touched me. Then he crossed the last few steps. He took my hand like I was something breakable, which was ridiculous now, and the instant our skin met, everything inside me answered. It wasn't borrowed from Alice. It wasn't gratitude. It wasn't the leftover terror of Phoenix looking for somewhere safe to land. It was its own thing, clean and immediate and so intimate it made my breath catch even though I didn't need breath anymore. Jasper went still at the exact same second I did. His fingers tightened once around mine, not enough to hurt, only enough to confess that he felt it too. "Oh," I said, because it was the only word I had. Jasper's gaze lifted to mine, unguarded at last. "Yeah," he said. The word hung there between us for one breathless instant, small and inadequate and somehow still exactly right. Jasper's hand was still around mine. Alice was still close enough that I could feel the cool certainty of her presence at my side. Nothing in the room had changed, not really. The bed was still behind me. The light was still falling in clean pale lines across the floor. Somewhere beyond the door the house held its own quiet, careful stillness. But inside me, something that had been arriving in pieces for months had finally stopped pretending to be separate things. I turned toward Alice because I needed to see her face now, needed to know whether what I was feeling had broken the world or simply named it. She was watching us both with an expression I didn't have a word for yet. Relief, yes. Love, obviously. But there was something fiercer under it, something like the release of a fear she had been carrying so long it had begun to feel like part of her body. "Alice," I said, and my voice was quieter now, steadier. "I don't think this is confusion." Her mouth trembled into a smile so beautiful it hurt. "No," she said softly. "It isn't." I let that settle, then looked back at Jasper. His hand hadn't moved from mine, but the caution in him had changed shape. It was no longer the restraint of someone afraid I would break. It was the restraint of someone who knew I might not, and understood how much that mattered. "And this isn't because I'm overwhelmed," I said. "Or grateful. Or newly immortal and losing my mind." "That's good to hear," Jasper said, and now the ghost of laughter was real in his voice. "Because I was running out of ways to stand politely against that wall." I laughed then, properly this time, and the sound came out richer than any laugh I'd ever heard from myself before. Alice laughed too, and just like that the pressure broke in the kindest possible way. I reached for her with my free hand. She came to me at once, no hesitation at all, and when I pulled her close I felt the answer in my body again, bright and immediate. Then, because the truth had already crossed the room and taken Jasper's hand, I drew him in too. For one strange, perfect second all three of us were caught in the same small space beside the bed, too close for human balance and exactly right for whatever we were now. Alice's hand rested at my waist. Jasper's fingers were still threaded through mine. Neither feeling cancelled the other. Neither diminished it. They sharpened each other. The realization hit with such clean certainty that it stole every remaining scrap of fear from me. I looked from Alice to Jasper and finally said the thing that had been true long before I knew how to survive hearing it. "It's both of you. It was always both of you." 34. Newborn Lessons. The perfect second didn't last, which was probably why it felt real. One moment I was standing between them with the whole impossible truth of us settled cleanly inside my chest. The next the world sharpened again in a different direction, hard and violent and absolute. A scent hit me from somewhere below the room, rich and hot and living, and every part of me turned toward it before thought could intervene. My body locked. Alice's hand tightened around my waist. Jasper was already moving. "Bella," he said, and his voice changed so completely that I went still from shock alone. It wasn't softer. It was steadier, weighted in a way that reached straight through the new white blaze in my head. "Stay with me." I tried to answer and couldn't at first. The smell was everywhere now, not physically stronger, but more knowable. Blood. Human blood. Not in the room, not on either of them, but near enough that my whole body understood it as a direction, a need, a command. I took one step without meaning to. Jasper caught both my shoulders, not hard, just enough to hold my attention on his face. "Bella," he said again. "Look at me." Not the scent. Me. I did, barely. His gold eyes held mine with terrifying calm, and behind that calm I could see the force of his own control, not abstract anymore, but active, muscular, alive. This wasn't old history for him. It was effort happening now. Alice moved into my field of vision at once, her hand finding mine. It's Carlisle. He's cleaning up downstairs. He's fine. You're fine. No one is hurt. Her voice was bright on purpose, giving my mind places to land before instinct swallowed the room. That, I said, and speaking felt strange because my teeth seemed too present in my mouth, too sharp to ignore. That is not fine. Alice almost smiled. No, she said. It isn't. But it's normal. The word offended me so deeply I nearly laughed, which helped more than panic would have. Jasper felt the shift and adjusted immediately, his grip easing just enough to remind me that he wasn't restraining me yet. This is the first lesson. Not hunting. Not running. Choice. The thirst comes first, and you learn that it isn't the same thing as action. It feels like action, I said. I know, he answered. The honesty of it hit harder than comfort would have. I could hear movement below us now, every tiny sound in the house standing out with unbearable clarity. Carlisle's careful steps. Wood settling. Water running. Alice squeezed my hand once. You don't have to be good at it immediately. You just have to not throw yourself through the floor on day one. We'd all be embarrassed. That dragged a startled sound out of me that might actually have been a laugh. Jasper's mouth twitched at one corner. Excellent. It seems humiliation is useful. Hold on to that while I teach you how not to eat anyone. Jasper didn't let go of my shoulders until he was sure I was really listening. Not hearing him, because that part was easy now. I could hear everything. A bird landing somewhere outside. Tires on wet pavement too far away to matter. Esme moving lightly at the other end of the house. The problem was that all of it came to me in the same sharpened world as Carlisle's blood, and my body hadn't yet learned the difference between information and invitation. Jasper knew that. I could see him measuring me. Tell me 5 things you can hear that aren't blood. I stared at him. That's the most schoolteacher thing anyone has ever said to me. It's working already, Alice said brightly. You sound offended instead of homicidal. I gave her a look, which only made her smile wider. Then I tried to do what he'd asked, because the alternative was letting the scent below us keep filling up all the empty space in my head. Water in the pipes, I said. A car about half a mile away. Esme moving in the kitchen. Something scratching in the wall, probably a branch, unless your house is horrible. Jasper's mouth twitched again, and Emmett pretending not to stand outside the door. There was a muffled laugh from the hallway. In my defense, Emmett called through the wood, "This is extremely interesting." "It stops being interesting if she throws you through the banister," Rosalie said, her voice cooler and farther back. "Try not to volunteer for the demonstration." The exchange was absurd enough to cut through the thirst for one blessed second. I exhaled on reflex, then frowned because the movement had no weight in it. "I hate this," I said, and the confession came out rougher than I meant. Not all of it, just this part. Feeling like my whole body is a bad idea. Alice's expression softened immediately, but Jasper answered first. "That will get better, not because the thirst gets polite. Because you get stronger than it." He took one careful step back, testing me, making the distance a lesson instead of a threat. Again, 5 things. And this time don't use anyone's blood, breathing, or heartbeat. I almost snapped that he was impossible, but the challenge caught somewhere deeper than irritation. So I listened harder. Not down, out. The clock downstairs, I said slowly. The refrigerator motor. Rain in the gutter. Alice's bracelet against her wrist. Alice glanced down, delighted. And your jacket sleeve when you move your hand. Something changed in Jasper's face then, subtle but unmistakable. Approval. Real approval. "Good," he said. "That's how you start. The world is bigger than the thirst, Bella. You make it bigger on purpose." I looked at him, then at Alice, still holding my hand like she had no intention of leaving me alone with any part of this. The craving below us was still there, brutal and bright, but it was no longer the only thing in the room. That felt small compared to what I wanted, but for the first time since waking, small didn't feel useless. It felt like the beginning of control. The beginning of control lasted less than a minute. It wasn't Jasper's fault. It wasn't mine either, not exactly. Carlisle came up the stairs too quickly for anyone to warn me first, and the scent hit before the sound did. Fresh this time. Cleaner. Not old blood on cloth somewhere below the room, but living human blood recently exposed and still vivid enough to tear every careful thought in my head to ribbons. My whole body snapped toward the door with a speed so violent it felt like instinct had reached in and taken the controls back. Jasper was in front of me before I got 2 steps. He didn't touch me immediately. That was the first thing I understood through the blaze of it. He gave me one chance to stop on my own. "Bella," he said, and his voice landed like a hand at the center of my chest. "Choose." The command should have angered me. Instead it gave me something to push against. I stopped so hard the floor complained under my feet. The scent was unbearable now, bright as heat in the back of my throat. Carlisle had frozen in the hallway the instant he saw me move, one hand lifted slightly away from his side so I could see the thin line across his palm where he'd cut himself cleaning broken glass downstairs. The blood was already closing, but that didn't matter to the part of me that wanted it. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology nearly made me laugh from sheer offense. "Don't," I said, though it came out half like a gasp. "Don't apologize while actively being a problem." Alice made a startled sound that might have been a laugh, but she didn't loosen her grip on my hand. "She's still herself," she said. There was fierce relief under the brightness. Jasper finally touched me then, one hand at my elbow, the other braced lightly at my back, not restraining yet, only reminding my body where it ended and the world began. "Describe what you want," he said. I stared at him. "That seems deeply cruel." "Do it anyway." I shut my eyes because looking at Carlisle was making everything worse. "I want the scent to stop being outside me," I said. The words scraped on the way out. I want it gone, and I want it in me, and I hate both of those things. Saying it made me shake. Admitting it made it real in a way silence hadn't. Jasper's voice dropped lower. "Good," he said. "Now describe what you're going to do instead." I wanted to tell him that was impossible, but the lesson from 2 minutes ago was still there under the thirst, thin and fragile and stubborn. "Bigger than the craving," he'd said. "Make the world bigger on purpose." So I opened my eyes and fixed them on Alice first, then Jasper, and finally the doorway without lifting them as high as Carlisle's hand. "I'm going to stay here," I said. "I'm going to hate this. And I'm not going to move." Carlisle nodded once, grave as a priest. "That's enough for now." It wasn't enough for my body. It was enough for the moment. And when the scent began, very slowly, to fade with the healing of his skin, I understood something new and brutal and useful all at once. Control did not feel noble. It felt ugly, humiliating, and entirely worth having. When Carlisle left the doorway, he did it slowly enough that I could feel the trust in the movement, which somehow made it harder rather than easier. He wasn't retreating because I had become safe. He was giving me the dignity of being treated as if I could become safe. The distinction mattered. I stood exactly where I was until the last trace of his blood disappeared from the air, then bent forward with my hands on my knees even though my body didn't need the posture. Habit, maybe, or humiliation needing somewhere to go. "Well," I said to the floorboards. "That was horrifying." "It was also good," Jasper said. He didn't let the words soften into praise too quickly. "You stopped. On your own." I straightened and looked at him. "I stopped because you told me to choose like some terrifying vampire guidance counselor." One corner of his mouth lifted. "Whatever works." Alice laughed under her breath and moved back into my space the instant the danger had passed, as if closeness itself were part of the lesson too. "He's right," she said. "You did well." Her hand slid lightly down my arm, easy and familiar and not asking anything of me except that I let myself be steadied. It was a different kind of control than Jasper's, but not a lesser one. With Alice, the world didn't narrow. It widened. Beauty returned to it. Warmth did. Possibility did. I looked from one of them to the other and felt the strange, impossible shape of my life settle more firmly with each passing second. Jasper had just talked me out of going feral over a paper-thin cut. Alice had held my hand like panic was something survivable, not shameful. Neither of them had asked me to be less than what I was. Neither of them had tried to make my fear prettier than it had been. The realization reached deeper than the thirst, deeper even than the new bright sharpness of being undead. It touched some older wound in me, one that had nothing to do with fangs or blood. "You know what's strange?" I asked. Alice's eyes flicked up at once. "Only one thing?" I almost smiled. This should feel unbearable. My voice came out quieter than I intended. "Waking up like this. Needing this much help. Wanting both of you this much. It should feel like I'm about to disappear into whatever you need me to be." The room went still in a different way then, not tense, but listening. I held onto the truth because it deserved not to be dropped halfway. And it doesn't. It feels like the opposite. Jasper's expression changed first, something guarded in him easing with such tenderness it almost undid me. Alice stepped closer, all brightness gone soft. "What does it feel like?" she asked. I looked at them and said it before I could get embarrassed enough to ruin it. "Like I get to stay myself forever now," I said. "And be loved by both of you anyway." 35. The quiet after. The first time I saw Forks again, I understood exactly how impossible it was that I'd ever mistaken dimness for safety. The town lay under a low gray sky that would once have made everything blur together. Now nothing blurred. The wet black ribbon of road. The moss-climbing tree trunks in vivid green layers. The shine of rain on mailboxes and guardrails. I sat in the back seat of Carlisle's car with Alice on one side of me and Jasper on the other, and the world outside looked so sharp it almost felt staged, like someone had rebuilt my old life with cleaner lines and forgotten to put the softness back in. Charlie's town. My town. The place I had left human and was returning to as something else entirely. "You don't have to get out right away," Alice said. Her voice was light, but she was watching me closely enough that I could feel the care in it from the corner of my eye. "We can sit here until you stop looking like you're about to declare war on the rain." I turned to her. "I'm not declaring war on anything." "You've been glaring at that pine tree for close to 30 seconds, Jasper said. I looked past him to the tree in question, dripping quietly beside the road, and had to admit that he had a point. "It knows what it did," I said. That got the exact reaction I wanted. Alice laughed first, bright and delighted. Jasper's mouth twitched into the beginning of a smile. The tension in my body loosened just enough to breathe around, even if breathing was decorative now. Carlisle pulled the car to a slower crawl as Charlie's street came into view. "Last chance," he said, glancing at me in the mirror. "We can circle again." There was no impatience in him, only that impossible steady mercy that made me want to deserve him more than was probably healthy. I looked through the windshield and saw Charlie's house at the end of the block, exactly where it had always been, small and familiar and suddenly capable of breaking my heart in ways James never had. My truck was there, Charlie's cruiser beside it, the porch, the windows where I'd once watched rain and thought I understood loneliness. "No," I said quietly. "If we circle again, I'll just have more time to imagine every terrible version." Jasper's hand settled lightly over mine on the seat between us, not possessive, not even especially visible, just present. "Then don't imagine them," he said. "Use the one in front of you." "That sounds fake," I said. "It usually does," he answered. "It still works." Alice leaned in and rested her temple briefly against my shoulder. "And you're not doing it alone," she said. That was the truth I held onto as Carlisle parked. We had a cover story. We had clothes chosen to make me look more ordinary, less luminous, less wrong. The makeup made me look more human. Better than before, but still only close enough. I was more Cullen than human now, but we had a plan for what Charlie would be told and what he wouldn't. None of that was really what steadied me. What steadied me was simpler. I was not walking back into my old life to pretend I was still the girl who had left it. I was walking in changed, loved, dangerous, grieving, and more myself than I had ever been before. Alice made me look tired on purpose. That was the first absurdity of stepping out of Carlisle's car and back toward Charlie's house. Not the immortality. Not the fact that I could hear the rain ticking off the gutters 3 houses down or smell wet cedar from the neighbor's fence like it was inches from my face. The absurdity was Alice standing in the front seat mirror with a brush and a ruthless little frown, softening the impossible symmetry of my new face until I looked less like a creature out of myth and more like a girl who had been through a miserable week and barely slept. A little shadow under the eyes. Less color at the mouth. Hair left slightly untidier than she would have preferred if the world were fair. "There," she said, leaning back to judge her own work. "You look heartbreakingly normal." "That is possibly the meanest thing you've ever said to me," I told her. She smiled without apology. Charlie needs normal more than he needs gorgeous right now. Jasper, standing just outside the open door, glanced in at me with that careful steadiness of his. "She's right," he said. "You still look like you could start a religion by accident, but it's less obvious." I stared at both of them. "You two are terrible." "And yet," Alice said, taking my hand as I got out, devoted. The porch steps creaked under my feet exactly the way they always had. That almost undid me before the door even opened. Charlie didn't wait for me to knock properly. The second he saw me through the glass, he yanked the door wide with a force that would once have startled me. Now all I saw was the tremor in his hands, the fear he hadn't been sleeping through, the way relief hit his body so hard it looked almost like pain. "Bella." My name came out rough and wrecked and so nakedly grateful that I didn't have time to brace before his arms were around me. For one terrible second instinct and love collided. He was warm, fragile, human. My body noticed everything. The pulse in his throat. The blood under his skin. The softness of him compared to me. Then the older thing in me, the truer thing, won. I held him carefully and buried my face against his shoulder because if I looked at his throat right then I might start crying, and that was the only dangerous version of myself I could bear. "I'm here," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "I'm okay." Charlie pulled back just enough to look at me, both hands still on my arms as if he needed proof I was solid. His eyes moved over my face, searching for damage, answers, maybe the daughter he remembered. "You look." He started, then stopped. "Tired?" I offered. He gave a breath that might have been half a laugh. "Yeah," he said, "tired. And like if you vanish again, I'm handcuffing you to the refrigerator." Behind me, Alice made the tiniest strangled sound of suppressed laughter. I felt rather than saw Jasper go still with the effort of not smiling. And standing in my father's doorway, caught between disaster and absurdity and love, I understood that the hard part wasn't going to be lying to Charlie. The hard part was telling him just enough truth to survive being believed. Charlie got me inside before the rain could do more than dampen my sleeves, then shut the door with the kind of force that said he needed one barrier between me and the rest of the world before he could think. The house smelled exactly like itself. Coffee gone stale in the pot. Laundry soap. Old wood. Charlie. That last one hit hardest. Not because of the thirst this time, though my body noticed him in every impossible new way. It hit because scent had become memory too, and this was home in a language I hadn't known I was speaking until I almost lost it. Alice and Jasper stayed just inside the doorway without crowding anything, close enough to matter and distant enough to let Charlie pretend this conversation belonged first to blood. Charlie noticed that too. His eyes flicked to them, then back to me. "You're cold," he said, like that was the most urgent and solvable thing in the room. "I'm fine," I said. That wasn't an answer to anything, he snapped, but the anger was thin over fear. He dragged a hand through his hair and looked suddenly older than I remembered, tired in the way people only get when they've been imagining funerals against their will. "Bella, you disappeared. You came back looking like hell with half the Cullens escorting you like I'm supposed to find that reassuring. So let's try this again. What happened?" I could feel Alice go still behind me. Jasper too, though his stillness felt different, less like tension and more like readiness. This was the line. Not the supernatural truth. Never that. But the place where I had to stop letting Charlie build the wrong story in the dark. I looked at him and saw exactly what he feared most. Not mystery. Not scandal. Loss. The kind that comes from a daughter breaking quietly in a way her father can't reach. "It wasn't Edward," I said. Charlie blinked. The answer landed because it was not the one he'd prepared for. "What?" "It wasn't about him," I said again, steadier this time around. "That's what I need you to hear first." My throat tightened even though it didn't need to. I panicked. Dad. Not because of a breakup. Not because I was going to do something stupid. I glanced once toward Alice, then back. I'm not straight. And when everything got too loud, I went to people who understood that before I knew how to explain it to you. The room changed so fast it almost made me dizzy. Charlie's whole face emptied, then filled again with something so nakedly relieved it hurt to watch. Jesus, he said softly, and one hand came up to cover his mouth for a second. When he dropped it, his eyes were wet. Bella. He looked wrecked and grateful and faintly offended all at once. You ran off because you thought I'd take that worse than you vanishing? It wasn't rational, I said. No kidding. He exhaled hard, some terrible private panic leaving him with the breath. Then he shook his head once and looked at me like he was seeing an actual future again instead of a catastrophe. You're going to tell me the rest, he said. Not all tonight. But you are absolutely not getting away with just that. Charlie's attempt at firmness lasted about 5 seconds before relief won again. He scrubbed both hands over his face, exhaled hard, and looked past me toward Alice and Jasper with the expression of a man rearranging his understanding of the last week in real time. So, he said, and his voice came out rough but steadier than before. These are the friends who understood. Alice stepped forward just enough to answer without making the room feel crowded. Yes, she said gently. Bella wasn't alone. There was nothing false in her tone, which made the lie around it easier to bear. Jasper inclined his head once, quiet and controlled in the way that always made him look more trustworthy than anyone had a right to be. Charlie looked at both of them for a long second, probably measuring danger by instinct and coming up with the wrong math for the right reason. He nodded once, as if some stubborn part of him had decided that anyone who had brought me home standing was temporarily acceptable. Well, he said, and the word wobbled a little before settling. I'm grateful to you, both of you. Then he pointed at me with the vague authority of a father who had been too terrified to stay angry properly. Her, I'm still working on. That seems fair, I said. It's more than fair. He stared at me another moment, and I could feel him taking inventory again. Noticing that I was calmer than he expected. Straighter somehow. More present. The makeup and messy hair helped, but they couldn't hide everything. I was changed in ways no powder could fix. You're really okay? He asked, and this time it wasn't accusation. It was hope asking not to be made foolish. I wanted to tell him yes in some full, clean way that would mean exactly what he needed it to mean. Instead I chose the truest version I could give him without destroying everything. I'm not broken, I said. I was lost for a minute, and I handled it badly, but I'm here now. His eyes closed briefly, and when they opened again they were shinier than before. That'll have to do for tonight, he muttered. Then he stepped aside from the doorway fully and gestured us in with one sharp movement. Get inside before you all mildew. Bella, you're eating something even if you don't want it. Alice, Jasper, you too, unless your family's taught you some bizarre supermodel starvation cult I need to fight. Alice made a tiny sound of startled delight. Jasper looked down like he was hiding a smile. I felt one trying to happen in me too, fragile and real and almost impossible under everything else. Charlie saw it, and the answering relief in his face nearly undid me. He still didn't understand what I had become. He still had questions waiting behind his eyes. But he had let me back through the door, and for tonight that was enough to feel like grace. 36. Choosing the story. By the time we got Bella back to the house, Charlie had fed her, worried over her, almost asked better questions than the cover story could bear, and finally let her go because love sometimes mistakes temporary calm for safety. I sat beside Bella on the sofa while the family gathered around the room in that peculiar Cullen way. All of us too graceful for the scene to look ordinary and too invested in her for it to be anything else. Jasper took the armchair angled nearest to her, not crowding, not distant, one hand stretched loose along the side where Bella could reach it if she wanted. She did. She kept one hand in mine and the other resting lightly over his fingers like touch had already become the simplest truth in the room. Carlyle stood near the fireplace with that thoughtful stillness that meant he was arranging consequences into something survivable. "We can't do this twice," he said. His voice was calm, but the weight under it reached everyone. Charlie accepted enough for tonight because Bella was in front of him and breathing and willing to be held. He won't accept another disappearance. So the next departure has to look planned. "College," Rosalie said at once. She was leaning against the piano, all cool elegance and brutal practicality. "It's obvious, respectable, and boring. Which is exactly what you want when the truth is impossible." Bella turned her head toward her. "That's rude," she said. Rosalie's mouth shifted almost into a smile. "It's useful." Esme, seated on the other side of Bella, smoothed a hand once over Bella's hair with such instinctive tenderness that my chest tightened around it. Bella leaned into the touch without thinking. "It also gives Charlie something he can be proud of," Esme said gently. "Not just something he can endure." That landed. I felt it in Bella before she spoke. Her whole body went quieter, not calmer exactly, but more wounded in a place blood had nothing to do with. "He'll believe it," she said. "That's the problem. He'll try to be happy for me." Jasper's hand turned under hers, offering steadiness without interrupting her words. "Better that than making him watch you fail at being human," he said softly. Bella looked at him, and there was nothing theatrical in the grief that crossed her face. Just recognition. "I know," she said. "I still hate it." I tightened my fingers around hers. "You can hate it and use it," I said. "Those things aren't mutually exclusive." She glanced at me, and the corner of her mouth moved as if I'd offended her by being correct. Carlyle nodded once, decision settling into place. "Then college becomes the public story," he said. "Applications, housing, plans, dates. We build it properly." He looked at Bella with that grave, impossible kindness of his. "If we're going to ask Charlie to survive this, we owe him a version of it that can stand up on its own." Bella lowered her eyes to our joined hands, mine and Jasper's, held together through hers like a line she had already crossed and could never uncross. "Fine," she said quietly. "Then let's make it believable." Once Carlyle said build it properly, the room shifted from grief into logistics so fast it almost made me laugh. That was the Cullen talent no one ever saw from the outside. We didn't only survive disasters. We furnished them. Rosalie crossed to the coffee table and started gathering a stack of mail, old brochures, and a legal pad from somewhere I hadn't noticed. Emmett, who had been draped against the far wall looking decorative and unhelpful, straightened at once when there were suddenly decisions to be part of. Esme rose with Bella's hand still in hers for one last second before letting go. The family reorganized itself around the problem like we'd all been waiting for permission. "If the story is college, it needs shape," Carlyle said. "Not just a name to say out loud." He looked toward Bella. "You need a school, a city, a timeline, an interest you can speak about without sounding coached." "Boston," I said before anyone else could. Bella turned toward me. Jasper's eyes lifted too, quiet and attentive. "It's believable, far enough away to explain the move, ordinary enough not to invite gossip, and crowded enough to hide us in plain sight. I could already see it if I let myself. Brownstone streets in rain, students everywhere, old buildings with enough beauty to suit Esme and enough life to make the rest of us look like we belonged." Esme nodded slowly, warmth returning to her face in the shape of work she could love. "I could do authentic restorations there," she said. "Or redesign. Boston would suit that beautifully." Carlyle half smiled. "And hospitals are never in short supply." Rosalie tapped the legal pad with one lacquered nail. "Fine. Boston. But Bella still needs a field that doesn't sound invented in the car on the way over. Preferably something you can discuss for more than 40 seconds. Bella made a face at her, then went unexpectedly still. I felt the thought land before she spoke. "Writing," Bella said. Her voice was quiet, but not uncertain. "Creative writing." She glanced down at her own hands, as if the answer had come from somewhere older than tonight. "And English literature on the side. As a minor, I love to read. I think I'd like to try writing something myself. That suits you, Jasper said at once. Bella looked at him. You don't have to say that just because I'm newly undead and emotionally fragile. His mouth moved at one corner. I'm not. You've always lived like someone translating experience while it's still happening. That silenced the room for half a breath because it was so precisely true. Bella blinked at him, thrown a little off balance by being understood that cleanly. I tightened my fingers around her hand. Creative writing major, I said. English lit minor. Boston. That's real enough to survive Charlie, and real enough to survive you. Bella let out a soft breath she didn't need. That last part seems more difficult. It is, Rosalie said. Which is why we're starting now. Rosalie was insufferable once she had a plan, which was useful because plans were one of the few things she loved enough to bully into perfection. She dropped into the chair opposite Bella with the legal pad balanced on one knee and looked less like a beautiful immortal and more like a hostile admissions office. All right, she said. If Charlie asks why Boston, you don't say atmosphere like a doomed poet. You say program quality, distance, and independence. Bella leaned her head back against the sofa and narrowed her eyes. I hate that you're right. Rosalie didn't even blink. You should. It keeps me sharp. She made a note, then looked up again. Why creative writing? Bella opened her mouth, stopped, and glanced at me as if I might rescue her. I smiled and didn't. Jasper's fingers moved lightly beneath hers, the smallest encouragement. Because I want to, she said at last. Rosalie made a face. That is technically true and completely useless. Esme, sorting through a stack of college brochures Carlisle had somehow produced from nowhere, gave Rosalie a look over the top of them. The point isn't to turn Bella into a brochure, she said. It's to make the truth sound like itself. Then she turned to Bella, gentler at once. Why do you want it? Bella was quiet for a second, and the room quieted with her. I could feel the answer arriving before she had language for it, the same way I had felt Boston settle into place. Because writing is the only time I've ever liked being inside my own head for so long, she said finally. Because stories make things hold still long enough to understand them. Because I'm better at saying the truth when I can build toward it. Her voice had steadied by the end. And because literature feels like the part where you learn you're not the first person to survive being strange. No one said anything immediately because it was too good a reason to interrupt. Then Emmett, who had been listening with an expression of deep concentration usually reserved for engines and baseball, nodded once. See, that, he said, pointing at Bella, is what you say to Charlie. Not the strange part. Parents hate that, but the rest of it is solid. Bella laughed softly, and the sound loosened something in the room. Rosalie wrote while pretending not to be affected. Fine, she said. That's usable. Carlisle folded his hands and looked at Bella with grave approval. It's more than usable. It's yours. I leaned into Bella's shoulder just enough to let her feel I was there. Which is the whole point, I said. She looked down at our joined hands, mine and Jasper's still held through hers, and her expression changed in that quiet way I was learning to treasure. Less grief. More resolve. All right, she said. Boston. Creative writing. English lit minor. I can say that without sounding fake. Jasper's mouth moved in that near smile I had started to love almost as much as Bella did. Good, he said. Now we teach you how to lie convincingly about the rest. The room should have felt colder once the decisions had names. Boston. Creative writing. English lit minor. Carlisle at a hospital. Esme with restoration work. A future arranged so neatly it could pass for hope if you didn't look too closely at what it cost. Instead the room felt warmer, because everyone had stopped drifting and started building. I understood the comfort of that. I hated it anyway. Carlisle gathered the brochures into something orderly and set them aside. Then we move from concept to detail, he said. Dates. Housing. Calls with Charlie. A rhythm he can trust. His voice stayed calm, but I could hear the part of him that knew what all this really was. Not a plan for Bella to begin a normal life. A structure sturdy enough to let Charlie believe she still could. Bella leaned back into the sofa, one hand still holding mine, the other resting over Jasper's. You all make fraud sound alarmingly wholesome, she said. Rosalie looked up from her notes. That's because successful fraud is 90% presentation. Emmett, sprawled now across the opposite chair in a way that would have looked lazy on anyone else, nodded solemnly. And 10% paperwork. Esme made a quiet sound of amusement, but when she looked at Bella there was sadness folded into her tenderness. It won't all be false, she said. You will go. You will live there. You will write. The lie is only in what Charlie thinks that life will allow. That landed hard enough that Bella went still. I felt the change in her grip before I saw it in her face. She wasn't thinking about Boston anymore. She was thinking about Charlie in this house, telling people with awkward pride that his daughter was heading east for college, building a story in public that would help him survive the private loss. I saw the same thing then, not as one future but as a dozen. Charlie grieving. Charlie adapting. Charlie clinging to phone calls, schedules, ordinary reasons. Charlie surviving because the story was sad in the right human way. I hated every version of it. Jasper felt that before I spoke. Of course he did. He turned his hand under Bella's and looked at me with that infuriating steadiness of his. Alice, he said quietly, and when I met his eyes he gave me the sentence I already knew I wouldn't want. Mercy sometimes looks like absence. I frowned at him immediately. I hate when you sound wise on purpose. A small smile touched his mouth. I know. Bella looked between us, grief and reluctant understanding braided together so tightly they were almost the same thing. Carlyle lowered his eyes for one brief second, as if giving her privacy inside a pain that could not be solved. Esme's hand came to rest lightly in Bella's hair. The room went quiet, not empty, just full of things none of us could fix. I looked down at Bella's hand holding mine and at Jasper's fingers beneath hers. The three of us linked through a story we had chosen because the truth would destroy too much. Fine, I said at last, more softly than I meant to. Then we'll make absence look gentle. 37. Graduation preparations. Alice treated graduation like a sacred event, which meant the rest of us were doomed before breakfast. Bella found this out when Alice appeared in her doorway with 3 garment bags over one arm, 2 shoeboxes balanced somehow in the other hand, and the bright, terrifying smile she reserved for moments when resistance had already been accounted for and dismissed. I was right behind her, mostly for moral support and partly because watching Bella pretend she could still win these battles had become one of my favorite forms of entertainment. Jasper came last, slower and quieter, carrying a 4th bag Alice had apparently decided required an escort. Bella looked up from the book in her lap and narrowed her eyes immediately. No, she said. Alice stopped in the doorway. That isn't even a useful sentence. It's emotionally useful. It's also irrelevant. Alice swept into the room and laid the garment bags across the bed with ceremonial care. Graduation is in 2 days. You are walking into a public goodbye while looking flawless, composed, and very slightly more mature than everyone else in your class. I have planned for this. Bella stared at the bed as if it had personally betrayed her. I was hoping for more of a clean shirt and low expectations situation. Jasper leaned against the dresser, folded his arms, and said, that was never going to happen. Bella turned toward him with wounded accusation. You're supposed to be the reasonable one. I am the reasonable one, he said. Alice brought 4 options instead of 9. That does sound restrained, I offered. Bella looked between us and realized, correctly, that she had no allies in the room. That was the moment she gave up trying to reject the event itself and shifted tactics toward surviving it. Fine, she said. What exactly am I being dressed for? Graduation or diplomatic annexation? Alice's smile softened into something warmer, and that was when the joke turned into the real thing underneath it. Both, she said quietly. She sat beside Bella on the bed and touched the back of her hand with a gentleness that made the whole room listen. This matters, Bella. It's ridiculous and small town and full of folding chairs, but it matters. It's the last time Charlie gets to watch you cross a stage and believe the future in front of you is still human. The humor drained out of Bella's face, leaving something more open and much more fragile. She looked down at Alice's hand over hers, then past her to me, then to Jasper still standing watch by the dresser with that particular stillness of his that meant he was feeling all of us at once and carrying what he could. That's unfair, Bella said softly. Yes, Alice answered, just as softly. But I'm still right. Jasper pushed off the dresser then and crossed the room in that quiet way he had. Deliberate enough never to startle and certain enough never to ask permission for caring. He stopped beside Bella and let one hand settle lightly at the back of her neck. A touch so ordinary now between us that the tenderness of it only deepened. You don't have to enjoy it, he said. You just have to let it matter. Bella closed the book in her lap and looked at the garment bags again, this time with less suspicion and more resignation. I hate you all, she said. That's fine, I told her. You'll hate us beautifully. Bella's resignation lasted exactly long enough for Alice to unzip the first garment bag. The dress she drew out was simple by Alice's standards and therefore only slightly unreasonable by human ones. Pale, clean-lined, soft enough to look innocent until the light touched it properly. Bella stared at it with the expression of someone being presented with a ceremonial weapon. That's not a graduation dress, she said. That's what people wear when they're about to inherit a small European country. Alice held it up against her anyway, narrowing one eye as she judged the line against Bella's shoulders. You say that like it's a flaw. It is a flaw, Bella said. I'm supposed to look like a girl leaving high school, not the elegantly reanimated heir to a suspicious fortune. I laughed before I could help it, and Jasper's hand at the back of Bella's neck shifted in that tiny way that meant he was laughing too, only more quietly. Alice lowered the dress with a sigh that was almost theatrical. Fine. Version 1 lacks humility. She handed it to me and reached for the second bag. Bella looked at Jasper as if appealing to a higher authority. You could stop this. No, he said. That was almost rude. It was completely rude, I told her. You should feel encouraged. The second dress was darker, simpler, and somehow made Bella look even more heartbreakingly herself, just draped against her body for comparison. She saw it too. That was the problem. Her face softened before she could stop it. Alice caught the reaction instantly. There, she said, pouncing with loving brutality. That one. Bella scowled on principle. I resent how quickly you weaponize my face. It's a gift, Alice said. I use what I have. Jasper's hand slid from Bella's neck to her shoulder, a calm, grounding weight that had become so natural between us I sometimes only noticed it when it was absent. Try it on, he said. You don't have to surrender. Just gather evidence. Bella looked up at him, offended and fond in equal measure. That is manipulative. Yes, he said, but gentle. That finally got her moving. She took the dress from Alice with all the dignity of a prisoner accepting terms and disappeared behind the bathroom door. The second it shut, Alice spun toward me with a grin bright enough to light the whole room. It's the right one, she whispered. You're terrifying, I whispered back. I know. She glanced toward the door, then lowered her voice even further. But this matters. I want Charlie's last human memory of her to be beautiful. The words landed harder than the joke had. Jasper felt it too. I could tell by the way he straightened, by the quiet that came into him all at once. None of us answered before the door opened again. Bella stepped back into the room wearing the dark dress, and the whole air changed. Not because Alice had been right, though she had. Because Bella looked suddenly like what she was becoming in every direction at once. Still herself. Still young. Still tender enough to break your heart. But no longer ordinary in any way that could survive daylight for long. Jasper stared at her with open desire. I did too. Bella saw both of us watching and stopped in the middle of the room, one hand tightening at her side. Oh no, she said. Your faces say you want to eat me. I'm taking it off. Can't help it, I said. You look beautiful. Jasper nodded wordlessly. Bella's hand went straight to the hem as if removal could undo being seen so clearly. I crossed the room before she could get any ideas, caught her wrist lightly, and said, absolutely not. She looked at me with the betrayed expression she usually reserved for weather, awkward compliments, and being outnumbered by people who loved her. Jasper moved in a second later, slower than I did but no less deliberate, and came to stand at her other side with that quiet steadiness of his that made resistance feel both possible and useless. You can't make fashion decisions based on panic, I told her. I can if the panic is justified, Bella said. You both looked at me like I just walked out of a cathedral window in moonlight. That is not a normal comparison, Jasper said. Neither is this dress. He glanced at me once, then back at Bella, and the corner of his mouth moved in that restrained almost smile I was beginning to think she could live on if she had to. Bella, he said, his voice lower now, more private even in a full room. We looked at you like you were beautiful. His hand came to rest lightly at the small of her back, ordinary as breathing between us now, and I felt the whole room recalibrate around the contact. Those aren't the same thing. Bella's face changed on that, the defensive humor faltering just enough to let the real feeling through. She looked down, not because she didn't want to hear him, but because she had. That's worse, she muttered. I don't know how to stand here while both of you do that. I stepped closer until there was barely any space left between us and touched the loose strand of hair near her cheek, tucking it back with more tenderness than style required. Practice, I said. Emmett, who had been leaning in the doorway with the kind of silent interest that only lasted until he physically couldn't restrain himself any longer, let out a dramatic sigh. For the record, this is all incredibly romantic and deeply inconvenient for the rest of us. Rosalie's voice floated up from downstairs. Then leave. I might, Emmett called back. But only after I find out if the dress survives. Bella made a strangled sound that might have become a laugh if she weren't still being ambushed by sincerity. Esme appeared in the doorway then, took one look at Bella, and stopped with her hand over her heart in quiet approval. Oh, she said softly. That's the one. Bella closed her eyes briefly. I'm being ganged up on by aesthetics. Yes, I said. And love, Esme added gently. That silenced her in a different way. Jasper's hand stayed warm and certain at her back. I let my fingers slide from her hair to her shoulder and leave them there, no disguise left in the gesture at all. Bella opened her eyes and looked from one of us to the other, still overwhelmed, still herself, and no longer trying to step away. Fine, she said at last. But if Charlie cries, I'm blaming all of you. That should have ended things, but in this house nothing ever really ended that easy. Alice decided there was still useful emotional damage to be done. She took Bella by the shoulders, turned her toward the mirror, and stepped back with the merciless satisfaction of an artist whose subject had finally stopped fighting the canvas. Jasper stayed close at Bella's back, not trapping her, just there in the quiet, ordinary way that had become its own kind of promise. I moved to her other side, and for one suspended second the mirror gave us all three at once. Bella in the center, dark dress skimming clean lines the light loved too much. Alice bright and intent beside her. Jasper steady behind, one hand still resting lightly at Bella's waist. The sight of us together hit me hard enough that I almost missed Alice speaking. Look, she said softly. Bella did. I watched the moment land in her face. Not vanity. Not exactly. It was stranger and sadder than that. She wasn't seeing a pretty dress. She was seeing the version of herself Charlie would remember from this threshold between one life and another. Young enough to be his daughter, beautiful enough to break his heart, and already standing inside a future he could not follow. Bella's mouth softened around the edges. You were right, she said. Alice smiled, but this time there was no triumph in it. I know. Jasper's thumb moved once against Bella's side, a tiny unconscious stroke of reassurance that made the whole gesture more intimate, not less. Charlie will be proud, he said. Bella kept looking at the mirror. I hope so. Esme came farther into the room then, her eyes warm and shining in that way they did when love and grief became too close to separate. Let him be, she said gently. Parents deserve pride where they can keep it. Behind her, Carlisle appeared in the doorway, took in the scene, and went very still for a fraction of a second that told me everything. Pride, pain, approval, the whole impossible family feeling of it. Carlisle smiled first. You look lovely, and ready, he said. Bella let out a breath she didn't need and glanced at me in the mirror, then at Alice, then back at Jasper's reflection just over her shoulder. Her hand came up and covered his where it rested at her waist, while her other reached for mine without looking. The gesture was so natural now it didn't even feel like a decision. It felt like truth settling into the body. I don't feel ready, she admitted. No one does the first time, Carlisle said. Emmett leaned in from the hallway again, irrepressible as weather. For the record, you look terrifyingly dignified. I hate it. Rosalie's voice floated up from downstairs with perfect timing. That means it's correct. Bella laughed then, small but real, and the room loosened with her. She looked at herself one last time, then at all of us reflected around her, and I saw the exact moment resignation became acceptance. Not joy, not yet, but something steadier. Fine, she said. I'll wear the dress. But if this turns into a family memory everyone uses against me for eternity, I'm becoming difficult on purpose. 38. Graduation. By the time Charlie parked near the school and looked over at me for the fourth time in 10 minutes, I understood that Alice had won in a way that would probably satisfy her for centuries. Forks High had been transformed with the full, earnest force of small-town optimism into something that wanted very badly to resemble an important civic occasion. Folding chairs stretched across the football field in straight, hopeful rows. White ribbons fluttered from the railings. A cheap arch wrapped in greenery stood near the platform as if someone believed it could make adolescence feel ceremonial instead of awkward. Parents were already gathering in little islands of practical shoes and camera straps, all of them dressed for weather that had not committed to cooperating. For one brief, fragile moment, it almost worked. Charlie shut off the engine and kept his hand on the wheel a second longer than necessary. "You look nice," he said, with the rough caution of someone stepping around a feeling too large to approach head-on. "Too nice, actually. You trying to make the rest of the class look bad?" I glanced down at the dress and smoothed a hand over it mostly so I wouldn't have to look at him yet. "That wasn't my idea." He gave me the faintest snort. "Alice?" "Obviously. That girl's dangerous." His mouth twitched, then softened. "Still, she has great taste." Something in my chest pulled hard at that, but I made myself smile and reached for the door handle before the silence could deepen into something I wouldn't know how to survive. Outside, the air was cool and damp in the familiar Forks way, green and soft and pretending the world had never broken open at all. Students milled across the lot in caps and gowns, turning suddenly anonymous under all that identical navy fabric, but the illusion didn't hold for long. Jessica was already waving at me from the walkway, all bright movement and social momentum, with Angela beside her looking warm and steady and kind enough to make me feel guilty for all the ways I kept leaving pieces of my life behind. "Bella," Jessica called. "Oh my God, that dress is so unfair." Angela smiled when I reached them. "You look beautiful." "I'm starting to think everyone rehearsed that line," I said. Jessica laughed and hooked her arm through mine without asking. "Good. You need to stop looking like you're headed toward a tasteful execution." Before I could answer, I felt it, that tiny, impossible shift in the world that had nothing to do with crowds. I turned, and there they were at the edge of the parking lot, just far enough back to give Charlie his place in this, just near enough that I could breathe. Alice lifted 2 fingers in a private wave. Jasper stood beside her in stillness so familiar now it felt like being held from a distance. For one suspended second, with the noise of families rising around me and the school pretending this was only what it looked like, I let myself believe it. Graduation. Normal. A stage, a diploma, a father who was proud, and nothing waiting beyond the edges of the field except whatever came next for every other girl in town. The illusion held just long enough to get us into our seats. Jessica kept up a running stream of commentary as we lined up by surname, half whisper and half performance, because silence around this many nervous seniors would have been unnatural even by Forks standards. "If Mike Newton trips on stage," she said, adjusting her cap with the grave concentration of someone handling explosives, "I want you both to remember that I predicted it first." Angela smiled beside me and tugged her own gown straighter. "You predict Mike tripping at every school event," she said. "That's not foresight. That's pattern recognition." Jessica put a hand to her chest. "I'm being attacked in my hour of triumph." I laughed, and for a second it almost felt like any other line before any other assembly, all of us gathered in ugly robes pretending we weren't counting the minutes until it was over. Then the principal started speaking, and the field settled into that strange public hush made out of boredom, pride, and the effort not to fidget. Names on a program. Commencements and futures. Gratitude to faculty. It blurred around the edges almost at once, not because it meant nothing, but because it meant exactly what these things always meant. A threshold built out of folding chairs and practiced phrases. A whole town agreeing, for one afternoon, to call change by a prettier name. I sat with my hands folded too tightly in my lap and watched sunlight move weakly across the stage, and every few seconds my eyes slipped away from the podium to the crowd. Charlie sat near the front in the seat parents had been herded toward, shoulders a little stiff in his good jacket, paying attention with the serious, stubborn focus he brought to everything that mattered. Beyond him, off to one side where they were keeping the right kind of distance, Alice and Jasper stood with Carlisle and Esme, all of them beautiful in the quiet, impossible way they could never quite hide even when they tried. Alice caught me looking and smiled as if this were all a private joke. Jasper didn't smile, but I felt him all the same, steady and warm against the edges of my nerves. When they started calling names, the whole line tightened. Jessica grabbed my hand once and squeezed hard. "Don't pass out," she said. "I already committed to looking composed, and I can't drag you gracefully." "Your priorities are disgusting," I whispered. Angela leaned around both of us and said, "You're going to be fine," with that calm certainty of hers that made fine sound almost achievable. Then the first students began to move, one by one, up the steps and across the stage, and suddenly the distance between waiting and happening vanished completely. By the time they called, "Bella Swan," my body had already stood before my mind caught up. The walk across the stage lasted only seconds, but it opened strangely wide around me. The applause came in a soft rush. The principal smiled, handed me the diploma case, and said, "Congratulations, Bella," as though the word could cover all of it. I heard myself answer. I even smiled. But underneath the motion, underneath the neat choreography of handshakes and turning and stepping down the other side, something inside me split cleanly in two. It felt like burying one life and receiving another in the same breath, and when my feet touched the steps again, I knew with a certainty so sharp it almost steadied me, that this was not an ending dressed as a beginning. It was a goodbye already halfway spoken. The rest of the ceremony passed in a blur of names, applause, and the restless scraping of chairs against temporary flooring. I sat when I was supposed to sit, stood when everyone else stood, and held the diploma case in both hands like it might explain itself if I looked at it long enough. By the time the final speech ended and caps began shifting and parents started rising in waves from the chairs, the field had lost whatever formal shape it had pretended to possess. People spilled toward one another all at once, cameras appeared like weapons, and the whole careful afternoon dissolved into noise and motion. Jessica caught my sleeve before I could get far. "We survived," she said, wide-eyed with relief. "I'm counting that as a major personal achievement." Angela stepped in beside her and smiled, soft and earnest in the middle of all the chaos. "Congratulations, Bella." I smiled back at both of them, meaning it more than I could explain. "You too," I said. Jessica leaned closer and lowered her voice just enough to make it feel private. "Your dad is bulldozing this way through 3 separate families," she said. "Brace yourself." I turned just in time to see Charlie doing exactly that. He wasn't graceful about it, but then Charlie had never needed grace to get where he meant to go. He came across the grass with that determined, slightly stiff stride of his, diploma program still folded in one hand, and when he reached me he stopped as if he'd planned to say something practical and lost the script at the last second. His eyes moved over my cap, the gown, the dress Alice had chosen underneath, and something in his face gave way completely. "Well," he said, and his voice came out rougher than usual. "You did it." I tried to laugh, but it caught somewhere in my throat. "Technically, yes." Charlie shook his head once, almost impatient with me for making a joke out of it. Then he stepped forward and pulled me into a hug so sudden and so wholehearted it knocked the air out of me more effectively than any impact ever had. "I'm proud of you, Bells," he said quietly against my hair. "More than I know how to say." That was the problem with Charlie. He never said things halfway. When he loved, he did it plainly, with no elegance and no protection for either of us. My eyes burned at once. I could survive blood and terror and impossible truths. I could survive hunters and venom and the knowledge that the whole shape of my life had already changed. But this, my father holding me like I was still something he could keep, still something the world hadn't already begun taking from him, hurt in a deeper place than fear ever reached. When he let me go, he looked embarrassed by the intensity of his own honesty and cleared his throat. You hungry? He asked. Your friends are coming by later, right? I nodded because speaking felt too dangerous, and over Charlie's shoulder I caught sight of Alice and Jasper waiting beyond the nearest knot of families, close enough to see me, far enough to let this belong to him. Charlie followed my glance and said, with a gruff effort at normalcy, well, don't just stand there looking shell-shocked. Go let everybody else congratulate you. I should have gone straight to them. Every part of me had already turned in that direction, drawn by the sight of Alice's bright stillness and Jasper's quieter, steadier pull just beyond the crowd. But graduation had its own gravity, and once Charlie gave me up to the rest of the afternoon, people kept catching at me from all sides before I could cross the field. Mike appeared first, grinning with the open confidence of someone who had never learned to doubt whether he was welcome. Hey, graduate, he said. You made it. I smiled because he deserved that much, if not more. Apparently. He glanced down at the diploma case in my hand and then back at my face. So what now? College, right? The question landed harder than it should have. Right, I said, and managed not to hear the lie too loudly in my own voice. Jessica reclaimed him before the conversation could curdle into something more awkward, and Angela touched my arm in passing with one last warm squeeze that felt gentler than goodbye and almost as painful. By the time I finally slipped free of the human crowd, the noise of the field had blurred into a backdrop of laughter, cameras, and parents calling names across the grass. I crossed toward the Cullens with my cap in one hand and the diploma case in the other, and the world seemed to narrow with every step until there was only them. Alice reached me first, of course. She took my free hand and looked me over with shameless delight that somehow still carried real feeling under it. Perfect, she said. Not one crooked line, not one awkward angle, not even one tragic photograph waiting to happen. I'd like formal credit for this. I laughed, finally able to breathe properly. You're impossible. Yes, she said, smiling as she leaned in to kiss my cheek. But I'm also right. Carlisle stepped in next, all quiet pride and warmth. Congratulations, Bella, he said. You carried it beautifully. Esme's eyes softened in that way that always made me feel both cared for and slightly fragile. Charlie looked so proud, she said gently. You gave him a good day. That almost undid me again, but Rosalie spared me by lifting one shoulder and saying, the dress was correct. Alice can be unbearable about many things, but not about line and color. Emmett snorted. That was your version of a heartfelt speech, wasn't it? Rosalie gave him a cool look. You're welcome to try one yourself. Emmett spread his arms and grinned at me. Bella, you looked terrifyingly dignified. It was very upsetting. Then Jasper was there, not making a show of taking the last place in line, just arriving close enough that the air around me settled at once. He looked at me for a long second, and in a field full of people and sunlight and noise, it still felt like being found. You did well, he said quietly. His hand touched the bare skin at my elbow, light and certain, and that one small contact pulled the whole afternoon back into focus. I looked from Alice's bright face to Jasper's calmer one, with the family gathered around them and Charlie still standing somewhere behind me in the human world that had raised me, and the truth came over me with almost unbearable clarity. I was still standing in two worlds at once, but only one of them felt like home. 39, Charlie. The house had gone quiet in the ordinary way it always did at night, with the television off, the dishes done, and the kitchen light left on because Charlie never seemed to trust a dark room if he planned on coming back to it. He was sitting at the table with a mug of coffee and the local paper folded beside his elbow, reading slowly in the way he did when he was really only thinking. I stood in the doorway for a moment longer than necessary, looking at him in that warm yellow light and feeling the whole weight of the room at once. The fridge with its old magnets, the worn edge of the table, the chair that always creaked under me and never under him. It all felt too familiar, which made what I had to say feel stranger, not less. He looked up and caught me there. You going to stand there all night, he said, or was there a purpose to the staring? I came in and sat across from him. There's a purpose. I was just trying to decide how to start. Charlie folded the paper once and set it aside. That usually means I'm not going to like it. It's not bad, I said, then grimaced. That sounded exactly like bad news. It really did. That got a small laugh out of me, which helped just enough to keep me from bolting. I folded my hands on the table and looked at him properly. I got into Boston College, I said. I want to go. For a second he just stared at me. Not blankly, more like he was waiting for the sentence to rearrange itself into something closer to forks. Boston, he said at last. That's across the country, Bella. I know. And since when have you been applying to colleges in Boston? Since I decided I wanted to do this for real. My voice came out steadier than I felt. I want to write, Dad. Properly. Not just in my head, not just as a vague idea I keep carrying around because it's easier than starting. I want to be a novelist, or at least try. Charlie leaned back a little in his chair, still watching me with that steady, practical focus of his that made it impossible to hide inside pretty wording for long. You've been sitting on this a while. Yes. How long? Long enough that I'm sure now. That changed something in his face. Not because the distance had gotten smaller, but because certainty was something he respected even when he didn't like what it pointed toward. He rubbed a hand over his jaw and looked down at the table once before meeting my eyes again. Boston College, he said. You really mean to go? Yes, I said. I really do. Charlie sat with that for a moment, his hand still resting near the paper as if he'd forgotten why he'd ever picked it up in the first place. The kitchen felt smaller now, not because either of us had moved, but because the thing between us had. Boston was no longer an idea. It was a direction, a distance, a fact with mileage attached to it. He looked at me for another long second and then said, all right, in the careful tone of a man choosing not to panic until he had more information. Tell me the rest. That almost made me smile. There's a lot of rest. I figured. I let out a breath and looked down at my hands before making myself continue. I want to study writing properly, I said. Literature, maybe some history. I know that probably sounds vague, but it's the first thing that's ever felt specific enough to build a life around. Charlie's mouth twitched faintly. You were always going to build a life around books, Bells. I just thought you did reading on the couch. I smirked. That was the original plan. He nodded once, but the softness of the moment didn't last long. Practicality came back into his face the way it always did, steady and immediate. When were you planning to tell me all this? Now. Before or after you packed a suitcase? Before, I said. Definitely before. I'm bad at a lot of things, but I'm not that bad. Besides, I have Alice for packing. Charlie chuckled and gave me a look that suggested he wasn't entirely prepared to agree. And where'd Alice and Jasper fit into this? Because I know that look on your face, Bells. You've got two more you haven't said yet. That startled a real laugh out of me. Do I really have a look? You do. I shook my head, smiling in spite of everything. Alice and Jasper say hi, by the way. Charlie snorted. That's not the hidden thing. No, I admitted. It isn't. I drew in a breath and kept going before I could make it awkward. They're going to. Same school. Or close enough that none of us will be on our own. Charlie's eyes narrowed, not hostile, just measuring. Should that reassure me, or worry me? A little of both, probably. He sat back in his chair and studied me again, longer this time, and I could feel the pressure of what he was actually asking without him saying it out loud. Not whether I liked them. He knew that. Not whether they mattered. He knew that too. What he wanted to know was whether I was leaving for school or following my heart across the country and dressing it up to sound responsible. The answer was both, which made it harder, not easier. Charlie rubbed a hand over his jaw and said, Bella, I need you to be very honest with me about what kind of plan this is. I knew what he was asking, and I loved him for being blunt enough to ask it instead of making me fight my way through implications. Charlie had never been elegant, but he was honest in a way that made other people's careful wording feel flimsy. I sat there with my hands folded on the table and made myself answer in the same spirit. It's school, I said. It's me wanting more than forks can give me. It's me actually choosing something instead of just ending up wherever life drops me. Alice and Jasper are part of it, yes, but they aren't me losing my head and calling it a plan. Charlie watched me for a long second. That sounded rehearsed. It was thought through, I said. There's a difference. His mouth twitched a little at that, but the look in his eyes stayed serious. And if they weren't going, he said, you'd still go. The question hit hard because it was fair, and because he deserved the truth even when the truth wasn't neat. I looked down at the table for a second, then back up. Yes. It would be harder, and lonelier, and I'd probably hate the first 6 months on principle. But yes, I'd still go. That changed something in his face. Not all of it, but enough. Charlie respected certainty. He might argue with it, mistrust it, try to protect me from it, but he understood it when he saw it. He leaned back in his chair. You really have been sitting on this. I didn't want to say it until I knew it wasn't just a mood. Charlie snorted softly. Your moods tend to last a while. That's a polite way of saying I'm stubborn. It's the fatherly version. That got a real smile out of me, small but real enough to loosen something in the room. He saw it and softened for a second before practicality took over again, because practicality always took over with Charlie. How often will you be calling? The abruptness of it nearly undid me. Not because it was simple, but because it meant he was already trying to live inside the idea instead of just pushing it away. Every week, at least. And I'll show you how to use video chat so you can see that I'm alive and still making weird faces at people. Charlie gave me a dry look. Hey, Bells, I'm not a Luddite. I blinked at him. Really? One of the boys at the station showed me. He took a sip of coffee like this was perfectly ordinary information to have been withholding. I know how to answer a call. I'm not promising I enjoy the process. That made me grin in spite of everything. That's honestly shocking. Your standards for me are insulting, he said, but the rough hurt in his voice had eased enough for the joke to hold. Then he set the mug down and looked at me again, steadier now, sadder too. Weakly, he said. You'd better mean that, Bella. I mean it, I said, quiet but steady. I won't disappear on you. Charlie nodded once, as if he wanted to believe that by force of discipline alone. He looked down at the table, then past me toward the dark window over the sink, and when he spoke again the roughness was back in full. You know, most kids manage to leave home without making it sound like they're boarding a ship for the edge of the world. I know, I tried to smile. I'm trying to be reassuring. It's clearly not my best subject. He let out a breath that might have been half a laugh if it hadn't been carrying too much else with it. No, he said. You were always better at worrying me than reassuring me. Then he looked at me again, really looked, and the humor gave way to something plain and unguarded. You're sure? Positive. Charlie sat with that for a second, and then he pushed his chair back and stood. The movement was so ordinary it caught me off guard, and I stood too, a beat later. Suddenly sitting across from him felt wrong. The kitchen seemed too small for what was happening in it. He came around the side of the table and stopped in front of me with his hands braced at his hips for a second, like he was still trying to think of one practical thing that might fix the whole problem if he found the right sentence. In the end he didn't find one. Of course he didn't. Some things weren't mechanical. Some things were only loss in a respectable coat. Well, he said at last, and his voice failed him a little on the word. He cleared his throat and tried again. I don't like it. I know. That doesn't mean I think you shouldn't go. His mouth pulled tight at one corner. It just means I don't like it. You're an adult, Bells. You have the right to decide, it's just. I have a terrible track record for making decisions? He snapped his fingers and pointed at me. Exactly. That nearly broke me. I laughed once, but my eyes burned at the same time. That's probably the most dad thing you've ever said. Charlie shook his head, stepped forward, and pulled me into him before I could do anything stupid like pretend I was composed. He held me the way he always had, solid and unembarrassed, one hand at the back of my head like I was still small enough for that to make sense. You call, he said quietly into my hair. You answer when I call. You don't decide being independent means becoming impossible to reach. I won't. He nodded against my temple and let me go, though only just enough to look at me properly. Good. His eyes moved over my face like he was memorizing it on purpose. Because whether you're in Forks or Boston or the moon, you're still my kid, Bells. That was it. That was the wound. I nodded because speech was suddenly beyond me. When I finally turned toward the doorway, I could feel the house waiting around us, still ordinary, still ours. Beyond the kitchen light, at the edge of the hall where they'd given us the privacy to do this properly, Alice stood back with grief written quietly through her posture, and Jasper waited a little nearer, steady as a promise. I held myself together long enough to cross to them, but only just. Alice took one look at my face and opened her arms, and when Jasper's hand came warm and certain between my shoulder blades, I understood with helpless clarity that I was composed only on the outside. Underneath, I was already shattered. 40. The road out. The next morning, Forks looked like it was trying not to wake the world too quickly. The sky was a pale, damp gray. The trees stood dark and still beyond the yard, and Charlie's cruiser was already in the drive by the time I carried my bag down the front steps. It wasn't much of a bag. Alice had packed the rest with her usual terrifying efficiency, which meant the thing in my hand held only the small, immediate version of leaving. Even so, it felt heavier than it should have, as if the house behind me had put one last claim on it before letting go. Charlie came out a second later and pulled the front door shut behind him with more force than the motion required. He looked tired in the way people do when sleep happened technically but not usefully. At the curb, the Cullen car waited in a dark, polished hush that made the whole driveway feel more final than any speech could have. Alice stood by the passenger side with one hand resting lightly on the roof, bright even in the thin morning light, but quieter than usual. Jasper stood a little apart from her, not distant, just giving us room in the same steady, respectful way he had in the kitchen the night before. Neither of them tried to hurry the moment. That made it harder, not easier. Charlie took the bag from my hand before I could protest. "I can carry my own luggage," I said. "Doesn't look like luggage," he muttered, walking it to the trunk. "Looks like a half-hearted kidnapping." That startled a laugh out of me, which I suspected had been the point. He set the bag inside, shut the trunk, and left his hand resting on the metal for a second before turning back. His face had that rough, practical set it always got when he was forcing himself through something he couldn't fix. "So," he said, "this is happening." "For now," I said. Charlie gave me a look. That's exactly the kind of answer people give when they want to sound reassuring and fail. "I'm doing my best. That's what worries me." Alice's voice floated over just gently enough to keep the pressure from turning sharp. "For the record, Charlie, she's had help." He glanced toward her and snorted. "That's also what worries me." Even Jasper smiled at that, small and brief. Charlie shook his head once, then looked back at me, and the humor faded into something quieter. "You call when you get there," he said. "Not later. Not after you unpack. When you get there." "I will." "And weekly still means weekly." "I know." He nodded once, as if he were trying to hammer belief into place by sheer repetition. Then his voice dropped a little, rough around the edges again. "Come here, Bells," he said, and I went. I went because there was nothing else to do. Charlie pulled me into him with the same solid, unceremonious force he always had, one arm around my shoulders, the other hand firm at the back of my head like I was still small enough for that to make sense. For one stupid second I nearly lost it completely, because the smell of his jacket and coffee and outside air was so familiar it felt like childhood compressed into something human-sized and breakable. He held me hard enough to make the point without ever needing to say it. I was his. I was leaving. Both things were true at once, and neither of us had found a way to make that easier. "You call," he said into my hair, rough and quiet. "You don't make me wait 3 days because you got distracted by a book or one of Alice's impossible schedules." "I won't. And if something goes wrong, you tell me." He pulled back enough to look at me properly, his hands still on my shoulders. "I don't care if it's stupid, or embarrassing, or expensive. You call." "I will." Charlie narrowed his eyes the way he did when he thought repetition might nail a promise into place. "You say that like you think I'm being excessive." "I say that like you've repeated yourself 5 times. Maybe you needed 5 times. That nearly got a laugh out of me, but my throat was too tight for it. Charlie saw that and softened, just for a second. He brushed a hand over my hair in a clumsy gesture that would have embarrassed me to death 6 months ago and broke my heart now. "You're going to do fine," he said, and it sounded like the kind of thing he was forcing himself to say because fathers were supposed to say it, not because he fully trusted the world with me once I was out of sight. Before I could answer, Alice crossed the small distance from the car with a gentleness so deliberate it felt like respect made visible. She stopped just short of us and smiled at Charlie first, not me. "We'll take care of her," she said. Charlie looked at her for a long second. "I know you will," he said. "That's not really the problem." Something flickered through Alice's face then, sorrow and understanding folded neatly under her usual brightness. "No," she said softly. "I know." Jasper came up beside her, quieter as always, his gaze steady on Charlie rather than me. "She won't be alone," he said, and because it was Jasper he didn't try to dress the promise up into anything prettier than that. Charlie nodded once, accepting the words because they were simple and because he'd never had much use for ornamental reassurance either. Then he stepped back, not far, just enough that the shape of the morning changed. The driveway, the bag in the trunk, the waiting car, Alice's quiet grief, Jasper's calm stillness. My father standing in front of his own house trying not to look like he was being left behind. For one suspended second, all of it seemed balanced on nothing. Then Charlie cleared his throat and said, "All right, Bells. Go on, then," and somehow that was worse than if he'd asked me to stay. I moved because staying still would have turned into its own kind of plea. Alice opened the passenger side back door before I reached the car, her face bright with control and threaded through with too much feeling to hide completely. I looked back once before I got in. Charlie was still standing in the driveway with his hands braced at his hips, trying for the posture of a man seeing someone off instead of losing something he couldn't keep. I lifted a hand. He lifted his back. Neither of us smiled properly. Then I ducked into the car before I could ruin all of it by running back across the driveway like a child. Alice slid in beside me from the other side a second later, all cool hands and contained motion, while Jasper took the front passenger seat and Carlisle eased the car away from the curb with the kind of careful smoothness that made the act of leaving feel even more deliberate. No one spoke at first. The house moved past the window, then the yard, then Charlie himself, still there in the gray morning light getting smaller by degrees that felt crueler than speed should allow. I kept my eyes on him until the angle took him away. Alice found my hand first. She didn't say anything, just laced her fingers through mine and held on with a quiet certainty that felt stronger than speech. A moment later Jasper reached back from the front seat without turning around, and I put my other hand in his as naturally as breathing. His grip was warm and steady, more anchor than comfort, and maybe that was why it helped so much. Between them, with the road beginning to unspool and my father's house falling behind us, I could feel the shape of what I was carrying more clearly than I ever had before. Grief in one hand, love in the other, the future asking me to hold both without dropping either. Alice looked at me and said softly, "You don't have to be brave every second." "I know," I said, though my voice came out rougher than I wanted. "It's just apparently a bad morning to discover that." From the front, Jasper glanced back just enough for me to catch the edge of his expression. "You're allowed to let the road do some of the work." That made a sound rise in my throat that might have been a laugh in a less painful universe. I turned my face toward the window and watched the trees gather more thickly as we left town behind. At the edge of the forest, where the road bent and the dark line of trunks pressed closer, a figure stood half-shadowed among them. Tall already, warm brown skin against the gray morning, shoulders set in a way I knew before I let myself fully see. My breath caught. "Jacob," I said, and the whole car changed around the name. Carlisle's hands stayed steady on the wheel, but I felt the whole car tighten around me anyway. Alice turned toward the window at once, though she already knew where I was looking. Jasper's grip on my hand changed almost imperceptibly, not harder, just more present, the way a person might shift their weight when something fragile moved underfoot. He was standing just beyond the ditch where the trees began, half hidden by the gray morning and still somehow unmistakable. Jacob had grown into his height so quickly it still startled me sometimes. Even at that distance I could read the set of his shoulders, the stubborn way he held himself, the expression that was too far away to make out cleanly and too familiar not to feel. He wasn't chasing the car. He wasn't waving. He was only there, watching, like the forest itself had sent a witness to mark what I was becoming by leaving it. Do you want us to stop? Carlyle asked quietly. The question hurt more than I expected, because for one wild second part of me did. I wanted another version of the morning, one where I could get out, walk back through the wet grass, and explain everything that couldn't be explained without breaking the world in half. I wanted to tell Jacob goodbye in a way that sounded less like disappearance and less like betrayal. But even in the ache of it, I knew there wasn't a version of that conversation that would leave anything cleaner behind. No, I said. Alice's thumb moved once across the back of my hand. He came to see you off. I know. Jasper turned a little farther in his seat and looked at me, not at the window. That matters, he said. It did. That was the problem with Forks by the end. Everything mattered. Charlie in the driveway, Jacob in the trees, the wet roads, the gray sky, the whole small town that had held me while I was still trying to figure out what shape I could live in. I looked at Jacob until the car carried us past the bend and the forest took him back by inches, branch by branch, shadow by shadow, until he was gone. The silence afterward wasn't empty. It was full of everything I couldn't keep. Alice leaned against my shoulder, light and certain, and Jasper's hand stayed in mine over the seat between us as if the connection itself were part of the road. I drew one slow breath and let the grief be there without giving it the whole field. Behind us was Forks, Charlie, and Jacob in the tree line. Ahead of us was Boston, and love, and the long impossible shape of a future I hadn't asked for, but wanted anyway. I looked through the windshield at the road opening farther and farther into the gray. Keep going, I said softly, and this time when the car obeyed, I let it. End of Book 1.